The story begins with an introduction about heroes who possess powers beyond normal human ability. Then we see a huge, muscular man stepping into the scene. Facing him is another man dressed in a bike suit, ready to fight. At the very start, the muscular man charges forward to punch the one in the bike suit. But the biker raises his hand, generates fire, and with just a single punch defeats the muscular man. Witnessing such overwhelming power, the crowd around them erupts in cheer and excitement. On the other side, a young boy is shown watching this hero's feat together with his girlfriend. The girlfriend says that this hero is truly powerful, defeating the villain with just one blow. The boy replies that of course, since he is a professional hero. Then he adds that this hero looks very much like his friend Kim Sunwoo. Right beside him, his friend Kim Sunwoo is half drunk and dozing off, mumbling that he can hardly walk after drinking so much. Just then, a message arrives on his phone, and Sahu gets up and leaves. The scene shifts, showing Sahu inside a restroom. Entering, he says aloud that he has arrived and there's no need to hide anymore. At that moment, the man in the bike suit walks in. Seeing him, Sun scolds him, saying he shouldn't show off too much in public or people will discover his identity. The man in the bike suit replies that there's no need to worry about such things. Removing his mask, he reveals a face that looks exactly like Sanwoo. He explains that this is his personal life and Sahu should not interfere, reminding him that he is paid for this work. He calls him Lee Ju-won and tells him to transform back into his real body. At once, Lee Ju-won transforms, revealing his true form. Suddenly, Sunwoo grabs Lee Ju-won by the face and warns him, asking if he ever did anything inappropriate with his girlfriend while acting in his place. Lee Ju-won responds calmly, reminding him that he knows his character well and that this isn't the first time he's done such work. Both of them laugh a little, easing the tension. Before leaving, Sun praises him for a great job, hands him the payment, and walks away. Holding the money, Lee Ju-won thinks to himself that even though he has a superpower, he cannot become a true hero. Every day he hides behind the face of a hero while living a normal life. Now the narration shifts to the state of the world. Around 20 years ago, people suddenly began awakening with superhuman abilities. Many used their powers for the wrong reasons, causing countless crimes. To counter this, the government created the hero-villain law. According to it, those who oppose the government and commit crimes are called villains, while those who stand with the government to stop these villains and protect the world are called heroes. The scene then moves to the villain headquarters, where the villain leader Namesis is relaxing with his girlfriend and subordinates, mocking the hero-villain law. Namesis laughs, saying if heroes are truly so powerful, then why don't they just come here and arrest him? Just as he says this, the wall of their building bursts open and a hero steps inside. Pointing directly at Namesis, the hero declares that under Section 1 of the hero-villain law, he is to be punished. Seeing this, Namesis becomes furious, transforming into his true demonic form and shouting at the hero, daring him to stand before him. Namesis shouts angrily at the hero, asking how he dares to speak nonsense, and then launches an attack. But the hero knocks down Namesis instantly with just a single punch. Shocked by such overwhelming strength, Namesis asks who he really is. The hero replies firmly that he is the Justice Hero, the hero of justice. The scene then shifts to the main protagonist Lee Ju-won, who has just returned to his room. Sitting down, he reflects on his ability, wondering why it has to be this way. His power allows him to copy the appearances of others, but with such a useless ability, he can never fight a monster face to face. Thinking about this, he takes out the money he earned, counts it, and then lies back on his bed. He sighs, believing that for his whole life he might have to keep doing this same work, and maybe once he crosses 50 years of age, he will finally retire. Just then, the doorbell rings. Surprised, Lee Ju-won rushes quickly to open it. Standing outside is none other than Justice himself. Seeing him, Lee Ju-won's heart almost bursts with panic. Justice looks at him calmly and says that he is the one who illegally lives the normal life of heroes in their place. Hearing this, Lee Ju-won becomes even more terrified, convinced that the time has finally come for Justice to arrest him and take him away. But instead, Justice shocks him by saying he has actually come to hire him. Completely stunned, Lee Ju-won cannot believe his ears. Justice explains that he knows it's surprising, but it's true, he has come to hire him. Taking out a set of documents, Justice hands them over, telling him that everything inside will be needed to copy him perfectly. After going through the papers, Lee Ju-won raises a concern, saying that without seeing his face, he cannot copy him properly. Hearing this, Justice finally reveals his face to him. Understanding everything, Lee Ju-won asks when he should start working. Justice tells him to come tomorrow and hands him a VIP card before leaving. The scene then shifts to the next morning. Lee Ju-won arrives at the location that Justice had mentioned. Standing outside Justice's room, he thinks to himself how Justice is someone who stands on the front lines, protecting people, while he himself lives in the shadows of that life. Thinking that he is the complete opposite of Justice, Lee Ju-won enters the hero's room. Justice is sitting inside, but seeing him makes Lee Ju-won extremely nervous. He reminds himself that this is just his job, and he cannot afford to be shaken. Gathering courage, he steps forward, only to be shocked by what he sees. Justice is in terrible condition, blood spilling from his mouth. The sight horrifies Lee Ju-won, and he wonders if the number one hero, Justice, has already died. But he quickly thinks that maybe Justice is still alive. As he touches the hero's body, both of their forms begin to glow brightly, and suddenly a surge of energy throws Lee Ju-won backward. To his horror, 2 of his fingers start regenerating instantly. Panicking, Lee Ju-won realizes that if he stays here, he will get caught, so he decides to run. While escaping through the crowd, he collides with a boy carrying coffee, spilling it all over his shirt. That boy turns out to be Seonwoo, the same person shown at the start of the story. Seonwoo, furious, grabs Lee Ju-won's hand and demands to know why he is running like a copycat. In that moment, Lee Ju-won notices that his hand has already healed completely. But Seonwoo, scolding him angrily, complains that he has ruined an expensive shirt and now has to pay for the dry cleaning. Before they can argue further, an attack suddenly strikes Seonwoo, piercing his stomach and creating a hole. The attacker is revealed to be an octopus-like monster. Seeing this, Lee Ju-won realizes that this must be the same creature that killed Justice. Meanwhile, despite the injury, Seonwoo becomes enraged and unleashes his fire power, striking back at the monster. But the octopus dodges easily and counters with its tentacles. Seonwoo, however, burns them away with his flames and charges at the monster again. The monster then creates additional tentacles and captures Seonwoo, mocking him by saying he thought it had only 4 tentacles, when in fact it has countless more, and it can regenerate them quickly. As Seonwoo is restrained, fear spreads among the people, who start screaming and fleeing in panic. The octopus monster brutally crushes Seonwoo and throws him aside, declaring that no one here is capable of fighting him. With no one strong enough to stop it, the creature begins slaughtering innocent people around. Hidden behind the monster, Lee Ju-won trembles as he hears the terrified cries of the crowd. Some whisper in hope that since this is the territory of Justice, the hero will surely arrive any moment to save them. Hearing this breaks Lee Ju-won inside, as he knows the truth: Justice is already dead, and he will never come. Then, Lee Ju-won's eyes fall on a small girl sobbing in a corner. The monster notices her too and hurls a tentacle in her direction. Lee Ju-won shouts for her to run, but the girl is too traumatized to move. At the last second, Lee Ju-won rushes forward to shield her. Just as the monster's tentacle is about to strike, his hands begin to glow with blue energy. Grabbing the tentacle, Lee Ju-won crushes it completely. The octopus monster stares in shock as Lee Ju-won transforms into Justice before its eyes. Lee Ju-won, now in the form of Justice, rips off the monster's tentacles and throws them aside. Advancing toward it with fierce determination, he declares that under Section 1 of the hero-villain law, it will be punished. After declaring under Section 1 of the hero-villain law that the monster will be punished, Lee Ju-won feels an incredible surge of energy flowing through his body. He realizes this is the first time he is fighting directly against a villain, yet he believes he can truly do it. The octopus monster growls at Lee Ju-won, warning him not to gain confidence just from tearing off a single tentacle. Instantly, it regenerates its lost limb and launches a flurry of tentacle attacks. But to Lee Ju-won, every move feels painfully slow. He dodges with ease and counters with a powerful punch straight to the monster's face, sending it flying. Before it crashes away, Lee Ju-won grabs one of its tentacles, swings the creature around, and hurls it hard against the wall. The monster is nearly defeated by the blow. Excited by the strength rushing through him, Lee Ju-won thinks to himself how unbelievable this power inside his body feels. Just then, the octopus monster rises again and charges at him. Ready to finish it, Lee Ju-won prepares a punch aimed at its face, but suddenly his hand begins to transform back. Shocked, he recalls the same phenomenon happening earlier. At that exact moment, an unexpected attack strikes the octopus monster, finishing it off instantly. Stunned, Lee Ju-won looks to see that the attack came from a girl who now steps forward. She addresses him respectfully, saying that as justice, he must have already sensed the situation and deliberately held back his action. She praises him for his composure, calling him amazing. Nervously, Lee Ju-won nods in agreement, trying to keep his disguise. But before he can relax, the octopus monster twitches once more, attempting to rise. Another girl suddenly appears and shoots a devastating laser beam from her eyes, completely finishing the monster this time. Amid the chaos, Lee Ju-won quietly slips away. The girl with the laser eyes turns to the first girl, saying she has already brought the entire situation under control. Behind her, another girl in a hoodie steps forward, speaking to the first one as well, remarking about the state of the battlefield. The scene shifts to the chaos around. Lee sees the panicked public and a girl tells her sharply that she's ignoring the civilians, ordering her to go help them. Nervous, Lee rushes toward the frightened crowd. Meanwhile, the hooded girl appears again, muttering in disbelief, wondering if Justice is still alive and questioning how that could even be possible. Terrified, Leah flees the spot, and the girl notices this. The story then moves to Lee's home. Here, Lee is shown destroying all the documents that Justice had once handed to him. He cuts them into pieces with a paper cutter, packs them neatly, and dumps them into the trash bin. As he does this, Lee thinks to himself that whoever killed Justice must be far more powerful than him. Still, he convinces himself not to worry too much about it. What matters most, he tells himself, is staying as far away from this matter as possible. He feels confident that nobody saw him at the scene. Just then, a chilling voice echoes from above, saying, "I saw you." Lee freezes in shock, his heart pounding as he looks around in panic. From the shadows beneath him, the hooded girl emerges slowly. As she steps out, she warns him that trying to destroy evidence won't save him from this matter. Hearing this, Lee's fear skyrockets. He's terrified beyond words. Lee screams in desperation, but the girl coldly tells him he's being too noisy. With a wave of her hand, she pulls out all the shredded documents from the trash and, using her mysterious power, pieces them back together perfectly. The girl looks directly at Lee and says that everything is now clear. Turning toward him, she accuses Lee of knowing about Justice's death and says he's pushing her into making a very difficult choice. Without hesitation, she attacks, but Lee dodges and transforms. In his mind, Lee tells himself he has no other choice. If this girl is the one who killed Justice, then he cannot afford to hold back. He slips past her attack and rushes forward, aiming a punch at her. But suddenly, Lee's body starts reverting back into his normal form. Alarmed, he wonders why this transformation had to happen now. The girl seizes this opening and unleashes a barrage of strikes, leaving Lee badly wounded. Even so, Lee refuses to give up. As she moves to strike again, he rips a massive boulder from the roadside and uses it as a shield. She smashes through the stone with ease, yet in that moment Lee manages to land a punch on her face, leaving a faint scratch on her mask. Lee presses forward, ready to throw another punch, when suddenly his body locks in place. He realizes he has stepped into her shadow. The girl smirks, declaring that he has finally entered her domain. Using the power of shadows, she restrains Lee, tightening her grip until he can hardly breathe. Gasping for air, Lee struggles helplessly, but then, to his shock, she suddenly lets him go. Confused, Lee wonders why she spared him. The girl approaches, asking if his plan is to spend his life hiding in the shadows of heroes. Then, gripping his face, she tells him there is another path. He can take Justice's place. The words leave Lee stunned. Lee stands in shock, unable to process her words, when the girl continues, warning that if the news spreads that Justice is dead, chaos will erupt everywhere and villains will rise in force to strike at the heroes. Even then, Lee struggles to trust her and demands to know who she really is. She introduces herself as Chrome, claiming she worked under Justice. Still doubtful, Lee digs through the documents Justice had given him, and there he confirms that the girl truly was part of his inner circle. Chrome then makes her offer clear. If Lee agrees to act in Justice's place, they will pay him a full 100 million. The figure leaves Lee stunned, the amount almost too large to believe. Yet Chrome adds a cold warning: if he refuses, the truth of Justice's death will spread, and he already knows what devastation that news would bring. As those words sink in, Lee recalls the battle where villains attacked and countless innocents died. The memory leaves him silent, torn in thought. Seeing his hesitation, Chrome tells him she won't force him into this and turns to leave. But just then, Lee calls out to her, his voice steady. He says he will take the job, but only if they pay him not 100 million, but 200 million. Hearing this, Chrome pauses, then agrees to the demand, telling him only to stand by his word. The scene shifts. A week passes, and Lee is shown in terrible shape, worn out from days of relentless training and memorization. In that short span, he had studied everything: Justice's behavior, his mannerisms, his attitude, every detail he could possibly absorb. Finally, Chrome approaches him, saying it's time for them to leave. The next moment shows them together in a car, Lee sitting beside Chrome as their mission begins. As they sit in the car, Lee hesitates and asks Chrome if they should tell the higher-ups that Justice is dead. But Chrome shakes her head and explains that if the higher-ups are informed, there could be a traitor among them who might leak the news straight to the villains. Soon after, they finally arrive at their destination, a hospital. Confused, Lee wonders aloud why they would come here. Chrome explains that while it looks like a hospital from the outside, inside it hides a different truth. She pulls out an identity card, scans it, and leads Lee into a hidden chamber. To his surprise, the building inside is actually the Hero Association. The sight of countless heroes walking around leaves Lee stunned. Calmly, Chrome warns him not to do anything that might draw attention to himself. With that, she takes him into a special room. Peeking inside, Lee is shocked to see that the heroes gathered there are none other than the top-ranked elites from the 4 major hero squads. The discussion inside is tense, arguments and accusations are flying. To keep it short, the heroes are blaming each other for the rising monster activities in their territories, insisting that the others are not doing their jobs properly. Names, ranks, and groups are laid out as they argue. Among all this, one rumor keeps surfacing: it has been a week since Justice disappeared. Whispers spread that he may have been attacked, and possibly killed. As Chrome steps into the room, one of the female heroes immediately questions her, asking if Justice had contacted her. Calmly, Chrome replies that yes, Justice did reach out to her, but she says nothing more. Before she can continue, a young girl, who is also a hero, interrupts and accuses her of lying. The girl claims she had personally gone to Justice's penthouse and saw blood there. The room falls tense. Hearing this, a large, muscular hero grows furious and demands that Chrome tell the truth. Surrounded by suspicious eyes and pressing voices, Chrome starts to panic internally, unsure how to handle the situation. Watching from the side, Lee notices the unease in Chrome's expression and realizes this situation is turning extremely dangerous. As the tension rises, Lee watches the panic growing inside Chrome and thinks that the situation is worsening. If Justice does not appear here, then Chrome will be trapped in an even more dangerous position. Just then, Justice makes a grand entrance. Standing before everyone, he declares that everything Chrome has said is true. The heroes in the room fall silent. A headphone-wearing hero scoffs and says that someone was spreading rumors of Justice's death, but looking at him now, he seems perfectly fine. Chrome, however, is stunned to see Lee in disguise as Justice. She worries that if this fool makes even the slightest mistake, everything will collapse right here. Meanwhile, Lee is extremely nervous, but he reminds himself that he has always lived his life acting in the shadows of heroes. He tells himself he won't make a mistake this time. After all, he has spent the last week practicing how Justice talks, behaves, and carries himself. With that confidence, Lee steps forward and tells everyone that he is sorry for being absent for so long, but he had his reasons. Before he can continue, a sharp voice cuts him off. A hero in sharp boots challenges him, saying there's no need to be so confident, just explain where he has been all this time. Keeping calm, Lee answers that the reason for his delay was because there had been an assassination attempt on him. At once, a woman gasps in shock. This is Haste, the second in command of Justice's own group, the Guardians. Deeply troubled, Haste demands to know why he hadn't told her earlier about someone trying to assassinate him. Lee tells everyone that there really was an attempt on his life and that he and Chrome have been secretly investigating the matter, which is why he was late, and a shocked silence falls across the room. He thinks to himself that he has already said all he needed to say, and that if things heat up more someone might try to finish him off then and there. Turning to a small girl named Pandora, he asks her about the claim that she went to Justice's penthouse. Pandora panics and stammers that she went only because she was worried and wanted to check on him. Lee grows tense and explains that the assassination attempt happened in a public place, which is why the rumor has already spread everywhere. Whoever tried to kill him must have slipped away and will be very hard to find. Hearing this, the booted hero repeats incredulously that an attempt was made in the middle of the city against the number 1 hero, suggesting it sounds unbelievable and even hinting it could be a setup. Pandora lashes out at the doubter, defending Justice fiercely and insisting he would never joke about such things. Lee, grateful for her support, thanks her quietly. Pandora urges that heroes need to work harder and that if they did, villains would be far fewer, and a zombie-like hero behind her agrees with her, saying Pandora is right. The heroes discuss how if someone can attempt to assassinate Justice, then even smaller heroes could be in danger, so they must take strong steps against the villains. Hearing this, Lee thinks to himself that he had already assumed the relationships among heroes wouldn't be good, but now it seems worse, as everyone is just busy pulling each other down. At that moment, a headphone-wearing hero speaks up, saying that if Justice is claiming he was targeted for assassination, then it must be true, and all heroes should immediately begin investigating. The scene then shifts to Lee inside a car, where he sighs and says he is completely exhausted. Chrome hands him a can and tells him he did a great job today, especially by showing up suddenly and shocking everyone. Lee replies that one thing really surprised him. Inside the meeting hall, all the high-ranking heroes he saw seemed more focused on dragging each other down than working together, and he asks why that is. Chrome explains that in the past, heroes used to work alone, but now most only think about their own profit. They've stopped trying to understand one another. He adds that there are different squads. The ones who fight on the front lines to protect the public are called the Guardians. The ones who only care about killing villains without thinking of protecting people are called El Condo. Those who see themselves as chosen heroes are called Ealing. And lastly, the group that thinks about profit before every fight are called the Union. After hearing this, Lee realizes that even among heroes, politics is everywhere. He then asks what kind of hero Hest is. Chrome replies that Hest is highly skilled and would do anything for justice. And here, the word, justice, refers to fairness, not their hero Justice. Hearing this, Lee recalls that during the meeting, when he said there had been an assassination attempt on Justice, Hest's expression did change outwardly, but inside, she looked tense and suspicious. Lee explains that he can tell because he has spent years hiding in the shadows, watching heroes closely, and he has learned to read expressions well enough to sense what someone is really feeling inside. Suddenly, their car starts shaking violently, leaving Lee completely confused about what is happening. As the car shakes, Chrome steps out and tells Lee that they have finally arrived at their destination. Lee looks around in confusion and asks where they are. Chrome explains that he should already know this. Ever since Justice appeared, most villain groups have been suppressed, and today they are here to crush a smaller group through an operation called Elimination. This operation falls under the Guardians, so Justice, being their leader, must now reveal himself. Hearing this shocks Lee greatly, but Chrome continues, saying that if Justice appears in this fight, the villains will be terrified just by his presence, while the heroes will be deeply motivated. That way, the mission can be completed with minimal damage. She urges Lee to prepare quickly, and also mentions that monsters have been spotted carrying supplies, while heroes are already surrounding the area from 4 different directions. Chrome explains that heroes have already taken positions from 4 sides, then hands Lee a walkie-talkie, telling him to wear it quickly so he can communicate with his squad during the fight. Hearing this, Lee grows nervous and says she should have told him earlier that he had to suddenly fight monsters. He could have at least prepared. In response, Chrome firmly reminds him not to forget that Justice is the #1 hero, and taking his place is not easy. If he acts like a coward, she says, then he will never get the promised 200 million. Shocked, Lee realizes the money could slip from his hands, so he transforms into Justice, takes the earpiece from Chrome, fits it in, and says with determination that she should just wait and see. He jumps into the battle zone, adding that she must prepare his 200 million. The scene shifts to the battlefield where heroes and villains are already clashing fiercely. Lee, now acting as Justice, looks around in awe, realizing the heroes greatly outnumber the villains and are overwhelming them. Through the earpiece, Chrome confirms this is why the heroes are pushing so hard. Still stunned, Lee notices there's nothing much for him to do at the moment. Just then, a girl approaches him happily, saying it feels great to meet Justice again. Lee recognizes her and says he remembers. They had met earlier at his penthouse. The girl then mentions she heard about the assassination attempt and encourages him that if he ever finds those attackers, he should crush them. Lee nods in agreement. But suddenly, a villain sneaks up from behind and is about to strike Lee. Seeing Justice in danger, the girl thinks to herself that he doesn't even have the time to dodge. Suddenly, Lee, now in his Justice form, knocks out a villain with a single punch. He immediately thinks to himself that he must use the power of justice in very small amounts, otherwise he won't be able to hold this transformation for long. The girl watching him is completely shocked by such strength. At that moment, Lee asks her name, and she introduces herself as Max Ray. Lee replies that they will meet again later and rushes ahead at full speed. On his way, Lee encounters two villains who attack him, but he defeats them with ease and continues forward. Suddenly, a fireball comes flying toward him. To block it, Lee kicks the ground hard, raising a concrete boulder in front of him. Using it as a shield, he protects himself from the fireball, then smashes the concrete wall with a powerful punch. The broken pieces fly straight into the villain who launched the attack, instantly knocking him out. Seeing this, Lee remembers how helpless he had been when his sister was in the hands of the monster. Back then, he didn't even know that with his copying ability, he could also use the powers of fallen heroes. If he had known earlier, his family's fate might have been different. Lost in these thoughts, Lee suddenly hears Chrome's voice on his walkie-talkie, asking if he is alright. Lee quickly replies yes. Chrome then tells him that if he has the situation under control where he is, he should move toward the center of the battle zone. Lee agrees and, using the power of justice, dashes forward at full speed. As he moves, two villains spot him. One asks if they should follow, but a girl with them says there's no point. By now, Justice has already reached the place he wanted to go. The scene then shows Lee again, racing ahead at full speed, thinking he must hurry as much as possible. To reach the center of the battle zone, Lee moves ahead, but suddenly a spear is hurled toward him. He swiftly dodges it, and the weapon pierces deep into the ground. Looking at it, Lee wonders what kind of spear this is. Right then, a massive and muscular villain appears in front of him, saying it is an honor to finally face justice. Through the walkie-talkie, Chrome quickly informs Lee that the one standing before him is Caesar. Shocked, Lee asks who Caesar is. Chrome explains that Caesar is a villain who kills heroes purely for fun, and among all the villains Lee has faced so far, he is the strongest. She warns him that if he wants to survive, he should escape immediately. Hearing this, Lee panics and tries to run, but Caesar stomps the ground, releasing a burst of energy from his legs, and grabs Lee by the neck. He throws Lee away and declares that escape is impossible because he is now trapped inside Caesar's barrier. Struggling to stand, Lee realizes that the heavy pressure on his body is caused by this barrier. He understands he has no choice but to fight Caesar, though he must use Justice's powers in very small amounts, or he won't be able to maintain his transformation for long. Gathering energy into his hands, Lee charges forward and throws a punch with great speed, but Caesar blocks it easily by crossing his arms. Caesar taunts him, saying that Justice is nowhere near as powerful as everyone believes. Immediately after, Caesar launches a flurry of brutal kicks against Lee, cutting his shoulder. Then, grabbing his spear, Caesar drives it into Lee's stomach. Caesar grips his spear tightly, and says that Justice can do nothing else. With one powerful kick, he sends Lee flying away. Filled with rage, Caesar shouts that he knows Justice will never use his full potential in this fight. Hearing this, Lee thinks that if he really used 100% of Justice's power, he could easily defeat Caesar, but then he would not be able to hold his transformation for long. Suddenly, Lee realizes something important. If he lets Justice's power flow freely inside his body and then uses it without restriction, he might be able to fight at full strength while still maintaining his transformation. With this new understanding, Lee gains confidence that he can now use Justice's power more freely. The scene shifts back to Caesar, who says if Justice refuses to use his power, then he will die, which makes things easier for him. Gathering energy into his spear, Caesar launches another fierce attack. But this time, Lee blocks the strike effortlessly with just one hand. Looking at Caesar, Lee says he is absolutely right. As he speaks, energy begins to surge out from his body. Lee explains that a normal superpower is like a glass of water. Once you use it, it empties. But Justice's power is different. It is like an ocean, which can be used endlessly. As Lee says this, waves of energy overflow from his body, and with immense force, he gathers it into his fist and lands a devastating punch on Caesar's face. The scene then shifts to Haste, who is sitting in her room. Her manager enters and asks why she looks so tense. Haste quickly asks if Justice has sent any signal yet. The manager replies that Justice has not given any signal, and she believes he has already encountered Caesar. Hearing this, Haste grows restless, saying that Justice never delays in such matters and she will have to see the situation with her own eyes. The scene returns to the fight between Lee and Caesar. After the powerful punch, Caesar barely manages to steady himself. When he turns to face Justice, he is shocked to see an overwhelming surge of energy pouring out of his body. He thinks to himself that Justice now looks like a completely different person. On the other hand, Lee realizes he was right. If he lets Justice's power flow freely, his transformation will not be affected. With this confidence, he launches a series of relentless attacks, clearly overpowering Caesar. Struggling, Caesar thinks that within his wide barrier, Justice can strike from every direction, while he cannot even land a clean blow. To counter this, Caesar stomps the ground, shrinking his barrier to trap Justice closer. Now face to face, he seizes the moment and hurls his spear straight at Lee. But Lee smashes it aside with another crushing punch, stopping Caesar's attack in its tracks. Lee smashes a punch into Caesar's face, breaking through his guard, and with that powerful blow Caesar gets knocked out. As soon as he falls unconscious, his barrier disappears. After ending the fight, Lee looks around and sees countless heroes and villains clashing everywhere. But none of the heroes pay attention to anything else. They are completely lost in their own battles, their attacks causing destruction all around. One stray attack hits a nearby building, making it collapse straight toward Lee. Seeing the debris coming down, he panics and thinks he has to escape immediately. But then his eyes fall on Caesar, lying unconscious nearby. He hesitates. If he runs away, the man will surely die. Yet he reminds himself that Caesar is a villain, someone who deserves death. Even so, in the very next moment, Lee picks him up and starts running. He mutters that whether someone is a hero or a villain, no one deserves to die helplessly. But because of carrying Caesar, he becomes too slow. The building crashes down on him, only for Lee to realize he isn't crushed. Standing above his chrome, holding the wreckage back with her powers, she tells him firmly that she already said this before, she is his supporter, and it's her job to help him. But then Chrome grows furious, shouting at Lee for saving a villain. In reply, Lee explains that Caesar was unconscious. If he hadn't helped, the man would have died. He insists that both heroes and villains have the right to live. Suddenly, Caesar regains consciousness. Pulling out a knife, he twists free from Lee's hold and presses the blade directly against Chrome's throat, leaving Lee completely shocked. Lee tells Caesar that he just saved his life and warns him not to do anything reckless. But Chrome snaps at Lee, saying this is the result of his foolishness. She adds that even if she dies here, he must kill Caesar, because as the leader of the villain group, his death would end the battle in their favor. Hearing this, Caesar grows furious and threatens that if they don't shut up, he will truly kill the girl. This enrages Lee, who steps forward at lightning speed, slams Caesar's face against a wall, and shouts that a villain will always remain a villain. Just then, Vikram contacts Lee, scolding him for not sharing his location for too long. She orders him to send it to his teammates immediately. Lee agrees and does so, then laughs loudly, declaring that he is the #1 hero who has already earned 200 million yen. His eyes gleam with determination. The focus shifts back to Chrome, who watches his strength with a hint of admiration. She thinks about how much stronger Lee has become since their last fight, though she still expects even more from him. Soon after, Lee is shown sitting before everyone, his expression strangely heavy as if he is running out of breath. Meanwhile, Hest observes everything from above, keeping an eye on Lee and Chrome. Speaking through a call, she confirms her arrival and assures that the situation is under control. Behind her lie countless villain corpses, all killed by Hest alone. Looking at the two below, she mutters that something about this place still feels strange. The scene shifts to Chrome and Lee walking together, with his face looking oddly tense. She asks why he looks like that, and he admits he feels completely drained. Suddenly, she remarks that his ability to use Justice's power is truly amazing. Her words surprise him, and as he glances at her, he feels a bit flustered, thinking she looks unexpectedly cute at that moment. She then asks what exactly happened during that fight. His mind drifts back to when Caesar's lifeless body fell before him. He had wondered if, just as he copied Justice's ability by touching his corpse, he could also copy Caesar's power. But when he placed his hand on Caesar's body, a violent shock ran through him, and for some unknown reason, his body refused to absorb the ability. Lee had no idea why it failed. Returning to the present, Chrome suggests that perhaps his body can copy only one power at a time. Since Justice's ability is of a much higher grade, his system likely rejected Caesar's weaker ability. Lee replies that he isn't sure, and for now, they can't make any firm conclusions. They will understand it better later. She agrees, and as they continue their talk, they arrive at the gates. Standing there, Chrome says that with the Guardians' achievements today, it's only right that they should celebrate. Chrome opens the gates, revealing a grand hall where all the heroes are already celebrating. Lee steps inside, and the moment everyone sees him, the room fills with excitement. They cheer because to them, Justice himself has arrived. One of the heroes approaches, saying that at the rate they've been defeating villains lately, soon every villain will be wiped out, leaving them with no enemies and no jobs. With that, the hero raises a glass of liquor toward Lee, who accepts it and drinks. The heroes continue to enjoy the party, laughing and celebrating without worry. Meanwhile, outside, the well-dressed man and his assistant watch from the shadows. The assistant remarks how happy everyone inside looks and asks if his boss plans to act now. The man replies coldly that this is the hero's last chance to enjoy themselves. After this, they won't be able to. With that, he turns and walks away. The scene shifts to Lee, who is now sleeping inside Justice's luxurious room. When he wakes, his head throbs painfully from the heavy drinking he did with the heroes the night before. As he looks around, he's astonished at the lavish space, thinking it makes sense that the number one hero would live in such luxury. Suddenly, a notification pings on his phone. Chrome has just transferred 200 million won into his account. Overjoyed, Lee beams at the sight of it. Then his eyes drift toward the chair where Justice's lifeless body once rested. The memory makes him recall the documents Chrome had given him, detailing how Justice actually died. Sitting down in that very chair, Lee begins reading. He learns that in his final moments, Justice had unleashed his power at full potential. This meant that whoever killed him must have been unimaginably strong. Just then, the sound of the doorbell interrupts his thoughts, and Lee assumes it must be Chrome coming to see him. When the doorbell rings, Lee calls out loudly, telling the visitor to come in, assuming it must be Chrome. But instead, Hest walks in. The sight of her makes Lee freeze in panic, silently wondering why she would come here at this time. As Hest steps further inside, she heads toward the chair where Lee had been sitting and calls out, asking if Justice is there. Reaching the chair, she sees him exercising and smiles in delight. Quickly, Lee stands up, playing along, and says he was just working out a little. Seeing Justice supposedly exercising, Hest becomes excited and says she expected nothing less, that even the day after a party, he would still be training. Lee then questions her, asking why she came here without any notice. Hest replies that she wanted to talk about the assassination attempt he had mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Lee recalls how, during the meeting, when he said someone tried to assassinate him, Hest's expression hadn't changed at all. Before he can dwell on it, Hest suddenly hugs him tightly, saying she's angry he didn't tell her earlier that someone had tried to kill him. The sudden embrace leaves Lee completely stunned. Still holding him, Hest says she's upset because they had already agreed on something before, that whenever they were alone together, he would call her Yenhua. This revelation shocks Lee even more, and he begins to wonder if something had been going on between Justice and Hest. Lee calls her Yenhua to get out of the tense situation, apologizing that he'd forgotten and was in a confused state. Hest studies him suspiciously, then steps closer and asks why his face was so strange. Without warning, Hest pulls out a sharp weapon and slashes Lee across the shoulder, saying she almost believed he was the real Justice. The cut tears the skin at his back into two parts, and Lee stares in shock at Hest's raw skill. She warns she has questions and, before asking them, threatens to cut off his hands, then lunges. Everything around Lee seems sliced like butter as Hest moves with super speed. Her power is blade fast, and Lee is stunned watching objects fall apart like tofu. Hest keeps coming, but Lee unlocks his own power and blocks her blows. Seeing him use that power quietly, Hest taunts that with his speed he should not miss any of her attacks and that if she wanted, she could carve him up easily. That thought forces Lee to realize he must give his best in this fight, or risk losing his life. He rushes Hest and throws a punch, but she dodges with ease, countering as Lee keeps attacking. Finally, Hest slashes into Lee's stomach, leaving him with a deep cut. Lee takes a heavy slash to the stomach, a dangerous cut, and Hest warns him again that at his current speed he cannot see or block her attacks, so he should stop using his power quietly. She moves in to strike, driving her sword into his shoulder this time, but Lee seizes her hand and snaps back that while she may be able to dodge his attacks normally, in this range and position she cannot. Then he lands a brutal punch to Hest's face. Furious, Hest snarls at his boldness, and Lee realizes this is his only chance. He must knock her out now. As he swings at her, she vanishes and reappears behind him, unleashing a storm of wind blade slashes that rain thousands of cuts across his body. Just as one blade is about to sever his hand, a shadow shoots in and grabs the weapon. The shadow belongs to Chrome, who has arrived. Chrome confronts Hest, asking why she's here at Justice's place without warning. Hest snaps back that if Chrome is involved, she'll have to deal with her too. At that moment Chrome drops the bomb. Justice has been murdered. Hearing this, Hest freezes stunned. Chrome tells them that they have no other choice, and Hest angrily asks what will happen if everyone finds out about this deception, that someone is impersonating Justice. She says the substitute is weaker, and she doesn't like it, even if he can use Justice's power. Lee replies that the fake Justice will buy them some time, and during that window they must investigate who actually killed Justice. Hest snaps that there's no point in investigating because whoever killed Justice will quickly find and kill them too. Lee disagrees, saying that the murderer already knows Justice is dead, so they are less likely to hunt him down immediately. Chrome questions Lee, asking how he can be so sure. Lee replies, "Do you remember inside the meeting room when I said that there was an attempt to assassinate Justice?" Even after hearing that, no one showed any reaction. Why do you think that happened? Before Lee could continue, Hest stops him and says, actually, they must have believed that whoever tried to assassinate Justice had already failed, since Justice was standing right there in front of them. Hearing this, Lee admits that could be possible, but still insists they cannot be sure about the matter yet. Lee then speaks directly to the audience, saying, "Friends, I know everything that's happening here seems very complicated, and many of you might not understand much. So let me say this, when the incident truly unfolds, I will explain everything properly, and you will understand clearly." As the conversation ends, Hest prepares to leave. While going, she warns them, "The act you people are putting on, make sure to handle it carefully." Saying this, Hest leaves the place. After she goes, Chrome explains that among all the people who followed Justice with loyalty, Hest was the most loyal of them all. That's why accepting the death of Justice is not easy for her either. However, no matter what, the Guardians hero group is the only group whose heroes help the public selflessly, without greed. Every other hero group only thinks of their own profit. If the news of Justice's death spreads everywhere, then the Guardians will collapse, and there will no longer be any hero group in the public's eyes that helps without selfish intentions. Hearing this, Lee starts thinking and realizes this is exactly why the matter is so serious. Then Lee says, "You saw yesterday, didn't you? The way I acted, nobody could sense that Justice is already dead. In the same way, I will never let anyone know that Justice has died." At that moment, Chrome's phone rings with a message. Chrome looks at it and says, "Get ready, because you've received a new mission." The scene then shifts, showing Lee inside a hotel. While eating his meal, Lee asks Chrome, "Was it really necessary for us to come here?" Chrome replies, "Yes, it was necessary, because just a few days ago an assassination attempt was made on Justice. Everyone must believe that Justice is still alive and fine." Hearing this, Lee says, "I don't think I can eat anymore." Lee complains that his stomach is hurting a lot. In response, Chrome tells him to eat properly because after this, they also have to go to Hero OT. Hearing this, Lee is surprised because he has no idea what Hero OT actually is. Chrome then points towards some new heroes and explains, actually, Hero OT is the place where new heroes are recruited. Today, the new heroes will decide which group they will join. Hearing this, Lee says in surprise, "So this is a very important task. Do I have to fight against monsters there?" Chrome answers, "Just finish your food, I'll tell you what you need to do once we get there." The scene then shifts to the hero recruitment room. After entering, Lee looks around in shock, so Chrome tells him to keep his mouth shut and act serious. Lee asks her, "Then what exactly do I have to do here?" Chrome replies, "You don't have to do anything here." Hearing that, Lee says in surprise, "Nothing at all?" Chrome repeats, "Yes, you don't need to do anything here. Actually, those who are truly powerful don't need to prove themselves. You just have to sit in your chair, stay serious, and watch everything carefully." After listening, Lee looks around and notices that Team Euro 1 and Team Union have many more members. When he asks Chrome about it, she explains, in terms of numbers, Team Justice is a little weak. Just then, Hest arrives and sits right next to Lee. So Lee says to her, "Finally you've come here." But Hest coldly replies, "We're not so free that you can casually talk to me like that." Seeing Hest's rude behavior, Lee realizes that she is still very angry at him, and if she ever gets a chance, she might try to kill him. At that moment, Chrome says, "Finally, it's about to start," and an announcement is made. The announcer declares the first fight will be between Team Euro 1 and Team Justice. To make it clear, the red-haired candidate is from Team Euro 1, and the white-haired candidate is from Team Justice. That way, you'll easily understand who is fighting for which team. As the fight begins, the white-haired fighter charges forward and tries to punch the red-haired fighter. But the red-haired fighter easily dodges the punch and counters with a heavy blow to the white-haired fighter's stomach. The white-haired fighter stumbles back, coughing, but he's not too badly hurt. Laughing, he admits, "You really are strong." Saying this, the two of them start fighting fiercely. Watching this, Lee asks Chrome, "Wait, didn't you say this fight was just for fun? Then why are they going so far?" Chrome explains, "It is technically just a fun fight, but here they also need to prove how worthy they are. That's why both sides can go to any extent." The scene shifts back to the fight, where the red-haired fighter defeats the white-haired fighter. But even after defeating him, he continues to torture him, not giving the white-haired fighter any chance to get up. Seeing this scene, Lee is shocked and frightened, and he suddenly stands up from his seat. Chrome tells Lee to sit down and reminds him that even though he is acting as Justice, he must not step into the fight, and the scene returns to the match where the man is torturing the white-haired fighter with a creepy smile, mocking him to raise his hands and surrender while laughing at him. Suddenly Lee grabs the man's wrist, and both Chrome and Hess gasp at the move, which triggers a memory in Lee of his little sister asking if he was really going to join the Hero Association and begging him not to go alone, promising that when she grew up she would become a hero who punishes bad people and protects the weak. In the present, Lee, still holding the attacker's hand, scolds him for treating another hero so cruelly and asks where his shame is. But the attacker sneers that Lee only cares because the man on the ground belongs to Lee's group and that if it were any other group Lee would not protest. The attacker then brags that his power works like a magnet so he can pull or fling anything, and that if he suddenly attacked Justice it would wound Justice and raise the attacker's fame, and he moves to strike Lee. But because Lee presses and twists the attacker's wrist, the man screams in pain and convulses, and right then the booted man steps forward. His name is Truim. Truim enters the scene wearing his combat boots, and immediately scolds Lee, asking how he could treat such a weak opponent as if he were bullying him, then launches a sudden attack that pushes Lee back slightly, while the energy in the room begins to gather toward the arena. Advancing, Truim tells Lee that if Justice wants to fight, he should fight someone on his own level, and his words quickly spread among the audience, sparking rumors that a fight between Justice and Truim is about to happen, which excites the crowd and makes Hest extremely tense, insisting it cannot happen, and Chrome notices how deeply Hest reacts, knowing she can never tolerate injustice in front of her eyes, no matter how kind she usually is. Meanwhile, Lee is still learning to control Justice's power, so even a high-level hero like Truim cannot fully exploit the fight yet, making Lee's chances of losing very high. And when Lee asks Truim if they really need to fight, Truim replies that he does because Lee had just bullied one of his subordinates, and he must take revenge, leaving Lee no choice but to fight. Gathering all his energy, Lee charges forward to punch Truim, but Truim effortlessly catches Justice's fist with one hand and tells him that he is the number one hero, yet even someone like him must face consequences when he crosses the line. Lee feels the impact of Truim's words and realizes the punch he threw seemed to vanish into Truim's body, and before he can react, Truim roars that now it's his turn and slams a powerful blow into Lee's stomach, but Lee catches that punch by crossing his arms and still his whole body trembles from the force. Lee then rains a series of punches down on Truim. Yet even after taking so many hits, Truim remains unhurt and turns one single counterattack into a crushing blow that brings Lee to his knees. And only then does Lee understand that every strike he landed was absorbed and stored by Truim, who waited for the right moment to release it all back at him. And Truim doesn't stop there. He keeps battering Lee with punch after punch until Truim dominates the fight. The crowd is stunned because Justice, the number one hero, is being overpowered by Truim. Watching this, Chrome realizes Truim's ability is an absorb and release type. No matter how dangerous the attacks Lee lands, Truim simply soaks them up and will use that same energy later to wound Lee, which means Lee Ju-won has almost no chance of winning. As Lee staggers from the continuous assaults, Truim taunts that everyone thinks Justice is the number one hero, but he is far less powerful than they believe, and the crowd starts murmuring this. Panic rises in Lee as he thinks he should never have entered the fight excitedly. If he had stayed out and followed Chrome's small orders, he could have earned a lot of money instead. But then he steels himself. He has Justice's power, and with that power he must never back down. He must always stand for justice. The two clash again, and Truim sneers that Lee is trying to fight quietly, but with this power he can never beat Truim. Lee decides firmly that he wants to become a great fighter just like Justice, and if he has to push himself to his limits, he will do it. He starts unleashing an enormous amount of aura from his body, so overwhelming that even Truim cannot absorb it. The force pushes Truim backward, and the arena around them shakes violently, with gusts of wind so strong that no one nearby can stand steadily. Watching this, Chrome realizes that Lee's aura is so intense that even she can hardly tolerate it. The fight between Lee and Truim drags on, but suddenly objects start falling onto their bodies, and they have no idea what's happening. It turns out that a man wearing headphones, the union leader, was controlling this event from afar. Seeing him, Lee realizes just how powerful he is. He cannot even move his body an inch. The union leader calls both fighters to stop and warns them that their fight is causing destruction in the arena and the surrounding civilization, urging them to halt. Hearing this, Lee and Truim pause and begin descending from the arena. As Lee comes down, he thinks he has finally protected the arena and its people, but someone calls out, revealing that it was actually Man who caused much of the chaos while trying to protect the arena. Feeling guilty, Man apologizes profusely to Lee, saying everything happened because of him, but Lee refuses his apology and sends him away. Witnessing Lee's attitude and Justice's immense power, the crowd murmurs in awe, realizing how strong Justice truly is, and Lee feels a deep sense of satisfaction. The scene shifts to Lee's home, where Hest places a document on the table. As Lee examines it, he is utterly shocked. Chrome comments that despite all his courage and the power he displayed, nothing significant seems to have changed, hinting at the mystery within the document. To uncover its secrets. At the end of the first part, we saw Hest hand Lee a mysterious document, which left him utterly shocked. In this second part, at the very start, Lee is shown examining the document, amazed at the data inside, which detailed how many new heroes joined which groups this year. Studying it, Lee asks if every year so few members join Team Guardian, and history explains that it wasn't just that. Their heroes are significantly weaker compared to villains, and the heroes don't earn enough profit, so most of them don't want to join their group. If this continues, they will soon have to join Team Übermensch. Hearing this, Chrome adds that Team Übermensch is a hero squad that, if offered profit, won't hesitate to side with villains, which underscores why this matter is so critical. Lee responds that there is no other choice. Chrome further explains that Team Übermensch's situation is similar to theirs, and Team Union only thinks about their profit. If offered enough, they will act without hesitation, so hoping for their help is futile. Hearing this, Lee decides he will solve this matter and says he only needs the location of one insider in Team Union and access to their mobile to calculate the figures. History responds that to accomplish this, he will need 2 billion. The scene then shifts to Lee and Chrome in a water park, where Lee asks why they are there. Chrome explains that the person they need, William, will appear here. William is the 3rd Division commander of Team Union, and within Union, rank is given according to popularity, so he isn't very strong personally. However, his vote carries significant weight, as it will influence whether Team Union decides to support Team Guardian or not. Hearing this, Lee laughs to himself, realizing just how crucial William's vote is in this decision-making process. Lee smiles as Chrome asks him what his plan is, but he says nothing, instead pointing toward a girl, noting how beautiful she is. The scene then shifts to the party, where William has arrived. Grabbing the microphone, he stands on the stage and addresses all the heroes present, saying that everyone knows their duty as heroes is to protect the public, but they can't do that every single day, so tonight everyone should enjoy themselves and party. Hearing this, all the heroes cheer loudly, and after speaking, William bids everyone goodbye and starts to leave. As he walks, a white-haired boy accompanying him asks why he's ending the party so soon, and William replies that it's just beginning, asking if the boy doesn't want to enjoy the party. The boy explains he's William's bodyguard and cannot leave him, and William assures him he doesn't need to worry and can enjoy the party too. At that moment, the girl Lee had pointed out earlier collides with William, spilling her drink onto his shirt. William reacts slightly, noting his shirt is dirty, and the girl apologizes cutely. William reassures her that such accidents happen at parties and she points to his chest, offering to pour a drink for him in return. William laughs, very pleased, and agrees, suggesting they spend a small memorable moment together, taking her along. He tells the boy accompanying him to enjoy the party while he is gone. The scene then shifts to William's room, where he unlocks the door with a password and enters, showing the girl his room. He asks where they should start, But suddenly the girl, revealed to be Lee in disguise, lands a powerful punch directly to William's face, knocking him out. Lee comments that he knew his plan would work, then searches for William's tablet, the device he would use to cast his vote. Finally, Lee finds the tablet, noting it only requires iris and fingerprint verification, and completes the identity check. The scene then shifts to the union leader, who observes the screen and begins to speak, setting up the next critical moment. William, frustrated, asks Lee why he's so late, and Lee casually responds that he was busy enjoying the party, which caused the delay. The union leader interrupts, urging everyone to cast their votes quickly, as these votes will determine whether Team Guardian receives support or not. The process is explained, showing how much voting authority the three commanders of Team Guardian hold. Lee contemplates that if he casts all of William's votes, the outcome could be shocking. Meanwhile, the leader of the Guardians confirms that all votes have been received, but the final decision about supporting Team Guardian is not yet revealed. The scene then shifts to Lee, who has finally completed the task inside William's system. Next, Chrome is shown standing outside when Lee approaches and asks how long she's been waiting. She replies that she's been there since he went inside and inquires if he completed the task. Lee confidently says yes, revealing that he has successfully earned the 2 billion he was after, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The scene then shifts to the morning, showing William lying down, feeling awful. He confesses he drank too much the previous night and has a headache, recalling nothing from the events, while his bodyguard reminds him that he had also cast his vote during the meeting. William is shocked and then remembers the girl he had spent time with the previous night, realizing he forgot to get her number. His bodyguard, growing frustrated, demands a list of everyone who attended the party. Lee arrives home, heading toward his wardrobe, reflecting that he's now working full-time in Justice's place. He had initially planned to do this temporarily, but now he's fully committed. Chrome supports him greatly, but Hess still dislikes him, though he enjoys the work nonetheless. He starts pulling clothes from the wardrobe, tossing them aside, noting he doesn't own any branded t-shirts since he's acting as Justice. His gaze falls on a photograph tucked away. When he takes it out, he realizes it's a family picture. In the corner stands a girl whose face isn't entirely clear, but Lee senses she will play a significant role in the future. Seeing the picture, he resolves that with Justice's power, he will protect this world. Suddenly, the frame breaks, and the photo slips under his bed. Lee counts to 3 and pushes the bed with such force that it collides with the ceiling, leaving a mark. Astonished at his own power, he realizes the extent of it. The scene shifts to Chrome and Lee, where he recounts the morning's incident, even demonstrating by breaking a pen to show his strength. Chrome observes and notes that it seems Lee can now channel Justice's power through his real body, or perhaps his own powers have awakened. Surprised, Lee listens as Chrome explains that initially, superpowers cannot be controlled, but with repeated use, one gradually masters them, a process called awakening. Chrome then reminds Lee that it's time for the meeting, prompting him to transform fully into Justice. The scene shifts to the meeting, where the 4 team leaders and their commanders are present. The union leader apologizes for using a video call but emphasizes the importance of the meeting. The second commander of Team Obermensch laughs, noting that prolonging the meeting serves no purpose, as the final result is what truly matters: Team Guardian's last day to join a hero squad. Team Guardian must join a squad today, or else we will handle their absurd mission of eliminating all the villains. Suddenly, the Union leader surprises everyone by announcing that they will support Team Guardian in the mission. Hearing this, the second commander, Nivelle, angrily questions how such a sudden decision could be made, insisting that a proper meeting and voting should have occurred first. The Union leader calmly explains that they did hold a vote, and everyone agreed to take on the mission, wanting to join Team Guardian in defeating all the monsters. Nivelle, frustrated, recalls that just days ago, their group had suppressed a small faction of villains, and most villain squads have already been dismantled. Lee then interjects, revealing that he personally eliminated the villain leader days earlier, which weakened most of the villain squads, but leaving any remaining squad intact could allow a strong villain team to form again, posing a future threat. Therefore, it's crucial to neutralize all villains now, and everyone agrees with Justice's plan, though Nivelle remains unhappy with the decision. Trum adds that if 3 hero squads are supporting this mission, their hero squad will support it as well, prompting Lee to feel satisfied that he successfully completed his task. The scene shifts to Lee's home, where he is picking up pieces of the broken ceiling. Chrome asks what he plans to do about the destruction, and Lee responds that he has already paid the owner. He explains that he's acting as a substitute for justice, and Chrome asks why he would go to such lengths and what personal benefit he gains. Lee listens as Chrome explains that if no one fills in for justice, his group of guardians would be crushed. Hearing this, Lee starts to understand the full importance of his role and the personal stakes involved. Lee watches Chrome walk away and thinks he can trust her, so he won't ask too many questions, but as she turns to leave she suddenly stops because the white-haired boy from William's party has appeared, and when Lee sees him he remembers spotting the same boy at the party. The boy tells Chrome he didn't come to meet her but came looking for a 21-year-old named Legion, who can copy other heroes' appearances. And when Lee hears the boy mention his own name he is shocked, but the boy presses on and asks why Lee went to the party last night. Lee stammers and tries to play innocent, but the boy says there's no point pretending because the CCTV showed him changing his appearance into a girl to enter the party, so Lee's cover is already compromised. Lee tries to pass it off by saying he's just a big fan of William who went to meet him, but the boy doesn't believe it and snarls, accusing Lee of making things harder for himself by walking around in Justice's appearance. Then suddenly he rips out a tooth, hurls it at Lee and Chrome, and the tooth bizarrely grows larger and lunges at Chrome, sinking into her somehow, which leaves Lee stunned. Lee is stunned as the boy suddenly pulls a sharp claw from his hand and says that Lee should stop paying attention to Chrome and answer his questions, or else he'll kill him. Lee asks why the boy tied up Chrome, and the boy replies that he wanted to talk to Lee, so he pushed Chrome aside, then adds that ever since Justice announced the assassination attempt in the meeting room, Justice's behavior has changed a little because Justice has been replaced by a substitute, and the boy implies that substitute is the one acting now. With that, the boy lashes out at Lee at high speed, cutting Lee's throat, and as Lee staggers he thinks back that every time a new hero appears, people immediately try to take his life, and the boy keeps telling him to just admit he is Justice. But Lee says nothing and realizes he can never transform in front of this man. Still, he is relieved he can at least use some of Justice's power while staying in his own body. Gathering energy into his hands, Lee rushes forward to punch, but the boy easily blocks it and taunts him, asking why he didn't attack while transformed as Justice, and Lee repeats that he already told him he is not Justice. The boy, furious, tells him to die, and tries to stab Lee with the claw, but Lee grabs both of the boy's hands, kicks him in the stomach, and throws him away, seizing an opening. Lee grabs Legion's hands suddenly, and Legion, who hadn't expected such a move, sneers that Lee is hiding his power and asks what good that does, then lectures that people who lock their power inside their bodies and use it bit by bit can stretch it out longer, but they never let their power move freely. If you let the power overflow through your body, you can use it freely and for much longer. Otherwise, how will you beat him? Legion then says he can't do that, he can only pull spears from his hands, and with a flash he produces 2 spears from his sides and lunges at Lee. But Lee ducks the attack, grabs Legion by the waist and slams him hard against a wall. Then when he gets an opening, Lee grabs Legion's face and drives a knee in, though the knee itself hurts Lee. Legion snarls that the strongest skeleton in our body is in the head and reveals he can harden his face like bone. Seeing that power, Lee fears he can't beat Legion without Justice's full ability, and his mind flashes to how his sister was killed by a monster and how he also holds Justice's power now. Legion closes in and taunts Lee about what he's thinking, striking once more, but Lee ducks and realizes there's only one way to win. He gathers aura into his fist and throws a powerful punch, yet Legion sidesteps and drives a spear into Lee's throat, declaring the fight lost. Lee protests that he won't lose, and at that moment Chrome bursts out and seizes the assailant, saying that Legion had planned his route very cleverly but it could have been broken from the outside, and although Legion tried to resist, he couldn't hold against Chrome's thread and was finally stopped. Chrome's thread slices through the air as she locks onto Legion, but Legion doesn't stay trapped for long. He rips a sharp claw from his hand and severs Chrome's thread, then rushes at her with blinding speed. Chrome fires her thread again and attacks, but Legion forms a shield with his arm and dodges, breaking a spear and hurling it at Chrome, who narrowly evades, and before she can react Legion closes in and attempts a kick that Chrome blocks, only to be shoved back and take a heavy knee that angers her into retaliating with a thread strike that Legion parries by sprouting bone-like structures from his chest. He even tears a tooth free and flings it at Chrome, but this time Chrome is ready and dodges while Legion vanishes and reappears to try a flying kick, which Chrome partially blocks, though it still forces her back. She answers with a thread attack that he stops by producing skeletal armor, and then Chrome launches a devastating technique. Its exact name unknown here, that Legion somehow survives, and as he comes to finish Chrome, Lee panics and urges her to back off, but Chrome tells him not to worry because she already understood this. When Legion trapped her earlier, he didn't aim for her head, so he won't attack that way now. Then she turns to Legion and asks bluntly what his real purpose is. Legion replies that his suspicion began when Justice announced the assassination attempt in the meeting room. And he produces a memory chip showing footage of Lee transforming into Justice, then smashes the chip. Lee is stunned, after which Legion presses the chip to his palm and declares he is exactly like Lee, prompting Chrome to ask what he means. Legion reveals that although he works for Team Union, he is actually a spy for Team Wakandar, which shocks both Lee and Chrome. And he explains that Team Guardian and Team Ubermensch are both weak while Team Union and Team Ubermensch are corrupt and will do anything for money, so he needs trustworthy insiders to expose and dismantle that corruption. At this, Chrome begins to demand how he pulled off everything. Legion admits he buried all the evidence and challenges Chrome on how they can trust him. He says he has no proof left, so trust him if you want, don't if you don't, but he admires Lee. Even without Justice's power, Lee is already very strong, and neither Lee nor Chrome could ever beat him, which makes Chrome ask how he can be so confident. Lee answers that the two of them are standing right here and that Chrome has been underestimating him. He reveals he is Justice's substitute with a mission to find and eliminate whoever killed Justice, and if Legion joins them he will inevitably become involved in that hunt. Legion replies that yes, it sounds fun, and if they help him he'll help them find the killer and finish him, which Legion thinks would be very cool. Hearing this, Legion, who is actually a member of Team El Kando, a squad whose job is to hunt and kill villains, considers the proposal and then asks whether they've decided to side with him. Lee says they have, and Legion smiles, but the details of their further plan are not shown to us. The scene shifts to a man scanning Lee's document who murmurs, "So you're Lee, a new hero?" And Lee confirms he's a new hero who joined only a few days ago. As the man moves on, Lee wonders how he faked the document that night and notices heroes from Team Union wandering around in casual dress. Surprised, he hears a girl tell him that Team Union actually has no dress code, and when he turns he sees Chrome in casual clothes, looking very pretty. Lee nervously tells her she looks beautiful like that, and Chrome blushes. Lee teases Chrome, saying she usually wears formal clothes but looks surprisingly beautiful in this casual outfit, which makes Chrome blush and step away shyly. As Lee watches her, girl appears nearby taking selfies with some people, and Lee recognizes her as a famous streamer who is also a hero, while Chrome explains that Team Union is a commoners group where any famous person can join and boost their popularity. If a celebrity adds their name to the heroes, their fame grows even more. Legion then joins them and says that in Team Union your popularity determines your rank, and the higher your rank the more voting power you get, so even outsiders with fame are promoted and given rights to vote. Lee notes that since they came from Team Guardian into Team Union, achieving things will be harder, but Legion insists popularity is everything and the Union will raise anyone who has it. The scene shifts to an instructor teaching the heroes about manufacture, which means inventing something new. Because heroes' powers are somewhat limited, if you combine your limited power with uniqueness you can create new attacks. This is manufacture, but it is very difficult for new heroes. If they make mistakes trying it, they could go crazy or become power-drained zombies, so who would risk trying it? Hearing this, the heroes panic and whisper among themselves that they would never try something that might make them go mad. The instructor, surprised at their lack of courage, says they will move on to the next topic, but then Lee suddenly raises his hand and says he wants to try one thing. The teacher is stunned and the other heroes try to stop him because new heroes often struggle with this technique, and Legion warns that using it is risky for rookies. Lee reflects that for someone who can wield Justice's power, this challenge would be a piece of cake. The scene shifts, showing Chrome leading Lee into Justice's training hall, explaining that this is where Justice practiced, and the place itself is brimming with energy, which makes Lee extremely serious. Observing him, Chrome thinks that his power has grown immensely, recalling how effortlessly he defeated villain Khazar and even forced Troem to retreat with sheer strength. Lee focuses, holding Justice's power in his hands, and reflects that he used to do such tasks only for money, but now things are different. Memories from his past flood in, showing Lee's 18th birthday. His sister and whole family were overjoyed, and when his sister wished him, Lee pulled out a phone and asked if she wanted to meet Hero Absolute, which made her ecstatic. Lee then transforms into Hero Absolute, delighting his sister and family, but suddenly, a villain attacks his parents. His mother is killed in the assault. Seeing the villain, Lee is terrified, and his sister hides behind him, crying that she's scared. Determined to protect her, Lee moves to attack, but his power is insufficient, and the villain easily swats him away. As Lee readies himself again, the villain captures his sister, and Lee can only watch helplessly as she dies, the memory flooding back to him in the present. He grips Justice's power tightly, contemplating every detail of that traumatic event. Lee channels an immense amount of energy, shattering numerous dials in front of him with a single strike. Chrome watches in astonishment at his power, and Lee remarks that he has finally achieved what he set out to do, completing what he had intended to accomplish. He reflects that perhaps he was trying to utilize Manhwa Faction's technique, though the details of that are not explicitly revealed. The scene then shifts to a dark room, where Lee sits in front of a computer, muttering to himself that the powers within Union are extremely fascinating. He calls someone on the phone, saying he's on his way, then rises and notices something slippery under his feet, which feels strange, before moving on through the house. Upon arriving, bizarre sounds fill the space, and he sees strange monsters, commenting that they look very hungry and promising to feed them. The slums were swallowed by evening darkness as Lee, and Chrome walked through the alleys, eyes scanning their surroundings. Chrome asked nervously if Lee had gone too far yesterday, though he seemed embarrassed to admit it. Legion smiled and replied that, even so, this was not a trivial matter, and wondered if they could really handle it, especially with Chrome and Justice involved. Chrome looked confused, asking why anyone would be afraid, and Legion turned to him, explaining that thanks to her, they hadn't even introduced a mentor hero, which said a lot about the situation. Chrome peered at Legion's back and asked who the fourth member of their group would be, hoping it wasn't some useless person. At that moment, someone tapped Lee on the back. She turned and saw Yam-Nam, who was beaming as he approached, then leapt away in surprise, explaining that his name meant to jump, and since they were the same age, he offered to get along. Chrome frowned at Legion, questioning why he had brought the streamer along and what he was thinking, to which Legion replied with a smile that he had mentioned popularity was important for Lee, and it would be useful to have someone like Yam-Nam to speak for the team, especially since they had to hide their identities. Yam-Nam blinked in surprise, looking like a rabbit, and when asked about hiding his identity, she wondered how he could talk about it so openly without being discovered. Yam-Nam smiled gently, adding that having a trimmer among them made sense, and Lee thought with relief that it was normal to feel awkward in public at first. Legion then mentioned that the territory was large, so they should split up. Lee offered to go with Chrome, but Legion refused, pairing the surprised Lee with Yam-Nam instead. Lee asked Legion tensely what he was planning, and Legion reminded him of what the professor had said about manifestation, noting that Lee had yet to feel it. The difference in abilities before and after manifestation was immense. Yam-Nam would help him, and she turned to Chrome, asking if she streamed games or ASMR. Legion said it would be easier to learn from Yam-Nam than from Chrome. Lee looked at the cute girl and wondered how he should teach her something. Legion spread his hands wide and said that if Lee was still under suspicion, Chrome could personally observe him, adding that wouldn't that be wonderful. Chrome turned around and agreed, saying that's exactly what they would do. Legion waved goodbye, telling them to contact him immediately if anything happened. Lee and Yam-Nam didn't know how to respond. Yam-Nam walked ahead, and Lee thought about walking with a popular girl, unsure of what might happen next. He glanced at her bare waist and realized she looked prettier in real life than in the video. Maybe the camera distorted her appearance, or maybe he had been looking too casually, making her uncomfortable. He put his hand to his chin and realized he hadn't even heard what ability she had. Yam-Nam looked at him with innocent eyes, asking what he meant by watching. Lee smiled awkwardly, realizing he had said it too bluntly, and explained that Legion had recently joined their group and they were meant to monitor the progress. Yam-Nam smiled, and Lee was surprised to see she actually believed it. He asked about her ability, and she said she could eat as much as she wanted, which made her stronger, showing off delicious dishes with a cheerful smile. Lee thought it sounded nonsense, and asked why she became a hero. She replied eagerly that she wanted to eat a lot and become more popular. Lee then asked how her ability even originated, and Yam-Nam said it came from a chocolate bar, adding that without an ability, there always needs to be a reason. Lee felt tense, thinking that Legion had promised to train him, but it now seemed like Legion was just teasing him. Yam-Nam smiled brightly and told him to just try to think about what he wanted to do. It didn't have to be something grand. Lee thought carefully about his desires, wondering why this naive, sweet girl was using her powers better than him. She held her hand out and asked him to wait. Peeking around the corner of a building, they saw a huge green monster standing there. Lee asked if that was their target, and noted that it hadn't noticed them yet, so they needed to stay quiet. At that moment, Yamnam wished for chocolate, leaving Lee confused about what was going through her mind. He told her to stop, but she didn't understand why the monster was looking at them. Then it charged toward them, and Yamnam summoned her magic, saying that after eating, she could fight well. She clenched her fists, glowing with the pink light of her magic, and struck the monster with all her strength. The monster flew several meters, crashing into a wall with full force. Yamnam's magical ears twitched as she stood on the ground after the attack, and Lee remembered she had said eating as much as she wanted made her stronger. Magical fire burned around her body, burning calories, and Lee realized she truly had that ability. She exclaimed happily that it was refreshing, calling it sport, which made Lee think she might actually succeed. At that moment, the monster attacked again, charging straight at Yamnam, and Lee screamed her name in fear. Lee looked at Yamnam discouraged, but she calmed him down, saying everything was fine. She was unharmed after repelling the attack. Cheerfully, she mentioned she needed about 300 calories, so she had to eat another chocolate bar. With renewed energy, she attacked the monster with her magic, pink fire flaring around her as smoke poured from the green monster, which only seemed to make it angrier. Lee and Yamnam watched as the monster flew up the buildings, and she happily suggested that it was running away. Lee asked in surprise how it was still intact after such a hit. Yamnam said she would follow it, and also asked Lee to live with the team, to which he reluctantly agreed. Standing silently in the middle of the street, Lee felt that something incredible had just happened. He took out his mobile phone, but suddenly a dirty substance crept up behind him. Shocked, he watched as the substance snatched his phone. Confused, he saw a man emerge from the mud, asking if he was trying to contact his friends, showing Lee's phone and claiming nothing would work out. Angrily, Lee thought no one had warned him someone else would be here, and this one seemed unusual. He realized he first needed to contact Chrome and Legion, so he demanded the man give him the phone. When he attacked the dirt, it scattered to the sides, and he was completely bewildered. Standing in the mud puddles, a man covered in dirt suddenly attacked Lee from behind with a knife. Lee frowned, opened his mouth in surprise, and a furious grin appeared on the man's face. Lee raised his fist and struck the head of the figure standing behind him, eyes widening in surprise at the strange sensation of the blow. Behind him, another man stood holding his jaw with a displeased expression, asking why he had to resort to fists. They froze, facing each other, and the stranger arched his eyebrows, asking where the beauty had gone, claiming it wouldn't be interesting without her. Lee furrowed his brows, pressing his hand over the cut on his face, and asked what kind of relationship the man had with the fugitive who had appeared. The man shrugged reluctantly. Lee smiled faintly, raising a finger, suggesting that the girl was helping the hero with the manifestation, explaining that not everyone could hold him back while he only offered minimal assistance. An image of a large, strong creature flashed in Lee's mind, but a second later he found himself on the ground, looking up at the hero standing over him with hands in his pockets, a terrible grin on his face. Lee, emitting lightning from the palm that had been wounded, asked angrily if everyone had become like this because of the man. He assumed a fighting stance, hands crackling with electricity. Lee said the stranger would answer for his actions, but the man only smiled as drops of dirt appeared on his face. With a sharp movement, leaving a trail of mud behind him, he advanced toward Lee. Lee raised his fist to strike back, but when he attacked, his hand passed through the man's body, getting dirty in the mud. Lee looked at his hand in surprise, unable to understand what had happened, his palm almost completely covered in dirt. The stranger threw his head back, preparing to attack, and released streams of dirt from his mouth, directing them toward Lee. Frowning, Lee managed to dodge, trying to wipe the dirt from his hand but only sighing heavily. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't come off. The stranger, raising his eyebrows and smiling, spread his hands to the sides, saying that once his dirt stuck to something, it became stronger than steel, though he didn't care if it wasn't perfect. He threw his head back again, focusing, and sent lumps of dirt flying like bullets toward the hero. Lee's other hand was also dirty, and he cried out in displeasure. Arching his eyebrows and baring his teeth, he looked at his hands, realizing it was becoming increasingly difficult to move. If it continued, he would absorb all the blows. Deciding to shorten the distance, he moved quickly toward the stranger, his steps turning into a run. The stranger raised a hand to his chin, eyes wide, surprised, asking if Lee was trying to outwit him. He grinned slightly, noticing how much dirt covered him, and mocked, asking if it was hard for him. Lee continued swinging his fists but couldn't reach the opponent. Suddenly, an evil grin appeared on his face, and his fist shone with flashes of lightning. He advanced toward the stranger's face, whose eyes widened in surprise and mouth opened. Lee frowned, realizing he was in trouble, but his blow pierced the stranger's body. Stunned, he looked on as the man arched his eyebrows and mockingly stuck out his tongue, signaling the pain. Lee tried to pull his hand back, but it froze. The stranger raised his fist above his head and, smiling, struck Lee in the head. Lee's eyes widened in pain as he frowned, and the stranger continued raining blows on him, taunting if he really thought he was so frail. A furious grin appeared on Lee's face. Lee's eyes flashed brightly, sparkling with lightning as he shouted and raised his shining fist. The stranger grinned slightly and summoned a large, powerful creature in front of him. Lee, gritting his teeth, thought with displeasure that this was yet another opponent. His fist shone brighter and brighter, emitting streams of lightning, but the summoned monster struck back, throwing him across the ground. He rolled, leaned on a knee, and breathed heavily, trying to stand. Looking at the creature before him, he realized it had once been human, and his gaze fixed on the stranger, who grinned creepily. Lee thought he had a chance, but furrowed his brows in frustration, baring his teeth. The stranger approached, spreading his arms to the sides, declaring it boring because, in his memory, there were many like Lee, meaning he wasn't unique. Lee stared in surprise, repeating the words silently, and the stranger confirmed with a smile, folding his hands as a new blue monster appeared behind him. Eyes wide and mouth open, Lee saw he was now facing two powerful creatures. Sweat dripped down his face as he realized there weren't just one or two, but a whole group of them. The stranger, raising his eyebrows, said he would go after the beauty, claiming it would be more fun with her. Lee rose to his feet, screaming angrily to stop him, but the stranger smiled and ordered the creatures to deal with him. The shackles on their necks sparked, sending strong electric shocks that made the monsters scream and double over in pain. Lee opened his eyes wide, confused, as one creature struck at him with a fist. He blocked it, but the force threw him back. Another monster appeared from behind, hands raised to strike, but Lee dodged just in time, the ground cracking under the impact. He furrowed his brows, baring his teeth, realizing there were more opponents here than he had imagined, and Yamnam didn't even know yet. Two monsters, one brown and one blue, charged at him, screaming. Lee put out both hands to block, but was hit in the back, and soon all four creatures surrounded him, landing strong blows. The blue monster raised its fist to strike, but Lee stopped it by putting out his hand. The creature's mouth opened in surprise, dirt dripping to the ground. Lee smiled, rubbing his neck in thanks for the monster's help, and raised his brightly shining fist, shouting that he needed to reach Yamnam. Lightning flashed from the monster's face as the stranger struck Lee in the face, but he frowned, shouted for him to get out of the way, and with his glowing fist, sent the creature flying backward. Lee grabbed the brown creature's head and slammed it to the ground, but the first summoned monster flew at him, screaming. Lee barely blocked the blow and was thrown back, managing to stop himself with his feet, breathing heavily. He looked at all the monsters in front of him, realizing there were too many to avoid. Suddenly, a green-haired creature attacked with its long tongue. Eyes wide, Lee dodged and shouted that it was an abomination, but then a blue fist appeared in front of his face, striking him and throwing him into a stone wall. Knitting his brows and breathing heavily, he thought he was trying to hold back because he was fighting beings like himself, but at this rate, it would never end. A giant blue monster loomed over him, mouth wide and eyes glowing yellow, saying it was hungry. Yamnam sighed and stood opposite the motionless monster, putting her hands behind her head and stretching, thinking she had worked hard today. She reasoned that it was probably for the best she wasn't streaming yet, since she was still new and her friends didn't want to reveal their true faces. The monster lay still, wide yellow eyes staring. Yamnam opened her eyes in surprise, looking to the side and folding her hands at her sides, noticing no one was there yet. They were apparently late. Then a man appeared out of nowhere, praising her, and Yamnam looked at him in surprise. The stranger, leaning casually on his side, walked past the fallen monster, commenting that it was incredible Yamnam had handled it alone. Yamnam knitted her brows, asking who he was. The stranger pointed to himself, smiling, and said he was a new hero. He put his hand to the side, closing his eyes, remarking that it was a pity she had done all the work because they were supposed to kill the monster. Yamnam smiled smugly, calling it trifles, and a strange smile appeared on the stranger's face. She asked if he had seen a guy with black hair along the way, and he held out his hand, saying the Lee had shouted he needed to contact his team, and ran off abruptly. She pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows, asking if that was true. Yeonam raised a finger to her chin, curious who he belonged to. The hero smiled awkwardly, raising his eyebrows, asking what she meant. Judging by the clothes, she realized they were not from Guardian or Superman, and her gaze fell on the fallen monster. The stranger didn't intend to kill the villain because he wasn't from El Condor. He closed his eyes and smiled, saying he was from Union, asking if she really didn't remember him. Yeonam immediately answered no, raising her eyebrows, insisting she remembered everyone on her team since recalling people was one of the main qualities of a streamer. She recalled sitting in the office during orientation, where a man with an eye patch had stood at the board while all the newcomers gathered together. Yeonam realized this guy wasn't among the newcomers. She turned, put her hands behind her head, and closed her eyes, thinking it was strange. The stranger bared his teeth in displeasure, feeling nothing could be done. He reached out toward her back, thinking to have a little fun, but since she had such an interesting ability, he decided to add her to his collection. Yeonam turned sharply, her palm moving with a rare motion, leaving a bright trail in the air. The stranger froze, horrified, realizing his hand had gone. She raised a finger of her brightly flaming hand, frowning, and scolded him for touching without permission, saying it was as bad as a fan crossing boundaries. The stranger turned his head, eyebrows raised, palm pressed against the wall, realizing his hand had flown almost 3 meters away. Yeonam looked at Lee, standing before her, suspicious, and said she would just digest the bars and rest. She clenched her fists, her body glowing with bright light, smiling as she said she needed to lose a little more weight. A blue monster opened its mouth and rushed forward, but Lee punched it in the jaw, sending it flying backward. At that moment, the first summoned monster arrived, grabbed Lee, and with a sharp movement pierced the wall before throwing him forward. Lee managed to stop his fall by planting his feet on the ground, furrowing his brows as all the monsters screamed and charged toward him. Lee fought off the attacks of the blue creature, shouting for them to come to their senses, warning that they were being controlled by the mud-covered stranger. The green-haired monster raised its fist, but Lee dodged it. The creature opened its mouth, eyes flashing, claiming it was hungry. Sweat dripped from Lee's face as he thought they might be moving only by reflex, like zombies. Suddenly, the brown monster grabbed him by the shoulders from behind, growling loudly. Lee grimaced in displeasure, baring his teeth at the approaching blue monster, then a smile appeared on his face as lightning began to shine around his body. He declared that the beings in front of him were no longer people at all. The blue monster's eyes widened in surprise as a bright blue glow enveloped Lee, sparkling in his eyes. The brown creature froze at the sight, and Lee said he had only wanted to try something new, but attempting it on such fools was blasphemy. He smiled widely, illuminating the creatures around him with bright light, announcing that now he would fight them for real. Lee fights off the monsters as they part, sensing the energy he gives off, and the first summoned creature charges. Lee grabs it by the fist, lifts it high as it screams, then flashes lightning from his palm and squeezes, sending the beast's head snapping back, and he says he will not be weaker than it, throwing the creature so hard it breaks through a stone wall. Breathing hard, Lee pats the stunned monster and thinks the training was worth it. Chrome asked if a man could become human again, but she calmly said now they are just monsters. Legion says there are no sure cases of a man returning to human form, calling them monsters that must be killed. Lee hears that these creatures are no different from villains and must be stopped without mercy. He steels himself, noting they did not become this by choice but are someone's puppets, and lightning wraps his body as he vows to end it quickly. Yeonam watches the stranger and frowns, hoping he did not harm Lee. The stranger shrugs, rolls his eyes, and suggests maybe the monsters have already swallowed him, then snaps his fingers and smiles, praising Yeonam's power and saying she is not like the others. Her ability is amazing, then raises his eyebrows and suggests she come with him. The stranger explained that if Yeonam voluntarily agreed to cooperate, he would make sure she didn't have to witness any cruelty. Yeonam frowned, thinking it would be great if there were a real-life ban button. She looked straight at him and said she wouldn't have to listen to nonsense, which made him smile creepily. Turning half his body into dirt, he jumped high above her, shouting that he enjoyed torturing her even more. Yeonam pursed her lips and struck with her brightly glowing fist, but only dirt stained her hand. The stranger, fully covered in mud, smiled creepily as Yeonam turned, frowning at the dirt. His smile brightened with a yellow glow as he asked how she felt about it, streams of dirt swirling around her. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes, but he asked if she still thought his words were nonsense. Yamnam squatted, wide-eyed, realizing what was happening, then jumped sharply, sending dust and stone fragments into the air. The stranger in mud form threw his head back, preparing to attack with his mouth, asking if she thought distance would help. He released clumps of dirt flying at her, and Yamnam, eyes wide and smiling, quickly ate a bar to power up. Looking down, she raised her hands above her head, concentrating bright energy, and with a sharp movement launched flames of energy at the stranger. Yamnam launched a bright, powerful attack, and the stranger opened his eyes wide in surprise as a loud explosion thundered, sending stone fragments into the air. Barely dodging, he frowned, noting such firepower even from afar was unexpected and would consume a lot of energy, meaning she couldn't keep it up for long. Eating another candy bar, Yamnam sent a new bright pink attack toward him, which he dodged from side to side, sighing in frustration, already tired of her constant eating. He decided to attack differently, dissolving suddenly, and a high wave of mud appeared in front of Yamnam. She pushed her hand forward with bright energy, frowning, confused at his point-blank attack, thinking it wouldn't work. Looking down, she noticed dirt on the ground, and the stranger smiled slightly as a spinning mud storm formed around her. Unable to move, Yamnam raised her head and closed her eyes, covering her face from flying dirt. Feeling herself grow heavy, she realized she needed to act fast. She raised her hand, gathering bright energy in her palm, but suddenly the mud grabbed it, freezing her. The stranger smiled, squinting at her, while Yamnam turned to him, displeased, a dissatisfied grin on her face. The mud storm around Yamnam rose higher and higher as the stranger approached, shackling her body with large clumps of mud, leaving only half her face visible. He smiled, hands in his pockets, explaining that his ability acted like a trap, splashing mud during a fight. Noticing she looked cute in the mess, he extended a hand, joking about wanting to take her home. Suddenly, Lee flew at him, punching him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Lee warned him not to touch his comrade and called him pathetic, lightning flickering around his clenched fists. The stranger stood up, rubbing his head, displeased to see Lee again, asking why he had come if he had already lost. Lee smiled, his eyes locked on him, explaining that he had gone through hundreds of options on how to handle him. Meanwhile, Haste entered a ruined training hall holding a sword, frowning at the sight and realizing that Union had been infiltrated, but no details were given. A man in a work uniform told her she wouldn't be able to train today, which annoyed her. Determined, she pushed open the door, glaring and baring her teeth, entering the hall marked by destruction, the walls and floors battered and crushed into pieces. Lee smiled, lightning brightening his face as he took in the scene. Bathed in the bright lightning, Lee faced a dark-haired man smiling confidently, declaring it ridiculous that anyone could oppose him. He placed his hands on his chest and laughed slightly madly, saying that good advice should be accepted seriously, and claiming that Lee's powers were useless against him. Lee grinned, wrapping his hand in lightning, and said that you won't know until you try. The man leaned back, puffed his cheeks, and spat out a few mud bullets, offering Lee a single chance. Lee thrust his right hand into the asphalt and swung, blocking the attack, dirt smearing his face. The man admitted this was better than just running, then sent a dense stream of mud rushing toward him, which passed through him and enveloped him. Dozens of mud streams froze and restricted Lee's movement, but rotating his arms, he destroyed the mud. The mud monster sarcastically asked if Lee really wanted to make sashimi out of him while standing in the mud. Lee clenched his fists, instantly clearing the mud from his hands, and said there was no difference before or after. Raising both hands, lightning passing through them, he spread his arms and shattered the remaining mud bombs. The monster, raising its hand defensively and enveloped in a blue aura, looked at him in fear. Lee realized he was in trouble as small houses with SS stood on the street and a huge explosion erupted, sending fragments flying across the area. The mud monster was blasted 10 meters away, groaning in pain as it stood up. Lee instantly appeared through the smoke, his hand raised, dirt flicking from his face. The monster attacked, raising its hand defensively, but Lee moved in with a sweeping arcing strike, destroying it instantly. The monster reassembled from the dirt, but Lee noticed the dirt didn't stick and crumbled immediately. Grinning slightly, he swung his right hand again. The monster thought Lee was only slightly stronger, but it didn't matter. His blows had no effect. Lee struck, causing the monster to fall apart again, its remaining head smashing the asphalt, sending debris flying several meters, while pieces of dirt landed on the ground. The remaining monster parts turned in fear as Lee's fist approached, mentally questioning the power he faced, and moments later, they were destroyed again, leaving Lee staring seriously at the scattered particles of his opponent. Lee asked if the monster would keep regenerating, smiling as he said they would see who would win. The dirt monster, crawling back slightly, mentally noted that much of its dirt had turned to dust and worried that if this continued, it would completely dry up. Squinting, it started secreting more dirt, surrounding Lee instantly with a technique called mud storm. Lee examined the rotating wall of dirt, and the monster taunted him to try scattering it, mocking how much faith he must have in himself to act so boldly, claiming Lee would suffocate in the sludge. Lee, eyes closed, concentrated and took a deep breath. His hands became covered in blue energy. Swinging with all his might, he struck the ground, sending a shockwave that cleared a dense layer of dirt, leaving him standing in a 5-meter radius pit. The monster's remains looked at Lee, whose clothes were partially torn from the force, wide-eyed and in disbelief that such a rookie hero could create a mud storm with the force of the wind. Lee saw the monster trying to flee and instantly appeared in front of it, smiling triumphantly, asking where it thought it was going. The startled mud monster froze, then looked up at him and began to laugh, crawling along the asphalt, admitting defeat and that it could not handle Lee. It claimed even 100 days wouldn't be enough to finish him if he tried spreading dirt further. Lee looked down silently, smiling, and asked if that was true. An image of a man in a raincoat appeared, shrouded in a blue aura, throwing a strike. Lee mentally noted that the power he gains from transforming into justice had never been fully controlled before. He adjusted his stance, flexed his arm, and recalled a lesson from a martial artist. It's more important to focus fully at the critical moment than to exhaust oneself constantly. Lightning began to cover Lee's clenched hand as the monster's mud storm launched dirt toward him, but it recoiled in fear. Lee struck with a powerful blow from his right hand, shouting exploding manifestation magnum, sending dirt, monster fragments, and asphalt flying in all directions. Smiling triumphantly, he asked if that was enough. In narrow alley lined with small houses, where a Legion and a Chrome walked together. Legion, smiling, asked the girl to listen and if she was being too vigilant. Chrome looked ahead and replied she had no reason to trust him yet, asking why he entered Union and whether his goal was really to kill evildoers. Legion stopped, closed his eyes, and smiled, confirming her suspicion but gesturing that it wasn't the right time to explain further. Chrome, stern, pointed left, telling him to stop. Ahead was a store with a small balcony. Light leaked through a crack in the open window. Legion suggested they check it out, impressed she had noticed it. An iron chain hung from the double doors. He smashed it instantly with a punch. Inside, the room had several tables, computers, and shelves with documents. Chrome noted the room seemed normal. Maybe someone forgot to turn off the lights. Moving to another area, Legion pulled a switch, revealing a lamp on the ceiling, but then noticed a separate generator hidden nearby. The girl asked if they were in the office, and Chrome replied it felt suspicious. She walked toward a dark metal wall, behind which was an invisible room. A powerful blow damaged the wall, and she entered through the destroyed door. Inside, dark magical streams flowed, and her eyes widened in surprise as she asked what it was. Legion followed, noticing strange devices scattered across the unusual laboratory. Creatures floated in huge water flasks, belts and knives lay on tables, and blood was splattered everywhere. The girl silently scanned the room, asking if this was an experiment area. Legion, running his gloved hand over drops of blood, confirmed it seemed so. He picked up sheets of notes, reading that inhuman torture and biological experiments had been conducted here. Chrome asked who could do this, then focused on a computer a few meters away, turning it on and typing. A password window appeared. She noted it wasn't surprising and mentally prepared that bodies might need to be carried to the atrium. Legion entered a password, and a welcome window appeared on the screen. Chrome looked at Legion's back and asked how he knew him. Legion replied that there had been 53 test subjects in total, most already dead. Reading the computer, he explained that each subject came from a caste of untapped, incompetent people and that the scale of the experiments was far worse than he had expected. Suddenly, a stream of violet energy destroyed the monitor. Chrome, clenching her fingers and shrouded in aura, demanded again how he knew the password. At that moment, an image appeared of the mud monster receiving its final blow, its shocked eye separating from its particles. Lee, clenching his fist and observing the huge crater, asked if it had been too loud, then admitted he might have overdone it. Remembering Yeonnam, he worried she might have drowned in the mud, but a face peeked out from the sludge and a voice reassured him she was fine, seemingly taking a mud bath. Lee noticed 3 other monsters, rubbing his head, and realized the situation was getting annoying. Hearing a sound, he found a small gray walkie-talkie, likely left by the mud guy, and realized he had an accomplice. The accomplice called him Hidoro, and as he began covering himself with magic to transform, he used the walkie-talkie to say it was time to deal with the small heroes. The accomplice confirmed he had the same situation and mentioned 2 people had entered the laboratory. Lee's eyes widened as he realized the entire building was rigged with explosives, an idea instantly forming in his mind. Legion realized the 2 people in danger were Chrome and himself. Collecting himself, he turned the radio back on, only to be shocked when the voice on the other end revealed he was not Hidoro. Pressing the button, Lee mentally noted that there were already multiple Hidoros present. Covering himself with blue energy particles, he confirmed the danger to the 2. Legion turned to Chrome, who glared angrily, demanding answers, warning him he would be finished if he didn't explain immediately. Lee's eyes widened, and he covered his right hand with white metal, swinging it instantly to push Chrome aside and shield her from the flowing poison. Chrome looked on in surprise as part of his armor was shattered by green energy. Legion noted someone else was present as particles of his armor splintered and he mentally confirmed broken bones. From behind a wall, a hand shrouded in green aura emerged, releasing energy along the stone wall. Lee and Chrome looked around as a powerful earthquake shook the building, causing parts of it to collapse. Chrome looked up, mentally asking if they were about to have the building destroyed. Legion saw huge stones falling around them. One grazed her slightly. He fought them off with precise attacks using his feet and hands. Chrome stared in surprise as a pile of stones fell near him, a hint of scarlet blood showing beneath the rubble. The cloaked man entered the room, rubbing his chin, remarking that he had been wondering who it was, only to realize it was Chrome. Surrounding himself with streams of dark aura, man said he had heard she was sent from Union. Dark tentacles sprang from different directions. Chrome put her hand forward, pointing at him, asking if he might let her listen since she was very curious. The man summoned green magic under his foot, which instantly grew and whirled around the room. Chrome clenched her teeth in fear, demanding the point of this, and the man coldly declared that this place was her scaffold. 10 years ago, Chrome counted a pack full of money she had taken out, then closed the envelope and placed it on a shelf, smiling at how perfect it was. A bruised woman, Chrome's mother, entered the room and called out to her, asking if she was going to school. Chrome ran up, concerned about her face, and the woman smiled faintly, saying everything was fine and lowering her head apologetically. Chrome, holding her yellow backpack, mentally wondered why her mother had to apologize to her. Walking past an old closed door, she thought her mother was the kindest person. Outside, the evening sun shone on the small school. A man in a suit asked Chrome if she had really thought things through, reminding her that with her grades she could enter a prestigious university. She smiled and said she planned to work immediately after graduation. Crossing the playground, Chrome met a girl who ran into her arms, proudly saying she had secured first place in school rankings and heard Chrome was in the staff room. Chrome replied, walking along the street and playfully kicking her shoulder, that she had been the teacher's favorite since she started studying. The girl tugged at Chrome's dark t-shirt, complaining about the unbearable heat and wishing the holidays would come soon, while the girl asked, slightly annoyed, what they usually did during the holidays. The girl complained that her father always dragged them to his campsites, which annoyed her endlessly. Chrome smiled, saying they were just spending time at home, and the girl admitted she was jealous and wished it were the same for her. Running across the zebra crossing, she waved and shouted that they would see each other tomorrow. Chrome rushed to the building, apologizing for being late. An employee told her it was fine and that she should change clothes quickly. In the kitchen, a girl cheerfully offered to replace the coals while wiping sweat from her face. Chrome thought everything was fine and that they just needed to get rid of one troublesome person in their house. A man handed her an envelope of money, praising her effort, and as she walked along a dark street, Chrome counted it with a sincere smile, realizing she had finally gathered enough. She imagined hugging her happy mother, thinking their lives would improve and they would finally be much happier. Meanwhile, a brown-striped girl entered the house, and a few meters away, a man stood among scattered belongings, angrily yelling that her worthless mother had run away, wasting time, and questioning where she got the money. Chrome gasped, threw her backpack aside, and ran into the room, only thinking about the money. She frantically flipped through a book and confirmed there was none, and then, remembering her mother's apology, realized she had taken it. The angry man kicked Chrome. Chrome fell, twisting as she hit the floor, clenching her fists. The man's face burned with genuine rage as he accused his daughter of daring to ignore him, trampling her underfoot and demanding to know where her mother was. Covering her head with her hands, Chrome mentally pleaded to escape this hell, her eyes reflecting sheer madness as she repeated over and over that she wanted out. Streams of AA energy surged toward the man, striking him and forcing him to the floor. Observing the energy around her, Chrome examined her hands, wondering why she had unleashed it so suddenly. Her nails blackened, and more streams of energy rushed at the crawling man, fury etched on her face. She decided she had endured enough, and the streams enveloped the shocked man. With a cold expression, she thrust her hand forward. He begged her to stop, but she resolved to punish the one who had ruined her life. Her eyes wild, she mentally declared he must disappear, magic consuming him as blood splattered across the room amid his screams. Meanwhile, standing at the counter, the man noted that Chrome had been a popular first assistant at Guardian Justice, her abilities personally acknowledged. An image of a red monster appeared, staring at the bound girl and questioning if she had let herself be caught by Kaisar on purpose. The man looked at her seriously, asking what she was planning. Chrome narrowed her eyes, channeling her magic with deliberate hand gestures, declaring that she was the one asking the questions. Dark tentacles surged toward the man, but he calmly assessed the situation, touching one of the flasks and instantly blowing it up, debris scattering across the room. Chrome studied him, realizing his power relied on destructive touch. Lowering her hand, she prepared a fresh flow of magic, deciding to fight without direct contact, enveloping her hands in green energy. The long-haired man deflected her targeted attacks, touching one stream near his head and channeling energy through it, which then traveled along Chrome's shadow. She noticed an incoming strike at her feet and realized she was paralyzed by his shadow-based attack. Her clothes on the right side instantly corroded, and she screamed as the damage reached her body, falling onto the stone floor. She understood she hadn't anticipated this. Pain and magic consumed her face slightly. The man brought his massive palm down toward Chrome's head, but Lee, shrouded in lightning, appeared in front of him, veins visible on his face, warning him not to touch her. Lee, lowering his hands clenched into fists, fixed his gaze on the long-haired man, noting that his own fist was shrouded in green magic. Assessing the damage, he pictured the destroyed laboratory. The man observed him, thinking Lee was new to Union, unable to fully compare the obvious facts before him. Gesturing with his hand, he claimed that Chrome suffered for the same reason. As Lee's fist surged toward his face, the man dismissed it as mere resistance. The powerful strike sent him crashing into the wall, shielding his face with his hand in surprise. Lee instantly appeared, unleashing a rapid series of blows. A strong hit to the body bent him over and sent him sliding across the floor. He braced against the wall, magic spreading along it, shattering stone and dust. Lee stared in disbelief as a hand shot streams of energy at him, barely covering his chest. A strike hit his right shoulder, making him scream in pain. Dodging an arcing follow-up, he dropped to the ground as the man channeled magic through the stone floor, causing it to rise and strike him in the stomach. Staggering, he mentally acknowledged the man's strength. Man stared at Lee coldly, and Lee realized he was far stronger than the children he had worked with earlier. Clenching his fists, he rushed forward, striking the man's block with both hands. The man braced his magic-shrouded fist, and Lee launched another attack, hitting him squarely. Mentally, he weighed his options: focus on offense or defense. The man dodged, striking Lee's leg and landing a body blow. Shrouded in magic, the man raised his hands as Lee braced, slightly weary, then charged again, eyes burning. The man noted his opponent's concentrated strikes. Lee's hand glowed with turquoise aura, and he struck hard and fast, shouting Manifestation Magnum. The man's eyes widened as part of his hand began to evaporate. He recalled this power and squinted at Lee advancing. Despite his torn sleeve, the man grinned and grabbed his walkie-talkie, calling Hidoro to ask if the sample collection was finished. The mud monster crawled on the ground, answering that the sample collection was finished, thinking life was already enough. Lee, weakened by the enemy's magic, ran forward. The long-haired man said that if he wanted it so badly, he could come to him. A new stream of magic erupted from his leg, forming a huge chasm beneath Lee and Chrome. Lee called out to Chrome as she fell into the abyss. He gritted his teeth, pushed off a stone, and stretched his arm forward, shouting for her to wake up. Her skin was badly damaged, eyes closed. An image of her father appeared, shielding himself from the girl's shadows, but she continued striking him. The man begged her to stop, saying it wasn't all his fault, asking for forgiveness while grimacing and making chaotic gestures. Chrome, her lips bitten and rage on her face, screamed that it was all because of him, declaring that trash like him must die. Streams of violet energy shot toward him, but before they could hit, Justice, a red-haired muscular man, appeared. Surprised, Chrome saw him and he calmly said he understood her frustration but wishing death was wrong. He was there to resolve the situation. The purple-haired girl angrily shouted at him to shut up, asking if he even knew what he was talking about and told him to leave her alone. Justice explained that in his case, death was mercy, and she shouldn't let her father get away easily. The bloodied man looked on in fear as Justice grabbed her magical shadow, telling her that instead of giving in to anger, she could come with him and learn to control her powers. The man with glasses watched her seriously. In a hazy vision, Chrome saw a man and realized it was Justice. The frightened Lee assessed her, and Chrome confirmed mentally that Lee had inherited Justice's power. Closing her eyes, she was lifted as Justice shouted for her to open them, taking her unconscious body into his arms. He held Chrome in his arms, calling her name and urging her to wake as she remained unconscious. Frowning and clenching his teeth, he remembered Legion and scanned the wreckage in confusion, wondering how he hadn't noticed him before and why he hadn't been able to leave Chrome behind. A hand poked out from a pile of stones, and his eyes widened in surprise. Assuming it was Legion, he dropped to his knees, raking away the rubble while telling him not to move, promising help, and asking him to speak. Looking at the hand again, he realized the building had mostly collapsed and doubted anyone could survive under the debris. Swearing, he glanced at Chrome lying on the ground, recalling people smiling happily and questioning why those he cared about always suffered. Covering his face in despair, he stared at the hands under the rubble, then lifted his head in shock as he heard a voice. Legion's head emerged from the debris, and Lee smiled, relieved that he was still alive, noting he should have expected Legion wouldn't die so easily. Lee promised to help him out, watching in disbelief as Legion grinned, stood, and climbed out on his own beside a black box and a large book-like object. Lee asked if he could handle it, and what it was. Legion smiled slightly, saying it was something important. Meanwhile, the hospital stood in a multi-story white brick building nearby. The nurse opened the door, eyeing Lee curiously as he pressed his phone to his chest, looking confused. She asked what he was searching for, and he raised his eyebrows, smiling, saying he was looking for Chrome while trying to recall her real name. Glancing at the sign by the door, he explained he was Soy's guardian. The woman smiled, explaining that she had only recently come to her senses and needed some time, which made Lee happy. He thanked her and tried to enter, but the nurse stopped him. Another woman appeared from behind her, surprised, and asked who he was. The nurse said he didn't seem like a boyfriend, maybe just a friend. The second woman noticed his fit appearance. Lee went inside, scanning the room, and called Chrome, who was sitting on the hospital bed in pajamas. Leaning on the bed, he sighed in relief. Chrome looked at him, confused, asking why he acted so strangely instead of hitting his head. Lee said it was because she had been nearly dead, touched her hair, and smiled, glad she was safe. She blushed, looked away, and asked him to stop overreacting. Worried, he asked how she felt. She closed her eyes, saying she had minor internal injuries. When she coughed up blood, Lee panicked, telling her not to overexert herself and to rest. She noticed his bandaged hand and frowned, recalling his earlier confused expression. When she asked how long he would call her Chrome, she covered her face and asked him to call her Soyan, feeling awkward using her nickname in front of civilians. Lee was surprised, opened his mouth, and agreed. Chrome looked at Lee closely and asked about Legion, whose body was wrapped in bandages with an oxygen mask on and machines beeping to support his life. She stared at her injured comrade while Lee winced, admitting that Legion was seriously hurt. He explained that Legion's spine and internal organs were damaged from holding debris. They examined their comrade carefully as Lee added that with Legion's help, he had accessed the laboratory computer. Chrome asked why nothing had been done yet, and someone off to the side remarked that someone seemed eager to play hide and seek. Yamnam smiled awkwardly, explaining that Legion and other members of Elcor hated villains, especially those experimenting on people, since Legion himself was the product of such experiments. Chrome pursed her lips, thinking, and Lee asked which experiment they meant. Yamnam explained that she and Theo grew up in the same orphanage, and that her powers had awakened quickly. She looked at the gloomy boy in the corner, who stared straight ahead, and noted that Theo did not have abilities. She then introduced a bare-chested man and asked what Lee meant, since Legion had unique skills. Yamnam thought about the gloomy boy whose hands emitted green magical streams and realized the situation was serious. She remembered how someone had pinned him to the floor and twisted his arm, recalling the man with the syringe. Legion had clearly changed since the abduction. The boy clenched his teeth, holding back a cry as the needle pierced his neck, veins appearing on his face as the transformation began. He knelt on the floor, surrounded by people, and Yamnam said that terrible experiments had been done on him. She recalled how Chrome had looked at him in alarm, noting he probably remembered the password from those times. Lee asked what happened to the villains responsible. Yamnam lowered her eyes, explaining they had disappeared for almost 10 years but had begun appearing again recently. She added that Legion was so focused on saving the computer because it was his chance for revenge. She looked at Legion, lying unconscious with an oxygen mask, the instruments beeping, his expression thoughtful. A square clock hung on the wall as Lee sat on a bench, sighed heavily, and glanced at his bandaged hand, recalling the past battle. He realized he could finally use his power but had severely injured his hand, meaning more training was needed. A man in black boots walked down the corridor, and Lee wondered if he could be taught. Confused, he noticed a girl in a black dress with part of her face masked, Banshee, second in command at Union. He remembered her winking during a previous encounter, and wondered why she was here. She crossed her arms, saying she had heard rumors they were badly damaged. Lee confirmed it but noted they had obtained something important to track them. Banshee closed her eyes, praised him for his work, and asked if he had told anyone else. Opening her eyes, she looked at him menacingly, and demanded he hand it over. Lee raised an eyebrow, questioning her, as she stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the gloomy boy, insisting he give her all the items he had received. Lee clenches his teeth, looking bewildered, and asks Banshee what she means. She meets his gaze and explains that if people found out the villains had returned, they would panic, so he shouldn't complicate things, Union would handle it quietly. She closes her eyes, waves her hand, and says there's no need for unnecessary worry. Lee objects, insisting the Hero Association should be informed, but Banshee frowns, glares at him, and firmly states she won't repeat herself, Union will manage it internally. Lee narrows his eyes, clenching his teeth, confused. Banshee tilts her chin thoughtfully, explaining that keeping the information hidden prevents problems if the Guardian learns of it. Lee glances at Legion, unconscious in the hospital bed, thinking it would be too much to ask for what his teammate risked his life to secure. She sighs, frowning, and points out that it doesn't seem like she's ordering him, though she removes her cloak and warns that if he needs a little push to think faster, she could provide it. Lee freezes, staring intensely at her, realizing that if she used her powers in the hospital, someone must be covering for her. They tense up further when someone scolds Banshee for acting too quickly. A smiling man in a black coat approaches, telling her she's too straightforward. She looks displeased and asks why he's late. He shrugs, explaining he was held up by a group of fans at the entrance, but had to maintain his image. Lee squints, suddenly recognizing the man from a magazine cover and realizing this is a celebrity hero from Union. The man smiles, calls him Mr. Newbie, praises his passion but warns that if the public found out about the villains returning things could get messy, and asks if a recruit like him could handle the fallout from upsetting powerful people. Lee listens, frowns, and thinks they're hiding the villain return. Banshee pulls her cloak back on and looms, but Lee calmly says there's a misunderstanding and that he never refused to hand over the items he found, then raises an eyebrow and mockingly asks if they'll honor his request. As he puts on a shirt, the nurse worries and says he should rest, but he insists his bones heal fast, smiles, and leaves the room determined, something more important needs doing. He remembers the chin-rubbing man and clenches his fist, angry that the experiments continue. Legion vows to kill them all, having seen the network location on the computer, and knowing he can still make it if he hurries. Lee leans against the wall waiting for his friend. When Legion approaches, Lee asks if he's sure he can stand, and Legion, sarcastic and touched by the concern, says he can't do otherwise and asks how Chrome is doing. Lee tells Legion that Chrome has already been discharged and hands him his phone. On it, VTO has commented on Yamim's photo, expressing curiosity about their next move. Lee notes that the comment gained a lot of attention and their Union ranking seems to have risen significantly. Legion reacts, asking about the item taken from the laboratory and worrying about what happened while he was unconscious, alarmed at VTO's behavior. Lee, frustrated, clenches his teeth and explains that Banshee came yesterday, threatened him, and he had no choice but to hand over all the items to raise the team's reputation. Legion grabs Lee by the t-shirt, glaring, and reminds him that he risked his life, ended up in the hospital, and tried to save the evidence. He frowns, clenching his teeth, and asks incredulously if Lee hadn't seen that the experiments were being done on their own people. Lee tells Legion to calm down, but Legion slaps his arm, grinning, and asks if he really handed over all the evidence without a backup plan. Lee's phone rings, and he sees the caller, realizing he shouldn't have mentioned the matter. On the line, Banshee sighs, questioning why she has to handle it, then explains that she copied all the needed data, left it in the penthouse for easy access, and reminds them to give prior notice next time. Legion watches the conversation, ending the call with a slight smile, noting that in exchange for the items, they agreed to raise the team's reputation. He recalls contacting Hess to copy all the data immediately, then smiles, calling Lee ridiculous for forgetting that all of Banshee's data is also with them. Tapping his temple, he reminds Lee of his illegal part-time work as a doppelganger, saying he's used to getting out of tough situations. He pulls a strange white and green object from his pocket, asking if Lee finds it interesting. Outside, several trees grow in the hospital yard as men in dresses and gowns discuss lunch when a noise behind them draws attention. A man in a cap listens thoughtfully, pressing his hand to his visor. Suddenly, a crash and electrical discharges occur, and he transforms into one of the hospital employees. The scene shifts to a tall building where Legion, Chrome, and Lee sit in a spacious living room, surrounded by piles of papers. Chrome looks up, confused, asking if they really needed to go through all of them, admitting she already feels bad just thinking about it. Legion gestures at the stacks and explains that they've been at it for 2 days, fighting sleep while sifting through information, and though it seems like too much, nothing can be ignored. Suddenly he jumps up, frowning, shouts that he can't handle it anymore, and points at himself, declaring that while he supports Legion's revenge and the need to rise in Union's ranks, he also needs to value himself, then walks out. Chrome asks where he's going, and he replies he plans to spend part of his 2 million salary to blow off steam. Yam Yam watches with regret, asking why they're leaving so soon, and he smiles, saying long sitting reduces concentration. He pauses, noticing a photo of buildings on the laptop, and she sighs, realizing she'll have to stay, showing a delivery app on her phone and insisting they'll need food. Yam Yam asks if she can order for him, but he frowns, unresponsive. When he finally puts on his jacket and announces he'll go out too, she questions if they're really leaving her alone, and Legion glances at her, promising to return soon, though she turns away, dissatisfied, hiding her hands and starting to choose food. Outside, a red car speeds down the road, drawing attention as it stops abruptly. Lee admires the car, impressed, and Chrome asks why he reacts that way if he's just been driving it himself. She approaches, asking about their plan, and he straightens his sweatshirt, saying he's thinking about investing in real estate but realizes he might need new clothes first. Observing his muscles, she notes he's more pumped lately, and Lee remarks it might be due to his body adapting to his new strength. Then she walks ahead, telling him to follow. Lee tried to resist at first, insisting he could pick his own clothes, but Chrome interrupted, teasing that if he shopped alone he'd spend all the money on tracksuits, and he sheepishly admitted it was because he used to be poor. Chrome promised to help him choose and offered to follow him quietly. Later, Lee stared at the food on his plate in amazement, wondering why such a small portion cost so much, while holding many packages. Lee called out, noting they'd already bought plenty, but Chrome gave him a sharp look that made him pale. Realizing she wasn't just shopping for him, she insisted he must always be well dressed next to her. Distracted by a crowd of people, Lee closed his eyes and smiled, spotting Viento, noting that Union's heroes were like celebrities. Chrome asked his thoughts, and he wondered why Banshee hadn't been punished for using force in the hospital. Banshee appeared, explaining she controlled her powers, so only Lee was affected, and reminded Chrome that she had also been involved in the Berserker incident. She asked if they were in a relationship, making Chrome blush and deny it, while Banshee said she didn't care, only noting that forcing Lee to hand over evidence may have seemed villainous, but the truth was complicated. She thanked Lee, teasing it was funny to hear such words from someone who had threatened her, then assured Chrome that all critical data was now in Union's hands, which outnumbered Guardian, and judged Lee to be talented. Chrome thought about Union, realizing they mostly pursued fame and wealth, acting like mercenaries before Nemesis was defeated. Outside, Lee prepared to check the analysis in the lab, turning into a worker to avoid suspicion. When a white-robed man appeared behind him, he scratched his head in confusion, suspecting the employee might be doing it on purpose. Listening to the man explain the suppression device and his research, Lee remained calm, then approached the computer. A system window appeared saying identical data had been found, offering to download it. Another window demanded a level 0 access code, and Lee imagined a disgruntled Hest killing him if she learned he had the code. He realized the dataset existed without records, and with sudden clarity, he quickly typed, frowning as diagrams and images appeared on the screen, including the shocking image of a body with a substance found in Justice's system. He could hardly believe it and ran, processing the system window and what it implied. Lee could hardly believe the substance found in Justice's body. Running through his thoughts, he realized the system window confirmed a match between the sample he had brought and the data, leading him to suspect that the villain Legion was somehow connected to Justice's death. He put the phone to his ear but knew he couldn't tell anyone. They had to figure it out themselves. Noticing the penthouse empty, he wondered why Legion wasn't answering. The sunlight hit the Union Hero apartments, and he rang the bell, hoping Legion would appear. A girl called out, introducing herself as Vidi, explaining she had seen him on Viento's Instagram and wanted to be friends. She asked if he was Legion's friend, having seen him leave recently. Lee thought her extroversion was almost suspicious, waving and asking where Legion had gone, while she mentioned he seemed headed far away. Lee clenched his teeth, irritated that Legion had gone hunting the villains alone. Wearing his hood, he got off the bus, adjusted his backpack, and scanned the area. Walking past low brick buildings and wire fences, he turned a corner and noticed a man smoking. He observed that the place hadn't changed much, it was still dirty. Pausing on a landing, he saw a sign for an orphanage on a rooftop, touched the wall, and frowned, wondering why it had to be this location. Sunlight illuminated the shelter sign as a young gloomy boy, Theo, now known as Legion, walked with a cane at age 10. Suddenly, a boy running past pushed him, making him wince and grab his sore leg. The boy mocked him, crossing his arms, teasing that he should watch where he was going and asking if his eyesight was as bad as his leg. Theo sat down gloomily, recalling the dark-haired woman sighing heavily as they sat opposite each other. Theo, struggling to understand the advice of a tired woman who told him he needed to learn to get along with others. Theo tried to argue that everything was unfair, frowning and shouting that the other children did it on purpose and still continued to bully him. She closed her eyes wearily, saying she had already spoken to them and they claimed to feel remorse, then suggested, much to his shock, that perhaps the problem was Theo himself, since teachers couldn't always protect him and he needed to defend himself. Nearby boys laughed cruelly, and as Theo clenched his fists, he asked his friend if he saw his helplessness. The friend explained that Theo had cried so much that the teacher had intervened. The boys in front of him grinned wickedly, knocked the cane from his hands, and teased him. Theo ran trembling, gripping his sore leg, hitting one boy with his cane, making him fall groaning in pain. He raised the cane again wildly, while his friend tried to stop him, confused and horrified by Theo's uncontrolled swings. Meanwhile, a girl walked down the hallway looking for Theo and Sumin. She spotted a boy in a black t-shirt, breathing heavily, and asked what he was doing, only to discover a beaten boy on the floor, sweat running down his face. Shocked, she screamed. A man in a white hood flinched as she approached. Standing before him, she noted the place was closed, while he smirked, saying he could see just fine. She explained that nothing was free, and he would have to pay for her information. He grinned, saying he would pay if she answered one question, and opened his wallet. Asking about recent disappearances, he saw her turn pale and back away, insisting she knew nothing and didn't need his money. He grabbed her wrist, leaning close, accusing her of hiding something, but she waved her hand and whispered into his ear. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, her mouth became a fanged maw, and Theo straightened in shock as she scratched his neck. She removed her cloak, smiling bloodthirstily, and declared that people were disappearing because of her. Blood drips to the ground as Legion glares at the wound on his neck, jaw clenched, while the girl stands opposite him with a taunting smile, raising an eyebrow and asking if he still refuses to return. He frowns, warning her not to pretend she knows him, but she questions if she doesn't, calling him Mr. Failed Experiment, and claiming he was used as a tool because of his abilities. She grins, saying they want to use him again, treating him like recyclable material, and Legion feels a surge of anger as claws form in his hand. Before he can react further, the girl asks if he's afraid, and suddenly they clash. Legion swings his clawed hand, and she mirrors him, stabbing and dodging with ferocious precision. She holds back his strikes, lands multiple blows, and taunts him for hitting weakly, while he notices he's fighting something more animal than human. Claws erupt from Legion's hand, surprising her as he strikes, lifting her into the air and declaring that now the failed experiment will hurt her. She clenches her clawed hands, smiles, and counters, sliding on the ground and testing him, forcing him to wonder how her regeneration is so fast, questioning what kind of monster she is. She rushes, attacks with claws, and tears off her own hand, throwing it at him, which leaves Legion bewildered, calling it an abomination. Manifesting giant legs like an elephant, she stomps him aside, making him spit blood, and he realizes his powers can't fully protect him. She hits him again, laughing as he collapses repeatedly, and he watches her arm regrow as she flexes her strength, now confident and stronger than before. She stabs him, continues raining blows, sending stones flying through the air, destroying part of the building. Lee appears, running toward the fight, stabbing her, and stones scatter as he notices Legion on a rampage. He smiles, asking if Lee is pleased to be here, but he frowns, thinking about their connection to Justice's death, unable to look away. The girl's hand emerges from under the rubble, cursing Lee, but he punches so forcefully she flies away. Lightning flashes around him as Lee stretches his arm, smiling, ready to pass the baton. Suddenly, Lee feels a hit to his back, and the girl reminds him sharply that he shouldn't look away, telling him to watch his opponent until the end. Surprised, he clenches his jaw as her blows land, and she coolly warns him not to forget about his legs. He falls to the ground, shocked, looking up as she insists he at least learn the basics. Haste appears then, telling him not to even ask for joint training next time and hoping he's not too exhausted. Lee glances down, realizing he only has a minute to catch his breath. The girl compliments him, calling him amazing, and asks if it wouldn't have been easier to just act as Justice for money instead of fully becoming him. Raising his eyebrows, he explains why he got into this situation, recalling how he lost his family in the past and faced death feeling powerless. Tense, he reflects on being a hero, thinking at first it was just a way to make a living, but now, looking at his clenched fist, he knows things are different. He can't save everyone, but he won't let heroism become just a job for money. Haste is surprised when he asks if he should continue improving, and she notes that controlling Justice's power won't be easy. Smiling, she points her weapon forward and says she will support him, but he won't get her sympathy. Lee raises his fist, apologizing, when suddenly the girl's clawed hand strikes, catching him off guard as she launches an attack and he raises his arms to block, staring at her in surprise. Suddenly, the girl flies to the side, and Lee rushes forward, frowning as he clenches his fingers. Legion watches in amazement, recalling how the guy had dodged every blow before. Lee swings at the girl, and it becomes clear this isn't a friendly duel. He trained with Hest. Lee frowns, noting that Lee seems to be growing stronger before their eyes. The girl winces when she's hit, and Lee sticks his fists out, teasing her if she's giving up, insisting he doesn't want to hurt little girls today. She smiles wildly, telling him not to get proud that she beat him up before, then strikes a pose. She's fast, almost as quick as Haste, but clearly no match for her, and she pushes off the ground, ready to fight seriously, her legs growing as part of her manifestation power. Swinging them in an elephant stomp, she challenges him to dodge. Lee counters decisively, stabbing her while using a magnum, grinning as he asks if she understands his power. The girl's face darkens, her legs enormous, and she immediately attacks. Lee clenches his jaw, realizing he bragged too early, and she laughs, calling him funny. Suddenly, Legion appears behind her, stabbing her and stating firmly that she won't escape this time. The girl finds herself shackled, a scar visible on her neck, and Legion frowns, questioning if she was also a test subject and why she wasn't for them. The girl smiles widely, mocking him, calling him helpless, while images show her suffering and struggling with her body, revealing that these experiments were torturous, leaving many dead. Yet, a girl is shown happy, reborn and alive again, and Legion looks down, frowning, declaring that all of this is madness. The girl smiles, her face darkening as she asks if she should show what true madness is. Lee and Legion look up, astonished, as her manifestation summons a monstrous figure with sparkling eyes, Leviathan. Lee arches an eyebrow, wary as the monster growls, mouth wide open, raising its head while others flinch in fear. Lee unclenches his jaw, realizing he's in trouble, but he hasn't fully recovered from his previous manifestation, so he isn't at full strength. Leviathan growls again, and Lee knows he needs the power of at least one, maybe two magnums to handle it. Near his leg, A hand with claws appears, catching his attention. He glances down in surprise, processing the sensations. The monster laughs, teasing if he's scared, but Lee grins, recalling that last time fear didn't work on him. Lightning envelopes his hand as he feels his own power growing. Leviathan swings at him, questioning his mutterings, and Lee clenches his fist, noting that his injured hand is no longer a worry, and he declares that the girl will feel a lot of pain. Using manifestation, his fist strikes the monster, throwing it aside, while the girl spits blood, stunned, landing face down on the ground. Lee warns that reckless actions like hers would be punished in crowded streets. Suddenly, he jerks in pain, throwing his head back, cursing, and Legion asks anxiously what's wrong. His hand trembles. He hadn't expected it to hurt this much, but someone's hand supports him. It's the girl, saying Yin Yang told her everything and that she followed because she was worried about Legion. Lee looks away, impressed, while the redhead lies on the ground, and he realizes her power is exactly like Justice's, smiling awkwardly. Legion notes he'll have to clean up afterward and thanks Lee, who grins, saying he'll owe him. Chrome frowns, hitting both and warning that next time they won't be allowed out without permission, and Lee apologizes. Legion rubs his head, thinking about something he needed to check, while the girl speculates that this is connected to Justice's murder. Lee notices that Lee already mentioned it, sitting down and recalling the drug in the ampoule, while Chrome explains that her initial assumption was wrong. It's not poison but an ability stimulator, revealing the contents of the ampoule. A large golden statue looms as the young people move forward, bound in straitjackets. The girl scans the area with curiosity, asking if this is how heroes operate. Observing that no villains have been brought in recently, she perks up when she hears that not only was this union's doing, but she was also captured by a newcomer, an apparently ordinary little guy. Angrily, she demands to know what he called her, and her men immediately shrink back in fear. The newcomer sneaks up and tickles her, and she laughs, praising the girl as a good dog while teasingly asking who the other dog is. Lee looks away, spotting Banshee with the men, and smiles awkwardly, thinking that stealing the data will somehow resolve everything on its own. The girl reaches out, placing her hand on his shoulder and complimenting his effort, leaving him confused as she says hard work is inspiring. A man with yellow eyes declares they will take further responsibility, and asks Toto to hand over the villains. The Lee frowns, telling him not to speak nonsense, and then freezes as the men whisk the happy girl away. Yenyang calls out worriedly, and Lee arches an eyebrow, wondering what's happening. Suddenly, a voice enters his mind, asking if he cheated. Closing his eyes, he wonders what kind of ultrasound this is and if he's the only one hearing it. Chrome asks what's wrong, and Banshee turns, declaring that he will soon see her. Lee clenches his jaw, realizing she's behind it, and smiles awkwardly, assuming she dislikes him. Chrome remarks that this is typical of a Banshee. Lee watches the girl thoughtfully, recalling the ampoule. The young people discuss quietly while the girl lies tied up. Lee sits on the ground, noting that the autopsy showed nothing unusual. Chrome pulls out an ampoule and pours its contents, and immediately the limb mutates violently, bursting with blood. Legion observes with interest, noting that the reaction is intense and that his abilities have increased several times. Lee stares in surprise as the girl points out that the man could not survive the contents of a full ampoule, and that this was what killed him. He arches an eyebrow, noting that the protocol mentioned activating Justice's abilities hastily. A document labeled M confirms that the use of abilities before death was recorded. Chrome rolls her eyes, saying it was just a reaction to the drug, while Lee looks up thoughtfully, reflecting on Justice and the effects of steroids. The girl turns serious, insisting that this power might not be mere fiction, and reveals that Justice was a hero who defeated the Nemesis even with a stimulant, something no ordinary person could do. She points to ruins, remarking that if it were only the stimulant, all of this destruction would be meaningless. Legion crosses his arms, comparing it to a time bomb with no set trigger, clever and untraceable. Chrome tells Lee to consider how the villains connect to this event, and then he will understand Justice's death. The young people listen thoughtfully, and a surprised Yenyang appears, asking if Justice was truly killed. Legion nods, confirming that his suspicions were correct, and Lee asks what he means. When Yenyang questions further, Legion tells her they can explain everything, noting she is not as naive as she seems. Meanwhile, the Union Tower is shown, focusing on the main building in Arcadia's office, where Justice is seated. Lee reflects quietly, noting that Justice has not reincarnated for a long time, and it becomes clear to him that this is not the real Justice. He admits he will never get used to these strange scenes, remembering the girl and thinking that if he wants to find out who killed his friend, he needs to interrogate her and meet Arcadia. He frowns, realizing he usually avoids talking to many people, but knows he will make an exception this time. Suddenly, the door opens and men look toward it as fake Justice enters the room. Arcadia, looking down, notices they have not seen each other in a long time. A teapot flies through the air as Arcadia asks if he wants tea or coffee, and fake Justice declines. Arcadia pours himself tea, claiming it relieves stress, while his guest watches quietly. When asked what brought him here, fake Justice admits he already knows a lot but wants more information. Sitting in a chair, Arcadia explains that a villain was caught in Union, apparently a little girl causing a commotion. Fake Justice confirms this and notes that according to their information, she is involved with a large villainous organization, and the villains are regaining strength. Arcadia is surprised, noting that the Guardians are demanding her interrogation and that the rumors have reached him. Twirling his mug, fake Justice says the request is reasonable and asks if his guest is unhappy with that. Arcadia lies back calmly, pointing out that if the information is correct, the matter requires urgent attention, and questions whether fake Justice is certain, since she does not even seem like a villain but rather someone with mental problems. Fake Justice frowns as Arcadia notes that she has gone completely wild and asks if he is joking. Blue-haired Arcadia rests his head on his hand, claiming certainty, and asks why fake Justice cares even if she is a villain, since if the villains return, the Guardians will only grow stronger. Fake Justice wonders what he means, and Arcadia responds that the Guardians are not in their best shape now. He lowers his gaze and adds that without villains, there is no one to fight, smiling as he declares they need not listen to weaklings. Fake Justice clenches his fists, questioning if he is serious, and Arcadia affirms. Lee watches silently as fake Justice turns away, claiming this is a waste of time. Arcadia calmly spins his cup in the air, surprised that he accepted so easily, wondering if he has always been this obedient. Fake Justice takes a phone call, confirming everything is as expected, answers affirmatively when told to follow the old pattern, and smiles, believing that Justice is finally getting back to work. A large golden statue dominates the room as Yen Yang watches with displeasure, noting how much effort it took to bring the red-haired girl here. Lee raises an eyebrow, sensing that Banshee is in a hurry, and thinks she must be following some kind of plan, though only her back is visible. Chrome rolls her eyes, commenting that in Union, everyone is focused only on profit. Legion turns to Lee, asking what they should do since it seems they won't get anything back, and Lee replies that there's no point in acting now, they should leave it to Justice. Yen Yang looks down, realizing that Arcadia won't help and that they need to ask him directly about Justice. A huge Lee is shown, and it's reported that even with the number one hero, Guardian is not in the best shape, though it seems he has already thought things through. Haste points a finger, noting that heroes are separated and fighting among themselves, while Union remains obsessed with money, making appeals to Justice pointless. Lee clenches his fist, deciding that the only way forward is to become stronger. Chrome glares at him, asking what he's planning, and Lee pokes his head, thinking he has always used his brains and will continue to do so. He smiles, saying he will go to Arcadia first. His muscular back fills the frame, and the question of whether everything will be okay lingers. In a bright room, Chrome sits at a table holding a book, looking up when Eugene calls her name and waves. Chrome greets her happily, and she reports that she's doing great. Eugene awkwardly looks down, and Chrome remembers she's helping Union newbies, asking how things have been. The girl is surprised when she mentions considering an offer to become their scout, tempted by the high salary. Chrome looks on questioningly, and the girl nods, agreeing the pay is too good to miss. Chrome turns to say goodbye, and Eugene notes that they'll soon see each other much more often. The girl looks seriously at her phone as a message from Yen Yang appears, indicating it might be tricky to temporarily suspend activities. She arches an eyebrow, wondering if newcomers can even prove themselves. Putting the phone away, she thinks about how, despite learning something about Justice's death, they still don't know what to do next. Her thoughts drift to Lee, hoping his plan is adequate, and she notices a crowd nearby, surprised by what's happening. The scene unfolds with Chrome noticing Lee explaining excitedly that Justice himself is training them, which leaves the girl puzzled about what exactly is happening. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl reaches out desperately for help, and Chrome arches an eyebrow, observing as the pink-haired girl's mask emits magical streams while she attacks. Fake Justice dodges each strike skillfully, and then surprises her by hitting her forehead, instructing her to pay closer attention to her left side and to analyze the situation. Chrome watches thoughtfully, impressed by how clearly he explains everything, and notices that this is more than just guardian training. He's giving everyone a chance to experience fighting against people with vastly different abilities, which helps them improve their skills. Around them, the trainees seem engaged and excited, and Chrome realizes that the Lee has cleverly achieved two goals at once. As the orange sky glows above, Fake Justice waves his hand, commending everyone and reminding them to rest well before their next session. The group cheers, planning when to train again, while Chrome observes quietly. The Lee wipes his face with a napkin. Looking away, she questions if he might be a little too overconfident. Chrome watches as the Lee explains that because Fake Justice constantly battles other heroes, his abilities can be misleading. She looks at him curiously when he reveals that his inquiries uncovered why Guardian is now so weakened. Checking her tablet, she notes that many heroes are leaving the organization, some transferring elsewhere, others quitting completely, and he points out that the loss of talented heroes is a major problem they need to address first. Chrome lifts the tablet, asking if he plans to fix it through training, and the Lee admits that while improving skills is crucial, it alone isn't enough. Fake Justice smiles, questioning who said they were only training, and when Sonu appears, he asks how many heroes she thinks he has replaced, hinting that some never get recognition simply because of bad luck. Observing that many have already left Union, he tells the girl to relay this to Yan Yang and Legion. Surprised, Chrome asks if he's truly willing to go that far, and when he confirms with a smile, he declares confidently that they will teach the smug Union members a lesson. At the metro station that night, the moon cast a pale glow over the rooftops. A driver sat relaxed on the train, sipping tea, when a man suddenly appeared, greeting him with a loud hello. It was a marathon runner, laughing in a way that seemed almost ridiculous. The driver didn't look up much, calmly telling him he had arrived on time and should leave the train at the depot. The marathon runner hooked a chain to the vehicle, ate something from his pack, and steam rose from his cap as he swung the chain over his shoulder, rushing off with the train dutifully following him to the depot. The moon stayed steady, lighting everything around as the marathon runner arrived, panting heavily, bowing to the driver and thanking him for his work, to which the driver replied it had been a long day. Suddenly, Lee called out to him, and the marathon runner waved back with a smile, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Later that night at a small night spot, the marathon runner slammed his hand on a table in frustration, complaining about how much he disliked his current situation. Drunk after another drink, he explained that he had been told he was very strong but had caused trouble, and now he had to work in the subway every day. Lee glanced at the pile of empty bottles, sympathizing, and the marathon runner asked if he was from Union, then noticed Lee, commenting that his body looked much better. Lee laughed, explaining that his ability changed his appearance but didn't transform him, and the marathon runner admitted his jealousy, wishing he could become a great hero. Suddenly, Lee said he had come to offer him something. The marathon runner, flushed from drinking, asked again what it was, while Lee turned away, signaling him to wait. Pouring another glass, the marathon runner wondered what he would be asked, whether it was to cover him again, and debated how to refuse, when suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of him. Justice settled at the table, offering an apology. The marathon runner, having taken a drink earlier, immediately spat out all the alcohol in shock, covering his face in horror and asking if he was really Justice. Calmly, Justice apologized, explaining that he wouldn't have recognized him without his mask. Leaning back, he noted that he didn't think the marathon runner liked Union. After a brief pause, he asked if he would consider joining the guards alongside Union. Confused, the marathon runner hesitated but lowered his head and said it would be an honor, noting that there were only a few guards. Justice interrupted firmly, stating 200, folding his hands across his chest, and added with a serious tone that this was exactly how much his salary would increase compared to Union, words that left the marathon runner stunned, imagining how many model trains he could buy with that. Sweat ran down his face as he wondered why the guards suddenly invited him, and what Lee had to do with Justice. His thoughts were cut short when Justice added that he would also get VIP membership in the railway club, which made him agree immediately. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Viento announced that quarterly profits had risen 133% compared to the previous one, smiling as he credited the growth to Union's expansion. Looking at the influential people gathered, he explained that now that the villains were defeated, they were attracting and developing new heroes, and promised they would continue to advance even further. Viento had just finished praising the impressive quarterly growth and promised to improve results even further next year. From the audience, a man commented on how remarkable it was, and soon voices buzzed with people questioning whether they should have even come. Viento listened silently, smiling politely. But as the crowd dispersed, his expression changed. No longer smiling, he exhaled heavily, staring at the bright ceiling with a look of complete indifference. Raising his hand to his face, he snapped his fingers, and his hair reshaped entirely. Arcadia emerged, having removed his jacket and boots, leaning back in his chair and noting that he had extended his life. His secretary appeared, thanking him for his work, but Arcadia, without rising, told him to leave. The secretary persisted, saying there was more to report. Lifting his head, Arcadia complained of a headache, and when told it concerned the guards, his expression shifted to surprise. Confused, he asked what was happening, and the secretary explained that due to events in Union, people, including Chrome, Legion, and Yanyang, had moved over to the guards, conducting aggressive recruiting campaigns. Resting his head on his hand, Arcadia inquired how strong the heroes they attracted were, and the secretary admitted most were below average, causing Arcadia to grin as he turned to the window. Arcadia remarked that it seemed the guards wanted revenge for last time, adding that even the all-powerful Justice was still only human. The secretary asked if he really planned to match them in numbers, and Arcadia, tapping his finger on the chair, replied that doing so would only make them look worse. After a pause, the secretary asked what they should do instead. Arcadia immediately responded that they couldn't simply let them act freely. Looking up from the window, he turned back, raised a finger, and explained that it was better to raise the bar by offering piles of money, noting that agitation only works if the stakes are higher. He added that increasing salaries would be impossible for the poorer guards. Playing with the pendant around his neck, Arcadia asked what their number one would do, and Lee, with a serious expression, answered that he would return everything. Hearing this, Haste made a disgusted face, arms outstretched, asking at what cost he intended to do this. Lee calmly replied that another 100 would suffice. Haste, hand to her forehead in frustration, glared, but Lee, folding his arms, insisted that now was not the time to save money. Haste shouted, demanding where the money would come from, then calmed down and noted that the guards relied on government funding and donations, which had recently declined. After a brief silence, she admitted he knew nothing of their budget. Lee pulled his chair under him, carefully sat down, leaned on the armrests, pointed to himself, and smiled, saying that they were right there in his pocket. Hest stared at Lee in disbelief, asking if she had really heard him underestimate the heroes they were targeting. Lee explained that in Union, popularity and ratings mattered more than skill, so most people hadn't even heard of them. He recalled memories of standing in his raincoat, watching Lee struggle in the rain while Marathon Man dragged the train, all showing incredible talent. Lee argued that the heroes couldn't succeed under the ridiculous alliance system, questioning its fairness. Hest listened as Lee declared he would train them, investing his own money, and when asked if this was just charity, he insisted it was an investment. If the guards succeeded, they could earn 10 or 20 times more. Hest smiled, realizing he genuinely cared about the guards' future, though she considered taking a small percentage of the income reasonable. Thinking it over, she wondered how much Lee trusted her. Then Hest suggested starting with Red, and Lee looked surprised but confident. Hest explained that Red was once the left hand of Justice, and though not in the guards now, if he returned, he could rally other heroes to join them, making the guards much stronger. Lee asked why Red had left, and Hest replied coldly that there had been a conflict before Justice was killed, though she didn't know the details. Lee asked if this could relate to Justice's murder. Hest said he respected Justice deeply, followed the guards' ideology more than anyone, and even if he left, his influence remained. Lee doubted her, thinking extreme devotion could turn dangerous if someone changed sides. He concluded that, as the left hand of Justice, they had to bring Red back and gather more information before approaching him. Hest warned Lee to be careful, and he looked at her, questioning her tone. The streets were empty as Justice walked, glancing at his phone and wondering how the left hand of Justice could live in such a shabby area, remembering his own modest past. He stopped in front of a building, thinking he needed the 3rd floor, when a grandmother appeared and offered to help him deliver a box to a resident since her knees were weak. Justice agreed, noting how much trust people here seemed to have, and wondered if the guards were really that famous. As he climbed the stairs, he puzzled over the abundance of boxes stacked outside the apartments, all from 24-hour delivery, wondering if someone ordered everything in bulk. At the door, he rang the bell, hearing only silence. Entering the dark apartment, he discovered a figure in a motorcycle helmet lying in cold water. Justice was shocked, apologizing for being in the wrong place. Suddenly, the figure jumped up, approaching him, hand on his shoulder, and exclaimed with a wide grin, welcoming him as the left hand of Justice. Justice stared in disbelief, realizing the person in front of him was the one he had come to find. Justice was caught off guard, blinking in surprise as he stammered out a question about Captain. The man in the helmet laughed, holding Justice's shoulders, teasing him for still being embarrassed. Moving back, Red clenched his fist and asked if they were really going to do this, and in the same instant, he lunged at Justice, delivering a powerful strike that sent a shockwave through the air. The blow was enormous, and Justice struggled to stay on his feet, smoke rising from his stomach as he realized how strong Red's physical strength truly was. Any ordinary person would have ended up in the hospital. Red stood firm, inviting Justice to strike him back, and Justice couldn't help but admire why Red was called the left hand of Justice, quietly wondering if he had been training beyond his abilities. Gathering courage, Justice asked if Red planned to return to the guards, but Red paused, incredulous, asking if he was serious. The tension between them was thick, both recalling the unresolved conflicts that Haste didn't know about. Justice suggested they might discuss their differing opinions, but Red's fists clenched in anger, asking if anything could be more important than the guards, pressing Justice for honesty about why he had avoided the matter for a month. Silence fell until Red declared that if Justice wouldn't explain, he had nothing more to say, then pushed him out of his apartment, slamming the door behind him. Justice was left speechless, recalling the call from the real Lee a month ago and wondering what had happened since. Meanwhile, in CR's apartment, Lee pulled on his gloves, shouting "Blaze, Blaze, break them." His belt fastened, helmet shining, he declared his name as Burning Red, and in full suit, he immediately swung into action. Within minutes, he rescued a frightened cat from a tree, caught a thief who stole a wallet, and then helped an elderly woman carry her card of letters, leaving her waving in gratitude as he moved on, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. Red was busy helping his grandmother when a familiar voice called out behind him, remarking that the man known as the left hand of Justice was now hauling carts. Turning around, Red saw Viento smiling at him. Later, they sat together in a cafe, Red holding his coffee while Viento commented that it was the best cafe around and asked if there weren't any franchises nearby. Red took a sip, grimaced, and wiped his mouth, complaining that it tasted like dirty water, and then reached to pour it out, but Viento stopped him. Holding his mug, Red asked why he shouldn't just leave it on the table, and Viento smiled, agreeing. She handed him an envelope, saying it was an employment offer from the union, and Red pushed it back, noting it was the third one he was refusing. Viento teased that it was cold-hearted of him to not even read it, then admitted she knew why he was here. They stood in silence under the shining sun as Viento asked if it was true that the periodic appearance of villains had made them unable to support heroes. She added that if Red joined the union, he could help secure the area. Red listened quietly, folding his arms, dismissing her point, claiming that once inside, they'd mess with fancy rules but accomplish nothing. After a pause, he asked since when the union cared about ordinary people. Viento grinned, asking if he was serious, pointing out that this was why he became a guard. Red stayed silent, resting his hands on the table, while Viento smiled widely and questioned whether it was true that the guards weren't doing much these days, even noting that Justice had gone quiet. At that moment, Red splashed his coffee over his helmet, set the cup on the table, and thanked Viento for the drink, saying he had to go. Viento leaned back, bidding him goodbye, and Red left the cafe, walking down the street. Suddenly, he heard something that made him tense: villain activity. He turned quickly, listening to every sound, then ran toward it. From Viento's hand, a powerful shock magic shot out, aimed directly at him. Red barely noticed it in time, taking multiple hits and crashing onto the asphalt. Viento gathered the energy again, looking at him and asked if this was his first time witnessing her powers. Smoke rose from Red's body as he pressed a hand to the ground, and Viento asked if he was using his damage repair technique, turning severe damage into a regular hit. Standing, Red dusted off his suit, while Viento smiled and explained that the area, though old, had a good location and would be profitable if rebuilt, teasing that the villains could handle the rest while he was busy. Behind him, explosions destroyed houses, making Red tense, his hands shaking with anger as his helmet glowed red. He advanced aggressively, demanding if Viento had gone mad. Laughing, she extended her hand, releasing all her accumulated energy in a destructive beam. Red resisted, holding his hands forward, and she mocked him for refusing to team up with other heroes, questioning why he would even get involved with someone wasting his time. Slowly, under the attack's pressure, Red advanced, compressing air around him, while Viento realized he was steadily closing the distance despite being pushed back. She smiled maliciously, thinking he was just buying time and that the more chaos the villains caused, the lower the market value of the buildings. Then, she noticed the explosions had stopped, and behind her, the defeated villain's body fell onto the asphalt. The other villains she brought lay unconscious as the legs of a hero appeared in front of her. Justice stood there, furious, telling her to lower her hands, his eyes blazing with anger, warning that he had to act now if he didn't want his tender wrists broken. Viento turned, placing his hands in front of him, and faced Justice, who had just arrived. Red, standing to the side, called out, surprised by his captain's appearance. Viento raised an eyebrow, slightly disappointed, then placed a hand on his chest and smiled widely, explaining that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Justice frowned, asking what he meant, while Red clenched his fist as Viento explained that although this area was under the Union's jurisdiction, Red had acted as a hero without permission, which could be seen as encroachment. With his arms outstretched, Viento reminded Justice that even as a former guardian, interfering like this was delicate. Suddenly, Red started shouting, and Viento glanced at him, telling him he was exaggerating over development issues. Justice smiled, understanding what had really happened, while Red, fists raised, reminded Justice of their recent operation against the villains, frustrated that he hadn't spoken during Red's strange behavior. Despite Red's disappointment, Justice stood majestically, his cloak flowing under the wind, making Red believe he could one day become the same. Bowing his head, Red felt disheartened, and Justice, noticing the trembling fists, asked him how they were different from the villains if they always prioritized victory over money. Viento, observing, thought Red was being naive. Even children knew that money ruled the world, and fantasies only led to ruin. After speaking, Justice extended his hand, and Red smiled, returning it, thanking him for understanding. He asked if Justice remembered the superhuman hero from the last friendly match. Viento, smiling broadly, inquired what Justice wanted to find out, and Justice grinned, declaring that now everything would be the same, sharply squeezing Viento's hand, forcing his palm to arch. A moment later, Viento screamed sharply in pain, his face twisting as he reacted to Justice's grip. Before he could recover, Justice struck him in the face with a fist so powerful that Viento's body flew into the air and landed hard on the asphalt, kicking up dust. Justice raised his hand and explained that the attack had been a response to Viento's aggression, asking if he thought it had been a misunderstanding. Red, standing nearby, watched in disbelief at Viento lying there, stunned that his captain would act this way, but a wave of relief and joy washed over him. Justice turned to Red, asking forgiveness for leaving the guards without explanation, admitting it was hard to clarify now but promising he would eventually. He admitted he had been frustrated with the hero's recent behavior and wanted to radically change things. Red stood silently, then suddenly laughed, clutching his stomach, and raised his fist, joking that Justice now looked like a proper captain. Justice extended his hand as Red lifted his fist, offering a series of flaming blows to celebrate their reconciliation and Red's potential return to the guards. But Justice calmly refused, lowering his hand. Red then asked about their next steps, considering the Union and the superhuman's power. Glancing at Viento, still on the ground with his tongue out, Justice thought for a moment, then smiled, suggesting they might borrow some of Viento's methods. 2 days later, Viento, his hand bandaged, lay on a chair cushion, stroking the bridge of his nose, still puzzled and wondering if Justice had always been so reckless. Since Viento had provoked the attack, he knew he couldn't report it at the heroes' meeting. He pointed to the secretary standing nearby, saying that even if they hadn't won, they had set a record in the area. Relaxing and closing his eyes, he asked the girl how many recruits they had this time, but his eyes shot open in shock when the secretary told him there wasn't a single recruit. Jumping up, Viento panicked, asking where all the recruits had gone and if the superhumans had taken them. The secretary explained that it was all because of the guards, who had been recruiting actively and fighting villains, gaining huge popularity in the past few days. Viento clenched his teeth, bewildered at how the guards, who looked like villains themselves, could do this. Suddenly, glass shattered behind him, and Viento turned sharply with his secretary to see a huge, monster-like giant outside the window. The secretary pointed fearfully, explaining that this was the villain causing recent chaos. The massive giant, its neck and chest glowing with energy, looked around as Viento, paired with another hero, attacked using her abilities, causing 2 explosions that struck the villain directly. Before she could fully warn her partner, the giant's huge fist slammed into him, sending him flying, while Viento staggered in shock, staring at the enormous enemy. Terrified, she turned and ran as the giant grinned, then narrowed its eyes and laughed. In reality, the giant was Lee, using the ability from Squall, not just regeneration, but body manipulation. He had enlarged his body and changed his appearance, combining it with Justice's powers. The giant roared, deafening the city, and spotting Viento in a building, grinned maliciously. A moment later, the giant's fist smashed toward Viento, destroying part of the building and sending debris scattering, while Viento was thrown back, foam coming from his mouth. Meanwhile, Lee, still in his giant form, moved away as Red stood at the edge of a destroyed building, watching the departing giant. He froze, lost in thought, recalling recent events, how when he had suggested using villains, Justice had cried out, warning that they would end up like an alliance. Justice, showing no emotion, had said that honesty offered nothing because people like them were always ignored and mocked. Red remembered how the guard's coat of arms drew ridicule from others, and how Justice had sworn on his name to avoid harming civilians, limiting damage only to Union buildings. Standing motionless, Red listened as Justice asked for his trust. Glancing at the giant's open jaw, he decided that, despite not knowing the captain's full plan, they had to trust him. Red put his hands on his hips, glaring at the giant, while the rest of the team watched. The girls in the team stretched their hands, and a huge man stood behind them, frowning. The giant walked calmly through the city streets, pausing to stare at the Union's coat of arms, which Lee guessed must be quite expensive. A moment later, Lee smashed the Union statue with his hand, turning it into rubble, and slowly unclenched his palm, feeling a mix of joy and pride. The secretary closed her eyes as gusts of wind swept around her, while Viento, holding her with one hand, clenched his teeth in irritation as they flew through the air. Back when Viento had been thrown by the force of the giant's blow, the secretary had screamed desperately, begging for help as massive debris loomed above her. Viento gritted his teeth, cutting through the air with strength, and rescued her, landing safely and throwing her to the ground, warning her not to make a sound. Placing his hands in front of him, he focused the air currents between his palms and told the secretary he had saved her only because he didn't want to pay a death benefit. Moments later, Viento raised his hands high, forming a massive sphere of swirling air, leaving the secretary sitting in shock, warning that using such power could harm civilians. Twisting his face in disgust, Viento asked if she had time to consider that, then hurled the sphere away, dissolving it into nothing. The giant turned its head just as Viento sent sickle-shaped blades of compressed air flying, the blades striking the massive body and causing serious damage. Behind the giant, a building split into pieces from the force, and falling debris sent civilians screaming in fear. As the giant's foot slipped on the asphalt, threatening disaster, Viento caught the debris with his hand, saving everyone, realizing how close it had been to failure. Lee's wounds began healing rapidly, vanishing completely in moments as he calmly clenched his fist. Viento stared, frozen with fear and disbelief at such instant regeneration, knowing even a banshee could not recover that fast. Meanwhile, 2 guard members charged the giant at full speed, and Viento shouted a warning about the enemy's overwhelming strength. The red-haired guard girl paused nervously, asking her partner if they were ready, while he assured her to trust their training. Dropping to one knee, he channeled energy through the asphalt, lifting a long section like rubber and sending a wave toward the giant. Using her ability, the girl placed a piece of black metal in her mouth, surged forward at incredible speed leaving small puffs of smoke, her foot smashing through the road as she bounced off the asphalt wave, and slammed into the giant's chest, creating a massive gust of dust and wind. Lee, his body bending slightly, noticed his subordinate was working efficiently, so he decided to resist a bit and let out a low growl before roaring loudly at the giant. Viento raised an eyebrow, shocked at what he saw, while Red stepped forward to praise Gray for his effort. Moments later, Red leapt above the giant, landing on Balrog's face, shouting for Pink to take action. Her helmet lit up as she prepared a powerful energy beam, which shot straight at the enemy. Red then opened his pouch and launched multiple flaming bombs directly at the giant's face. Balrog's eye widened in surprise as the bombs exploded along with Pink's beam, sending the defeated villain crashing to the ground, destroying everything beneath him. Red crossed his arms, declaring that the title of Flaming belonged only to true heroes. Passers-by next to Viento gawked, whispering about how easily the heroes handled a villain far stronger than even the Union, leaving Viento frozen in disbelief, unable to move as people criticized the Union for not helping. Later in Justice's office, he watched Red's interview on his phone, smiling at the display. Suddenly, Arcadia burst in, a terrifying aura surrounding him, furious at Justice for creating a villain that attacked only Union buildings. His pupils shrank as he demanded Justice stop immediately, citing that only the guards could handle the threat. Justice scratched his chin, calling Arcadia fair, and then grinned, asking what would happen if he didn't keep his promise. Arcadia clenched his teeth, while Justice, still grinning, teased that perhaps Arcadia focused too much on commerce and still didn't understand why he had to take orders from someone in their group. Arcadia bowed his head thoughtfully, squinting one eye, while Justice reminded him that, according to him, there were no villains left. Pointing at Arcadia's face, Justice asked why they hadn't caught the villain he believed was connected to the guards. The floor beneath Arcadia cracked as he unleashed his power, his aura flaring around him, and he warned Justice to watch his words. His pupils glowed brightly as he demanded if Justice's self-will was a challenge to the Alliance. Justice's true body raised an eyebrow, considering that it might have been provoked by them. Crossing his arms, Justice told Arcadia to calm down, assuring him that if he agreed to cooperate, he would receive reciprocity. The aura around Arcadia disappeared, and he asked what kind of cooperation Justice meant. Justice lowered his hands and demanded that Squall be interrogated. Arcadia tilted his head, puzzled, and asked why Justice needed the girl they had captured last time. Justice clenched his fists, explaining that the recent display of force was just to attract attention. The real aim of the guards was to eliminate the villains, with no intention to infringe on the Alliance. Arcadia, recalling how Justice had defeated the latest top-level villain, opened his lips in disbelief, remarking that Justice still talked nonsense even after clearing the villain's headquarters. Justice smiled, saying that if his words were nonsense, then there would be no point in the interrogation, the grin never leaving his face. While Arcadia considered his response, Justice's focus shifted to Prainy, a high-security facility where superpowered individuals were imprisoned. Accompanied by Chrome and another guard, Justice walked down the corridor, observing the strict security. The warden's eyes scanned the instruments as the prison doors swung open. Soldiers along the way saluted the guards, and Justice noted how strict everything felt. Walking ahead, Chrome reminded him that standard methods wouldn't work on the villains held here. She explained that Prainy Square was larger than the atrium, and imagining the 3 famous villains imprisoned there, she said that many strong villains, once known from TV, were confined here. Her attention shifted to a cell where Nemesis was held, restrained by countless chains, his face still frowning angrily. Justice was shocked and asked if it would have been better to execute Nemesis, while the girl reminded him about constant human rights debates. Looking down, Justice saw a prisoner standing on a platform, flanked by 2 guards, near a small capsule charged with the villain's energy. Curious, he asked what was happening. A worker carried a huge battery, which was installed elsewhere as Chrome explained that they were converting the villain's energy into electricity. This process helped suppress the abilities of other prisoners and had other benefits. Justice narrowed his eyes, impressed by the method, and glanced at the girl in front as she added that it wasn't that they hadn't considered executing Nemesis. Chrome stopped and turned to Justice, explaining that it was impossible to kill Nemesis. Justice raised an eyebrow, asking why no one could do it, and Chrome, recalling the devastation from their earlier battle, admitted she didn't know all the details because only Justice and Damn Tood had witnessed it. Damn, standing behind Justice, covered his mouth from the smoke, while Nemesis, with scarlet eyes, stared at his enemies in surprise. Justice squinted, realizing how much of Nemesis's power was at play, impressed that this eternally grinning old leader of the superhumans was so cautious. A staff member signaled that they had arrived, stopping in front of the door where Squall waited, hands behind his back. The officer assured them it was safe inside, as the device contained Squall's abilities. Chrome and Justice listened carefully as he warned about audio and video monitoring in the cells. After placing his thumb on the scanner, the officer stepped back. Chrome asked if they would enter together, but Justice declined with a small smile, saying he alone would suffice. Justice approached Squall, who grinned wildly at the visitor, surprised that such an important person had come. Justice studied the restraining device, bending slightly to touch it, while Squall teased him about being afraid of a failure. Justice asked sharply what she planned for Legion, and Squall explained it was just a sort of reunion, with Legion being another test subject. Chrome and other staff watched silently, impressed that Squall answered Justice's questions calmly. Justice asked if Squall expected to spend her whole life in this cell, hinting she could earn freedom by cooperating. Squall smiled, intrigued by his suggestion, but her grin faded briefly when she noticed cracks forming in the restraint device. Then, smiling wildly again, she realized the heroes hadn't even noticed such a basic flaw. As the cracks spread, her hands transformed into two enormous giant hands, and Squall, grinning, lunged at Justice. Chrome and the staff were shocked as she raised her hand to strike, aware that even Justice wouldn't dodge at such close range. The shockwave nearly shattered the chamber door, dust swirling around. Justice grabbed Squall's head with one hand, slamming her into the floor while invisible but powerful aura radiated from him. Frowning, he asked if she thought the device cracked by accident. Squall stared in astonishment as Justice, after lightly pressing the device earlier and breaking part of it, looked at the destroyed cameras with a nod of thanks. He then squeezed Squall's neck, causing her face to contort, and pressed his finger to her forehead, asserting control over the chaotic situation. Justice ordered Squall to reveal everything she knew, while a moment earlier Chrome and the employee had stood near the tables, silently observing the scene. Justice asked about Legion, and outside the window, Squall crossed her arms over her stomach, challenging him by pointing at herself, questioning whether they had even tried to interrogate her. The employee explained she wasn't cooperating, while Chrome stood frozen, processing the situation. Cracks spread across all the glass in the room, obscuring the view inside. Chrome screamed in confusion, asking what was happening in the cell, and the employee replied that the shockwave had destroyed all the cells and even disabled the audio recording. Chrome stared at the camera, her mouth slightly open, realizing Justice had a plan, and she vaguely made out his figure through the shattered window. Justice pressed his foot onto Squall's back, forcing her to grit her teeth, and a vein appeared on her face as he tightened his grip. She glared at him, demanding why he had been hiding things, but before she could speak again, Justice abruptly lifted her and slammed her into the wall, causing her intense pain. Frowning, he reminded her that he was the one asking the questions. Squall grabbed his hand and smirked, calling his threats primitive, but Justice remained expressionless, his gaze sharp. Shadows fell over his eyes as he decided to be harsher, tightening his grip further, twisting Squall's face in pain while asserting full control of the interrogation. Justice tightened his grip on Squall, and she clutched his arm, her face turning blue as oxygen ran out. Teeth clenched, she trembled, warning him that even he shouldn't kill prisoners. Justice frowned, insisting she had attacked first, and he was only defending himself. His eyes glowed brightly as he admitted he couldn't fully control his power. Squall tried to slash his hand with her claws but quickly gave up, tilting her head back to beg for mercy, saying that Mick, a man with purple hair, had done everything. Justice calmed slightly and asked for more details. Just then, the capture team burst into the room, fully armed, and froze when they saw Justice standing over Squall, adjusting her restraining gear while her body hung limply. One squad member remarked she had been recaptured and was unconscious. The employee approached Justice to check on him. He assured them he was fine but suggested they check the devices more carefully next time. Justice left, telling Chrome he had no time for explanations and needed to speak with haste immediately. Meanwhile, in Arcadia's office, he sat at his desk, deep in thought, when a four-eyed, blue-skinned subordinate approached, reporting that Squall had broken the restraints during interrogation. Without lifting his head, Arcadia demanded the video recording. The subordinate, surprised, hesitated but eventually brought what was left. Arcadia played the footage on his computer, seeing Justice standing before Squall, studying the restraints. He leaned back, tired, as Banshee entered, hugging herself and asking if he had called her. Arcadia asked if Chrome was working with the newcomer, and when she confirmed, he suggested they could spin the story for the press. Noticing an information leak had let Chrome capture Squall, Arcadia expressed his disappointment, noting that the guards pretending to be heroes only raised stock prices slightly. Suddenly, Banshee was lifted by 3 glowing rings of mana, screaming in pain. Arcadia pointed at her, asking why she was complicating things. Her mask shattered, leaving her suspended midair, lips scarred from previous battles, yet she refused to look at him. Arcadia watched the screen, noting how Banshee's neck arched at an unnatural angle and how she clenched her teeth, trying not to scream in pain. He thought back to her speech at the 16th Union meeting and asked whether, Despite everything, she was pretending to be a leader, commenting that her approval ratings seemed to be rising steadily. Banshee winced when he mockingly quoted someone saying she was doing better than Arcadia, and he remarked that it must feel nice to hear that. She lowered her head and groaned as the luminous circle pressed tighter against her body under his control. Arcadia acknowledged that he knew she didn't hold him in high regard and grinned, hoping she wasn't deliberately trying to make a fool of him. Overcoming the pain, Banshee explained that all her actions were for the benefit of others and that she would personally face the consequences. Leaning back in his chair, Arcadia told her that her voice was so quiet he could barely hear her. She closed her eyes and lowered her head, and he asked if she still couldn't speak normally without her mask, unable to control her volume. He remembered her on her knees, covered in blood, asking if that was when she got the scar. Resting his head on his hand, Arcadia noted that despite everything, she was ranked Th in the hero rankings, and people would be shocked if they realized she was still struggling with her trauma. He snapped his fingers, forcing her to her knees, and said that no matter how well she usually performed, she needed to be more careful and avoid mistakes. Breathing heavily with her hand on her hip, Banshee picked up a black shard from the floor as Arcadia reminded her that he expected great things from her. She bowed to the man sitting at the table as the door closed behind her, then looked at him with a questioning expression, waiting in the corridor. Viento frowned slightly and hesitated before asking if she was all right. She extended her palm, holding a black fragment, and said it was for Zeus. He asked if it needed to be handed over for repairs, promising to take care of everything, and lowered his head while searching his pockets. She smiled when he handed her a dark box, explaining it was a mask for her. He watched thoughtfully as she fastened it, her hands on her head, her expression blank. Viento apologized, saying he should have handled the villain himself, but she closed her eyes and reassured him that everything was fine, lightly punching him in the chest. He watched her leave as she raised her hand, telling him he was doing a great job and to keep going. He looked after her silently, regret shadowing his face, as sunlight lit up the skyscraper. When the elevator doors opened, two people stepped out, drawing tense looks from everyone. Lee returned to his normal state, and Hest approached the steps, asking why he had been called. He glanced at Chrome, who nodded, reminding him of how she had arched her neck during the interrogation. He then focused on her, saying the name Mikey, and demanded she explain more. He pictured the man rubbing his chin and thought he definitely looked like one of the executives. Justice held Chrome by the throat, and she immediately said she wouldn't cover for him, reminding him that he was the one who experimented on her in Legion. Justice pursed his lips, frowning as she mentioned that Mikey also created berserkers using that drug. He thought of the vial of green liquid and wondered if it was connected to his own near-death experiences, asking if she meant dilators. Cracks appeared on the wall behind her, and she winced, explaining that both she and Legion had been test subjects for a prototype, which was how she awakened her abilities. When he asked who created the drug, whether it was Mikey, she said most likely not, since he had claimed he got it from somewhere else. Justice kept his grip firm, demanding where Mikey got the drug, and she admitted she didn't know, making him frown as he considered that someone else must be behind it. She screamed as he squeezed her cheeks, and he told her sharply that this information alone wouldn't save her life. Confused, she wondered if he was some gangster, winced, and revealed she knew what the drug was intended for, a mass attack involving berserkers, information she got from Mikey. Justice clenched his teeth, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and noted that there weren't enough berserkers in the laboratory for such a plan. Chrome looked at him carefully, and suggested they might be hiding others elsewhere. She reflected on past battles, noting that berserkers were just strong monsters and that most experienced heroes could handle them. Meanwhile, Lee and his comrades gathered in a circle, speculating about the villain's plans. He imagined Banshee and felt anger at Arcadia for using his sister as an outlet, pressing his palm to his forehead as he thought of a monstrous enemy he could encounter. Just then, a creak at the door drew his attention, and he frowned at the newcomer. The long-haired man scratched his head, explaining he was from the pharmaceutical department and came to report a newly developed drug. Lee eyed the outstretched suitcase suspiciously, noting he had heard nothing of this. Opening it, he saw green ampoules and learned it was an extender designed to enhance abilities. Lee placed his hand on the lid, saying he would review it before reporting to others, but Viento interrupted, slamming the suitcase. The man looked shocked, and Viento mockingly asked what surprised him. He explained they needed more tests to ensure there were no problems. One ampoule was missing from the suitcase, and he held it in his hand, recalling people discussing the Guardians' victory over monsters Union couldn't handle, mocking the Union as just a bunch of celebrities. Viento grinned wickedly, thinking he could now help his sister. Watching through the slightly open door, he left the building, cracking his glasses on the ground, pulled off his mask, tossed it over his shoulder, straightened his hair, and grinned slightly. Viento stood surrounded by black cylinders, staring at the towering object before him. Streams of power erupted from his hands, and with a roar, the obstacle shattered. He wrapped his arms around himself, more power radiating outward, and as he spread his arms, streams of energy rippled in every direction, toppling all the stone cylinders with a deafening crash. He straightened, watching the fragments fall, and gazed at a small bottle in his palm, letting out sounds of delight. Even though he had only used half the dose, the results were astonishing, and he felt no ill effects. Thoughts of his sister, the blonde girl, made him clench his teeth in frustration, frowning as he mentally questioned Arcadia, wondering how he dared let this happen to his sister while he just sat at a table collecting subscribers, leaving all the hard work to others. Behind him, applause and surprised exclamations drew his attention, and he turned to see Vivi giving him a thumbs up, calling him amazing and like the embodiment of a storm. Viento smiled and thanked her, surprised she knew him. He closed his eyes and praised her, calling her a promising, talented newcomer who had already made waves in the media, though he thought his sister was still cooler. Vivi smiled widely, and Viento asked if she had come to work out. She admitted she had, saying she'd felt out of shape lately, which surprised him, and he asked if that had affected her sponsorship deals. Vivi thought of the man with the wide smile and explained that after the recent encounter with the villain, things had been complicated. Viento thought she needed to improve her skills to boost her popularity, and Lee listened seriously as she rambled about how even Wilhelm, now an ordinary Perigo, had once been incredible. He realized she had been there at that time. Surprised, she watched as he handed her an ampoule, claiming it would solve all her problems. Lying on a spacious bed, Lee puffed his cheeks, contemplating a large-scale attack and imagining the monsters, agreeing with Chrome that they weren't that strong. He remembered that he wasn't the only hero in the area and thought about Hest's warning to increase security. Sitting up, he reflected on Justice's absence, and recalled the man in the red helmet, then walked into the hall thinking he had done some research but avoided checking the dates Red mentioned. Opening his dresser drawer, he retrieved a fingerprint unlock phone to search for clues, noting red marks on a calendar for Haming Building at 2 p.m., realizing Justice often went to the same place. Legion appeared, questioning why he brought him along, and Lee explained he needed backup since the man seemed idle. Imagining a girl winking in the air, he asked about Yenyang, now an honorary Guardian ambassador, managed by Legion, who moderated her chat and encouraged civility. Surprised that Legion was her manager, Lee looked up at a multi-story white building under a blue sky. The elevator stopped at the first floor, then the fourth, and they walked to room 402. Frowning at the number, he considered transforming into Justice but was reminded by Lo that cameras might be watching. Listening to the click of heels, Legion reminded him the priority was gathering information, not showing off powers. Suddenly, a woman appeared, asking who they were. Legion glanced sideways, realizing they had to improvise, and smiled, claiming they were on the wrong floor and wouldn't disturb her. His eyes widened in shock as the woman called him by name, and Lee looked on in surprise, wondering how she knew him. Lee remembered a family photo with a girl with pink streaks and, confused but relieved, saw a girl in a raincoat freeze. He called out to his sister, remarking that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In the laboratory, the maddened one screamed loudly as Hidoro frowned down at the monsters, clearly displeased, and ordered them to calm down. A mechanism in the floor dropped food, and the creatures immediately began fighting for more, scratching each other. Hidoro, annoyed, told them to stop, while Mikey stayed focused on his work, watching the pop-up windows. The sound of mud shifting echoed as a tired man opened the door, calling someone by name. Hidoro leaned aside, irritated, asking how long he was expected to watch over the monsters since he wasn't their nanny. He was also curious whether they could handle the heroes. Mikey focused on the screen, noting that if the monsters weren't maddened, they couldn't resist the heroes. Mikey smiled, imagining Vivi inspecting a small object in her hand and a sly-looking man holding the same thing, reassuring that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, the clock ticked slowly in a quiet room where Lee and Legion sat on a sofa, and a girl with her hair in a bun occupied a chair. She lowered her gaze at a white cup on a saucer, asking Lee if he wanted coffee, which he refused. Legion, folding his hands on his chest, closed his eyes and smiled, his eyebrows raising in embarrassment, unsure why he was even there since the two barely seemed related. He doubted his presence and decided to leave. The girl and Lee sat silently, eyes on the floor, until Lee Jin abruptly rose, heading for the door, warning that Yan Yang would broadcast soon. Lee shouted that there was no live broadcast today, and Lee Jin smiled from the doorway, wishing them well. Lee froze mid-gesture, and the girl, surprised, didn't look up but realized 5 years had already passed. She asked how he was doing, and Lee, glancing sideways, awkwardly smiled, raising a finger to his cheek, confirming all was fine. She frowned, complaining she had been out of school so long and asking if he hadn't cared at all during that time. Lee nervously raised his head, a bead of sweat dropping as he scratched his head, searching for excuses, but she interrupted, saying she wasn't judging. Lee lowered his gaze, apologizing quietly. The girl looked at him with wide eyes, then asked if he could speak somewhere else, leaving Lee surprised. The sun's rays reflected off the many windows of the hospital, catching Lee by surprise as he looked down the corridor, assuming Lee worked there. A man appeared, addressing her formally as if he were the director, and she smiled, extending her hand. The hero raised his eyebrows, impressed by her reception, and watched as she approached her sister calmly, almost unfazed. Suddenly, the man ran forward, urgently calling for her help in the operating room, and she raised her eyebrows again, frowning slightly. Lee followed, observing everything in surprise. Inside, the staff greeted her respectfully while a boy lay in a hospital bed, hooked to a breathing apparatus, his body battered from a car accident. She took off her coat, asking about his condition. The man explained he had multiple organ failure and serious injuries. Standing beside him, she placed her palm on his forehead, promising relief, and bright pink circles appeared around her wrists. She moved her hands, forming radiant circles over the boy, and gradually his abrasions healed. He opened his eyes in astonishment, smiling and thanking Nuna. She noted that her healing powers were almost perfect, imagining her hand enveloped in the pink glow. The boy waved as she walked down the corridor, heavy steps echoing, and the hero grabbed her shoulder, urging her not to overexert herself. She thanked him but explained she spent most of her time on research, combining strength, knowledge, and medicine to save people without powers, even representing DNA structures with glowing pink circles. Walking behind her, he questioned if it was really possible, and she confidently said nothing happens without trying. She then asked about his alliance and popularity, and he looked away, awkwardly saying it was a long story and he had moved on to the guards. Surprised, she asked if they needed replacements, and he realized she knew everything. He introduced the man with red hair and a mask, careful because she could reveal his abilities if he lied. Lee's eyes widened as she realized that Justice had asked someone to temporarily replace him and observe his sister's reaction. Horrified, she covered her mouth, and the hero, noticing her shock, asked what was wrong. She turned to him, concern in her eyes, and pleaded not to tell her that Justice was already dead. Lee blinked, frowning, and asked suddenly what she was talking about. Nona closed the door behind her, and retorted sharply that this was not the time to be surprised, pressing him to explain why Justice even wanted to see her. If he was truly Justice's substitute, there was no reason to withhold the truth. Lee fell silent for a moment before admitting he could never fool her. Justice was dead, and he was acting as his replacement. Nona gasped, demanding what had happened and how he had even gotten involved. Lee explained that he had stumbled into it by accident, insisting repeatedly that he was not doing it out of desire. She trembled, imagining her sister being devoured by monsters, but he gritted his teeth and repeated firmly that it was not his choice. He calmed slightly and revealed that he was looking for whoever had killed Justice, unsure of how he died, but aware that Nona might know something since she had noticed his absence immediately. She paused before saying that Justice had not been feeling well, so she had provided occasional treatments. Lee pressed for details, asking what kind of treatment, and she admitted she never pried into his affairs, only noting that on his last visit he had appeared unusually pale, and she had not seen him since. Lee cut in sharply, asking if she knew anything about drugs. Confused, she asked what kind, and he explained it was an ambulability, found in Justice's body. She admitted she knew nothing of it, and had never pursued it. Lee muttered to himself that the more he learned, the more confusing it became, wondering if this was a dead end. Yet, if Justice had received treatment, there should not have been an injury like that. Nona remembered Truam asking about it, and when Lee inquired, she explained that Truum had asked if Justice had ever visited a hospital. Lee connected the dots, recalling Truum had been present when Justice defeated Nemesis. Nona's curiosity sharpened, and after a pause she finally asked, hesitantly, if she could see Justice's body once. Inside the vault, Chrome pressed a button and the heavy doors swung open, revealing the frozen body of Justice. Nona's eyes widened as she took it in, and Chrome muttered, questioning if she was Justice's regular doctor, and why she was acting now. Nona explained that she already knew Justice was dead, so cooperating seemed the safest choice, though she admitted she was still uncertain about what to do next. She commented on the facility itself, noting she had heard of places designed to preserve the bodies of talented people, but seeing one in person was astonishing, far more meticulously built than a typical preservation site. Justice's body was carefully accommodated, and the security was formidable. She remarked that such reckless, hidden situations clearly didn't sit well with him, recalling how the woman had caused a commotion when High Stanham was present, and how chaotic things had felt, which reminded him of their first meeting. He quickly shouted that he would not be fooled by anyone, insisting that Nona was his Nona and could never act otherwise. Chrome, curious, asked what he meant by, "Your Nona," but he remained silent. Nona smiled, saying he should have told her earlier, leaving him momentarily confused, wondering if it had anything to do with the tight security, sensitive information, perhaps. Then, Nona activated her power, weaving a pink thread of energy around Justice's body. Both she and Chrome froze in alarm as the frozen pale form of Justice began turning brown, startling them. Lee shouted sharply, demanding, "What did you do?" The sister raised her eyebrows, explaining that Justice had not truly been resurrected. Her ability could only restore some of the dead cells, and even that effect would be short-lived. She folded her hands over her chest, admitting it was all she could do, then turned to the heroes, asking permission to collect Justice's cells. They looked surprised, and Lee questioned why she needed them. The girl reminded him of her research, showing an image of DNA cells and explaining that she needed biological tissue capable of withstanding most abilities. She had Justice's consent on the condition that she would treat him. Chrome frowned, suspicious, and asked how they could trust her. Nona admitted she had no evidence but insisted her goal was to save people, then gently took Chrome's hands, asking her to help. Chrome arched her eyebrows, watching as Nona closed the door behind her, holding a round box and placing several glass cases into her suitcase. She thanked the heroes silently, then turned to her younger brother, asking if they would see each other again. He folded his arms and confirmed they would. Nuna walked toward the exit with her suitcase, inviting the Lee to eat together sometime, and Chrome observed him curiously, almost dying of awkwardness, questioning what was really going on between them since it seemed more than just a reunion after a long time. The Lee kept his arms folded, looking down, calling it personal, and remembered dressing as a hero once to congratulate Son, standing masked before their parents' joyful eyes until a villain suddenly appeared, killing their family and a large purple monster looming behind. Later, Lee returned home from class, removing his shoes in the hallway, looking down at the floor and thinking of the joyful presence of his parents. Lee remembered his parents and younger sister at the table, but then the memory flipped and the house felt empty like a box. He checked the kitchen, frowned, and said he still remembers his older sister's face, regret, sympathy and anger, while his own eyes had gone dark and lifeless, and he hated himself but thought it was worse for Nuna. He adjusted the visor of his cap, turned, and said he ran away to the army right after school. Chrome asked sadly what happened to that monster. Lee only half smiled and said it was caught fast, maybe it's now in Praney. Lee pushed forward through the crowd while Lee said that after that tragedy the older sister did little for a long time, but now she seemed to have a new goal, which made him glad. Chrome checked her phone and turned the screen to him, saying the timing was awkward but he needed to see it. Lee stared, surprised at how many wins Union had lately. Chrome said it was because of a past provocation and that Union began catching villains like rats, naming Vinto and Bubble as examples. Lee scratched his head and said that if needed he could act like a villain again, and when she asked if he was sure, he shrugged and assured her it would be fine. He promised no civilians would be hurt, and that putting him in the spotlight would help lesser-known heroes gain recognition. Lee remembered Marathon Man awkwardly smiling, surrounded by fans praising him, and imagined the hero hauling a whole carriage of coal briquettes, shouting that he was a good little engine. He reflected on how these heroes genuinely wanted to help people, creating a virtuous circle, and admitted to Son that he worried more about what others would say. On the other side, Zeus was fiddling with his mask when the girl spoke sharply, telling him to stop playing around and move. He shook his head, insisting, "No, Pandora, this is urgent." She leapt down from his head, muttering that she would handle it herself, and produced a pink mask, handing it to him. Zeus took it, warning that if she strayed too far, it would revert to its original state and demanding it back. Irritated, she cast some magic and snapped that she was leaving. A female figure behind them greeted them, noting it had been a long time, and Zeus nodded, saying things had gone smoothly and now it was just a matter of fine-tuning. She suggested waiting a bit, and when he asked why the mask had suddenly broken, she explained it was a miscontrol of ability. Zeus muttered a warning, invoking Acadia, the Acadia group, and Ben Shi, noting that while they might be decent middle-level Union officers, it was best not to anger Acadia. William stepped in to halt him, concerned about his activities. The woman admitted she had even helped them get caught, calling it ironic. Zeus then projected the image of one of the monsters, asking if she knew anything about it. She confirmed, saying they were now calling it Balrog, and that Viento had encountered it. Zeus grumbled in frustration, muttering, "It's so annoying." Lee sits on the toilet in the men's room, notepad in hand, studying his sketches and muttering that this option won't work. Suddenly, he brightens as a plan strikes him, turning to a man nearby and shouting his idea. Outside, a building comes into view as a creature rushes forward, tossing stones aside, while terrified people shout about a villain and flee. A red-eyed creature emerges, dust swirling around it, and reports that it's exactly what it needs. It opens its mouth, recalling that last time it went too far with its dimensions and now needs to hold back to avoid hurting civilians. It punches an object, destroying it, and decides to pose as a villain chasing money, remembering Artie's warning to not overdo it, hoping to trick someone safely. When someone tries to stop it, Vivi appears, surrounded by bubbles, frowning and warning it not to move. Balug recognizes her name, remarks on her growing popularity, and growls, curious about her abilities. Vivi holds a dart, declaring that this time things will be different, and throws it into a ball, which pops and triggers a massive explosion. Flames surge toward the stunned Balug, who wonders where such power suddenly came from. A huge blast unfolds in front of him, leaving him clenching his fists, amazed at how much has changed so quickly. Vivi notices he has recovered and is contemplating what she did, tenses, and decides her initial attack isn't enough. She slips her hand into her pocket, retrieves a special ampoule, and Balug stares in shock, realizing her abilities have suddenly improved, and thinks that Justice must have died because of this ampoule. Vivi grabs the ampoule, and Lee stares at her, dumbfounded, trying to snatch it back. Suddenly, something appears between their hands. A robot's hand restrains Balrog. The villain, Sparkles, announces with glowing green eyes that they have finally met. Vivi looks at Zeus questioningly, and he tells her to get out quickly, claiming that those who cannot fight are useless. She awkwardly lowers her gaze while Balrog glares at Zeus, calling him a bastard and vowing to kill him. He is revealed as first in command of the Condor, often called the Mountain of Bodies, a feared villain slayer. Lee raises an eyebrow, realizing he's unlucky to encounter someone this strong. Even the Alliance heroes couldn't intervene. He decides to stall for time and calls Zeus, who points a cannon forward, firing a green magical beam at Balrog. Zeus uses a drill instead of a hand, activating lightning Koronos, and everything around them flies aside as the beam strikes the monster. Balrog frowns, impressed by his strength, but launches a new attack. A man slides across the ground growling, and Balrog refuses to calm down, ignoring Zeus's attempt to reason. Observing him, Zeus realizes it's obvious he's the boss and decides not to delay. Balrog digs his fingers into the ground, racing suddenly in the opposite direction, surprising Zeus, who fires a green beam while pursuing. Dust swirls around, and just as Zeus thinks he has him cornered, Justice appears in front of them, leaving everyone stunned. Justice stands holding the defeated Balrog, greeting him calmly as he steps forward. Zeus grabs the monster but just watches silently. Justice holds the creature by the head, emotionless, while Lee exhales, relieved that things haven't spiraled out of control. He observes Justice standing on the monster, recalling how he transformed into AB before the smoke cleared and Balrog became just a lifeless mass. When Zeus asks if he killed the monster, Justice realizes that without his intervention, the situation would have been far worse. He reports rushing to the alarm. Zeus releases Balrog, puzzled, noticing the monster's lifeless state and remembering how it used to escape easily. Suddenly, A device launches into the air. Justice watches as Zeus activates it, revealing a Hermes data collection drone that scans the surroundings and replays recent events visually. Justice arches an eyebrow, asking what it is, and Zeus replies that he should have seen it. The drone begins showing Balrog's movements, including his attempt to mimic Justice. When Zeus explains that there's a time for everything, a voice from the drone notes that nothing is more frustrating than a villain constantly fleeing and reappearing, showing reconstruction is 90% complete. Justice, frowning, raises his fist, determined to stop it. Spotting the drone, he decides to deal with it first before thinking of consequences. Suddenly, a blow strikes Zeus as Justice hits him, sending him sprawling. Lee rushes over, watching Zeus's damaged face, while Justice tenses, cursing, thinking he might have just killed the leader of Team Condor, Zeus, whose eyes sparkle with intensity. Justice notices that Zeus is truly gone and realizes he now has to impersonate him. A car appears with a man and a girl, and Justice, wondering who they are, decides he needs to get out quickly. The girl scratches her head, questioning if Zeus is really present, but they notice the man and see that he's been reduced to scrap metal. Matt, worried, tells him to wake up as Justice runs away. A large building comes into view, and the Lee frowns, tense, realizing the situation is serious. He notices Chrome and recalls that if Zeus doesn't show up at the heroes' meeting, there will be chaos. She asks why he looks troubled. Justice looks back awkwardly, thinking she will scold him again for not taking care of his sister. Chrome questions him, and he nervously admits that Zeus is dead. She tilts her head, asking if it happened during the Balrog fight, and he confirms. Chrome crosses her arms, asking if any civilians were hurt, and notes he should have been more careful. She then shifts to mundane matters, asking about his weekend and the clothes they bought last time, teasing him about wearing the same outfit all year. Justice, confused by her reaction and lack of response to Zeus's death, is startled when the real Zeus suddenly appears behind her. Chrome explains that he's a man machine, backing up his consciousness digitally, meaning he cannot die. Zeus, with a broken face, mentions that similar incidents happened before. Justice is surprised but relieved he's alive, though the recent events still weigh on him. Zeus places a hand on his shoulder, thanking him for taking down Balrog, and Justice, raising an eyebrow, notes that without him, he might have failed. They discuss the Balrog attack. Zeus explains his memory was partially lost due to a system breakdown, but recalls meeting Justice with the monster in hand and that the corpse was taken. He clenches his fist, frustrated that dangerous villains keep appearing because the guards remain lenient, tiring of pandering to the superhumans in the Alliance. Justice notes some of his own memories have vanished, and, thinking the topic needs proper discussion, smiles and suggests bringing it up at the upcoming meeting with Zeus. Vivi feels unsettled, remembering Zeus's words that those who can't fight are useless. She looks down at the ampoule in her hand, realizing her powers have improved greatly thanks to the remedy. She bumps shoulders with someone, and he raises his hand, reassuring her that everything is fine. A bruised man and another rubbing his eyes appear, reporting dizziness, leaving Vivi bewildered at how calmly they accept it. In the hall, everyone gathered for the meeting, and one man looked around, teasing, asking Zeus what all this fuss was about, suggesting that if anyone saw, they might think Zeus had come to start some co-op. Zeus calmly explained that recent events had been troubling, from the discovery of the rampaging facility to encounters with unidentified, monster-like villains, and stressed that despite all that had been said, no one should refuse the right to eliminate villains. The man smirked, acknowledging that control was already beyond them and that both the Guardian and the Union had handled recent incidents well on their own, so no immediate changes seemed necessary. A girl chimed in, complaining as if seeing a nebula brought bad luck, pointing at Zeus and scolding him for just standing there. Zeus took it in stride, though the man looked slightly confused. Pandora Arcadia, observing the exchange, muttered in frustration, demanding silence, while the girl pressed on, questioning how Zeus could have been defeated. Zeus revealed he had been beaten by a Balrog, far stronger than reported, likely strengthened by repeated escapes. The girl noted that if Justice hadn't intervened, it would have been catastrophic, and Zeus agreed, while Arcadia added that no other hero had truly matched Justice. Justice then addressed the group, pointing out that the drastically changed situation required a reconsideration of policy on villains, warning that more threats like this would be problematic for both the Union and the Webmen, and stressing that a hero must not abandon their duty even if profit motives were involved. Arcadia remained silent for a moment, then countered that there was still no need to withdraw personnel from the Union or act in panic. Another man pressed, suggesting Arcadia cooperate without overcomplicating matters, and though visibly annoyed, Arcadia conceded the point. The discussion continued with another man admitting it was difficult to step forward in the current climate, and eventually one man proposed settling the issue with a vote. Justice reflected that Trum, normally vocal in opposition, surprisingly seemed supportive this time. Meanwhile, across the room, subtle signals passed among the crowd, directing attention to a man walking forward, followed by a long line of cloaked figures trailing behind him. The man exuded an unsettling presence, almost like a cult leader surveying his domain. Speaking through his earpiece, he called out to Hidoro, asking if he was ready. From the swirling gaseous liquid, Hidoro emerged with a snarky grin, confirming that everyone had been scattered densely across the area. On the streets, among buildings, and across the ground, hooded figures could be seen everywhere. With a deliberate press of a button, the man signaled, "Let's begin." And instantly the hooded people with collars around their necks began transforming into grotesque monsters, lunging at the civilians. Screams erupted as people ran desperately, pleading for help. One young girl fell to her knees, her hands shaking, crying out, begging someone to save her. Just then, Lee arrived, striking down a monster with a powerful punch to its head. The man approached Lee, intrigued, commenting on how heroes always seemed to arrive so quickly. Lee calmly replied, stating it was because the new proposal had passed, his eyes focused and determined. The city smolders in smoke as the battle rages above, the monster collapsing to the ground. Yen Yang clenches her fists, exhales sharply, and signals everyone with AV sign, reassuring them that she's always on guard. She quickly reports that shelters are being set up urgently on the outskirts of the city, and immediately fends off another attack from the monster, trying to hold it back despite the overwhelming numbers of creatures. Yen Yang struggles, knowing they can't keep this up for long, but just as she steadies herself, the Vainto rushes forward, taking control of the monster. Yen Yang warms up, turning when Justice calls her, and he covers her mouth when she says his real name, raising a finger to remind her of the code she must follow. She smiles, asking what's wrong, and he tells her to follow Vinto, claiming the man is suspicious. Yen Yang glances at Vinto, who kneels thoughtfully beside the fallen monster. Lee questioned why Justice doesn't step in sooner. Moments before this scene, we see Levi calmly standing before the creature, warning it that if it had complaints, it should talk first, because bringing friends to gang up would only end with them being beaten down. The cloaked man smirked at his confidence, admitting that what happened last time was only due to his lack of learning. Lee asked if he was fine, clarifying that he meant the man's right arm, as he had assumed it wouldn't heal. Before the man could react, Lee grabbed his arm and, in a blink, snapped it completely, tossing the severed limb onto the ground with a cold remark about how much better he looked now. Shocked, the man began using healing magic while thinking there was no need for surprise. Lee was already someone with exceptional physical abilities. If he could just maintain his distance as before, he could still control him. He lunged at Lee, but Lee dodged every strike with ease. They clashed fiercely until Lee vaulted into the air to attack again. The man tried to counter, extending a hand swirling with green energy, but Lee overwhelmed him with brutal punches and kicks, leaving him pinned. Standing over him, Lee stated coldly that he couldn't do anything anymore. The man clenched his teeth, bewildered at how quickly the situation had turned. Lee slammed his head into the floor again, shattering the concrete and muttering how refreshing it felt, but then noticed a strange pen in the man's hand and wondered what it was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Yan was battling hordes of beasts, tearing through them while munching on a chocolate bar, grumbling that this wasn't enough to pay for even 10 more. She found the area strangely quiet and wondered if it had already been cleared, but as she stepped into an alleyway, she discovered countless hypnotized people, including Vivi, who sat coughing and staring blankly upward. Alarmed, Yun Yang rushed over and shouted, demanding to know what was happening, but Vivi suddenly gripped her shoulder and breathed fire at her face. Stumbling back, Yun Yang countered with a punch, shouting that a girl's face was her life and she was already starving. As she steadied herself, a swarm of new monsters appeared behind her, and she muttered in despair that she was going to die. This wasn't just Viento acting strange, something far bigger was at work. Yen Yang realizes it's not just Viento who's acting strangely and clenches her fists, noticing one fewer opponent. Suddenly, Vivi leans on the ground and rises, and Yen Yang realizes she might still be alive. A guy with fists rushes toward her, attacking aggressively, when a man leaps from behind, leaving a mark on the ground and startling Vivy. Bewildered, Yenyang takes out candy bars, quickly absorbing them all, chewing determinedly as she activates her manifestation, sending a magical wave toward her opponents. She uses a rabbit grenade launcher, destroying everything around her, scattering stones in all directions, and awkwardly remarks that she might have gone too far. A creature appears behind her, and as she talks about being heroes, it is suddenly thrown aside. Surprised, Yenyang watches it fly away and looks down at the guy, who scratches his head. She thanks the marathon runner happily, and he asks if she knows him. Nyat and Bolt appear from behind, and when asked if they're alive, the guy turns, hoping everything is okay, while Yenyang remarks that they want to understand what's happening, and they all turn their attention to him. Yenyang clenches her fists, realizing they can't let Vinto go unchecked, while Nyat and Bolt drive, keeping watch. The marathon runner asks what's wrong with the others, wondering if they were attacked by heroes. A man adjusts his glasses, explaining that the heroes attack without warning, and apologizes to the young man, examining Yenyang, who is perplexed. The marathon runner asks about Condor and the guards and receives a reassuring answer. A completely blue man lies on the ground while Bolt takes out a box, explaining they originally came for the villain's head but the situation changed. Nyat loads the heroes into a truck, raising an eyebrow and noting it's better to remove these psychos while they deal with the villain. Yenyang agrees in surprise as the car drives off. She remembers Justice's words about following Vinto, screaming and clenching her fists, determined not to let him go mad. Suddenly, a man blocks the road. Nyat warns him to move or stand still if he's a villain, but he begins casting magic. Nyat checks on Bolt, whose legs are trapped, and clenches her fist, promising vengeance on Vinto. The man exudes magic again, aiming at her, but Bolt is kicked out of harm's way. The marathon runner rushes forward, relieved they arrived in time. Yenyang declares she will neutralize the threat but insists they leave first. The guy protests, calling it suicidal, but Yenyang reminds him that Vinto is one of the strongest heroes in the Union, far superior to the heroes who attacked earlier. Nyat holds her side, noting their struggle to fight while protecting the wounded, and asks the young man to take the two to the hospital. Ampoules are visible in the man's pocket, and Yenyang smiles, revealing she already has a plan. Yenyang stands ready, eyes on Vinto, while the marathon runner watches her with concern. Bolt lies on the ground, Nyat squints in pain, and suddenly the guy swoops in, carrying them on his back, telling her he'll bring other heroes so she doesn't have to overexert herself before running off. Yenyang grips the candy bars, realizing only 2 opponents remain, and rushes at Vinto, striking decisively. He moves lifelessly, trying to retaliate, but she dodges, intensely focused. She casts a spell, noticing her sugar is almost gone, then smiles, revealing she has the ampoule she stole. Vinto stands with his head down as she reluctantly drinks its contents, separated from him by a mark on the ground. Holding the empty ampoule, she's surprised nothing happened. Vinto attacks, but she dodges and blocks his blow, sliding backward. Yenyang frowns, questioning why she even tried to show off and what to do next. She clenches her jaw, realizing he won't let her escape, so she eats the last candy bar, gradually increasing the distance. As she chews, Vinto rushes toward her. She stays still, then focuses, unleashing destruction as stones scatter and dust clouds rise. Her pink eyes sparkle as she understands why there was such a gap between them. The guy readies a new attack while Yenyang channels magic, activating her Hyper Rabbit manifestation and charging forward with a cannon. Yenyang unleashes the Hyper Bunny cannon, filling the area with pink magic, creating a massive impact. The guy falls to his knees, Vinto lies on the ground, lifeless and half-naked. Yenyang grins, calling it easy, but then stumbles, opening her eyes in surprise. Chrome and Legion rush to her side, sitting near her bunk and asking if she's okay. Legion raises an eyebrow, questioning why she took the medicine when warned it was dangerous. She awkwardly wraps herself in a blanket, explaining there was no other choice. The scene shifts to a hospital where the heroes she saved are safe, though the place is crowded with Union heroes. Some are in pain, others sweating from strain. Legion notes that thanks to her, nothing ended in serious consequences. Lee comes to check on her, and Yenyang admires her beauty before suddenly feeling nauseous and clutching her stomach. Lee reassures her that with her abilities, recovery will be fast. Legion sighs, instructing her to eat only porridge for at least a week despite her suggestion of 2 days, leaving her dejected. Chrome and Legion leave, and the guy comments on how Yenyang acts like a small child, testing his patience. Chrome notes it's time for her to get serious, pointing out his protective nature over her, while Legion clarifies they are childhood friends, not family. Later, Yenyang notices Heroes being sent to a medical center in the atrium, and Legion remarks that it's related to Lee's older sister, who has been working with drugs recently because of justice. Chrome raises an eyebrow at this, then she notices something in a document, capturing her attention. Thinking that she had seen this symbol before. In a special insulator for superpowered creatures, monsters and chains were moved down a corridor before being sent to their holding area. Each was handcuffed with a collar that clicked shut around their necks, making them wince in pain. Haste watched from the side, arms crossed, asking a guard if they had enough staff for all the prisoners. The guard admitted there wasn't enough space to lock up the most violent ones. A monster in front was forced to its knees, calmed down, and shackled. Haste then asked about the heroes, and the guard explained that most Union heroes had been neutralized, and the rest were busy with city security and other tasks, leaving her a bit worried. Among the prisoners was Mick, in an orange robe, missing an arm, very thin, with shackles on his remaining arm and neck. He walked slowly until a guard shoved him from behind, making him fall. The guards laughed quietly, lifted him by the collar, and dragged him to a cell, telling him it was now his new home. Inside, only one prisoner sat at the end. Mick's hand was freed as he was pushed into the cell and told to keep his head down. The door closed behind him, with shouts echoing about help needed with the monsters. As Mick approached a bed, the first prisoner roughly grabbed him by the shoulder, claiming the spot as his and threatening to tear off his remaining hand if he didn't move. Mick stared at the offender without any emotion as the collar around his neck suddenly sparkled and split into two, freeing him. The prisoner, shocked and sweating, quickly let go, unable to believe what he saw. Mikey immediately struck him with all his strength, pinning him to the wall and unleashing his power directly onto the man's face, causing him to suffocate and die in agony. The prisoner groaned, but Mikey pressed his hand down, telling him to be quiet. Once finished, he removed his hand, leaving the man reduced to only his legs, which burned quickly. With contempt, Mikey grabbed the last burning hand and threw it over his shoulder, saying he would need it later. Chrome calmly asked Lee how he had been lately, and he replied that he had been incredibly busy. Recalling the recent meeting, he remembered the decision to declare war on the villains and mentioned how the Union had been occupied announcing its stance. He pictured Arcadia's angry face and, after leaving the memory, Lee noted that the guard's approval rating had risen significantly, joking that he might even feel a bit freer now. Chrome immediately asked if that meant they were finally free, and Lee's face twisted with confusion. Hearing this, he asked again, and Chrome, slightly changing her expression, clarified that she meant he was weakened. Lee, probably puzzled, listened as Chrome lowered her head, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a huge list, beginning to read aloud everything they had to do over the weekend. Lee was bewildered. Chrome, leaning back and folding her arms, assured him that there would be no failures if he planned everything carefully. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Legion. Picking it up, she asked what it was, leaving Lee embarrassed and staring at the list in shock, wondering why everything had to be written in such detail, and if he was really looking forward to this day so much. Suddenly struck with realization, he questioned if this was actually a date. Moving slightly away, he asked Chrome what was happening, noticing her standing and clenching her fist. She grabbed his hand and urged him to go to the hospital immediately. Surprised, Lee asked why she hadn't answered, but she simply pulled him along. Meanwhile, Legion, still on the phone, explained that he had seen the drawing on Lee's sister's tablet. Chrome screamed into the phone, shocked he had found it. Legion laid out the papers, asking if she remembered the laboratory he had discovered at the Union, recalling the water tanks and the sleeping monsters they had seen. Chrome immediately confirmed, remembering where they had met Mick. Back in the hospital, Lee's sister walked along the corridor, her heels clicking as she hummed, heading to the ward. Yenyang sat on the bed, watching streams on her tablet. Nuna pulled back the curtain, asking Yenyang how she was feeling. The patient smiled widely, full of energy, and Nuna, with a sly grin, remarked that she was glad to see Yenyang so cheerful and lively. At the hospital, Yenyang lies on the bed watching a stream on her phone, but suddenly tenses and jumps up, feeling thirsty. She walks to the corridor, pours herself some water, leans against the wall, and sighs, wondering how long she has to stay here. It's boring. Suddenly, a monster crashes through the window, lunging at her and grabbing her by the neck. Yen Yang barely comprehends the attack, and the monster throws her across the corridor. She quickly groups herself and dodges a strong blow, only to face two blue-eyed men screaming in rage. Shocked, Yen Yang realizes the heroes inside the hospital didn't handle this and checks her pocket in panic, finding no chocolate bar, just porridge is served here. The monster flies at her again, but she jumps aside as the floor cracks beneath its impact. Suddenly, the men grab her arms from behind, restraining her head and shoulders, dragging her away. Outside, the sky darkens and puddles cover the tiles. Lee steps into a puddle, running toward the hospital, sweat dripping, heart pounding as he wonders if his sister Lee is behind this. Along the way, he sees images in the puddles, medicine and ampoules, rampaging monsters, and the murder of Justice. At the hospital entrance, Lee is running and turns, surprised to see Lee's serious face. She sarcastically asks if he's really here to visit his friend. Lee, tense and clenching his fist, confronts her, accusing her of being linked to the ampoule that caused Justice's murder and the monster's rampage. Lee smiles maliciously but remains silent, enraging Lee, who demands an answer. Suddenly, glass shatters and screams of Yen Yang echo through the building. Lee places a hand on Lee's shoulder calmly, explaining that the medicine hasn't yet worked, that chaos must run its course, and that interfering with her research isn't needed. Horrified, Lee pushes her hand away, warning they will talk later, when he is struck in the cheek. Lee reveals she used Justice's cells from before to create a new being, Sun Wu, his body scarred, stitched, and radiating dark energy, his eyes black. Lee calmly notes that since Sun Wu was Lee's friend, he shouldn't be too surprised. Lee stares at the creature, shocked and confused, while Lee assures him she doesn't intend to harm him. Lee told Lee to just step back, saying he didn't have the skill to fight Sun Wu. Looking around, she asked where Chrome was, noting she usually stuck close to him. Lee, gritting his teeth in anger, said he could manage without her. A strong aura suddenly enveloped Lee, cracking the tiles beneath him and compressing the air with sheer tension. Lee watched, slightly surprised, as lightning flickered around him. He wiped blood from his mouth, stood, and smiled maliciously, asking if she knew who the secretive hero was. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, Yen Yang was being attacked by monsters, lying on the floor and shielding her head from a massive swing. Suddenly, she found herself lifted into Wilhelm's arms. He winked, teasing if it was dangerous, and set her down gently. Yen Yang noted she saw him drink the uncontrollable medicine and pass out, to which he laughed, saying he had merely overdone it, and complimented her kindness, suggesting they have dinner together sometime. Suddenly, a man flew at Wilhelm with a punch aimed at his head, but Wilhelm, with a sharp, precise blow, knocked him out immediately. Yen Yang watched in shock, asking what had just happened, and Wilhelm, serious but smirking, explained that his senior colleague always stands while speaking and that younger colleagues first needed a lesson in etiquette. Yen Yang fixed her gaze on Wilhelm as they faced each other, realizing that during the suppression of villains he had been a key figure. Anger flashed in her eyes as she thought about how incredibly strong he must be. She asked him what was wrong, and Wilhelm, groaning with effort, said he hadn't moved this much in a long time. Suddenly, a monster flew toward Wilhelm with fists raised. Yen Yang watched in surprise as another fist, propelled by Wilhelm's uncontrollable medicine, struck the monster's head. Wilhelm murmured that he just needed to warm up, and Yen Yang realized that not a single step he took could be countered. Standing among the test subjects, he watched their scuffle and, with one decisive punch, broke up the fight, stretching his shoulder before turning to them and asking if they should at least greet their senior colleague. He methodically struck each monster, kicking and hitting until all lay defeated, his confidence evident. Meanwhile, Lee stood before Sun Wu, and Lee approached, shocked to see him simply copying Wilhelm's stance. Lee slammed Sun Wu's face into the ground, gripping his hand over it, while Lee growled at him, noting confidently that it looked like he was finally taking out his accumulated anger on Sun Wu, and that it was, in fact, deserved. Lee pointed his fist at Sun Wu and swung, striking him hard. He hovered over him, continuing to hit with full force, while Sun Wu began to smoke from rage, straining against the pain. Lee stood behind Lee, astonished, and asked how he could do this. Lee exhaled and replied indifferently that it was a long story, first telling her to give up everything and surrender. After a brief pause, he added he would listen to her later. Behind them, the bracelet around Sun Wu's neck glowed, his eyes flaring bright red. Lee looked on in surprise as Sun Wu swung his burning hand, striking Lee, who flew back but quickly regained his stance, glaring at Sun Wu with hatred. Lee blocked the next attack with his palm, while Sunwoo's bracelet flared again, and he unleashed a stream of fire. Lee hit him sharply on the chin, noting in his thoughts that Sunwoo regenerated instantly, unlike himself. Realizing that Sunwoo could die and be reborn endlessly, Lee ran toward him as Sunwoo exhaled a fire blast. Lee's fist cut through it, and he heroically raised his hand with folded arms. Lee observed, noting it was useless to fight Sunwoo because he would always rise again. Sunwoo extended his burning hand sharply toward Lee, but Lee grabbed him by the neck, smiling maliciously and taunting whether the bracelet's light would even react. Meanwhile, in the special detention center, 2 guards watched as the prisoners were gathered. One asked in shock how many there were, and the other explained that all of them had been sent here by the heroes for the common good, forcing the monsters inside with electric sticks. Among them, Mikey appeared, armed and confident. His hand glowed with green flame as he approached a frightened monster, saying he had come to retrieve what he had left behind. With a single touch to the monster's stomach, corruption spread instantly through its body, and it screamed in agony until nothing remained but a detonator, which Mikey grabbed with a malicious smile. The other prisoners froze, and a guard, spotting Mikey, jumped forward with a weapon, shouting orders for him to raise his hands, but Mikey ignored them. All the monsters, sweating and tense, were eventually led back to their cells by the guards. Mikey, hands raised, thanked them and sharply pressed the detonator, lighting the monsters' hearts. Back in the chaos, Lee struck Sunwoo with a powerful fire attack, his eyes burning and a malicious smile on his face as he asked what his own fire tasted like, leaving Sunwoo lying on the ground engulfed in flames. Lee, surprised, asked himself if all those people were really gone. He looked at Wilhelm, puzzled by the intense stare, and thought of him as just a high-ranking dummy. Wilhelm glanced at Lee's sister, whom he held tightly by the hand, and asked in disbelief if she was really behind everything. Noticing her clothes, he remembered a similar outfit from before and a fleeting memory of a beautiful girl at a club, disappointed, thinking he had been the first to approach her but she eventually blocked him. Confused, Lee turned away, and Yan Yang immediately asked what to do next. Lee extended his hand, saying they would first contact Atrium to transfer the heroes. Suddenly, a short earthquake shook the area. Yan Yang looked around in surprise, and smoke rising through the forest near the hospital made Lee realize it was Prainy on fire. Approaching his sister, he asked with contempt what she had done. The walls and ceiling of Prainy collapsed, alarms blared, and guards lay unconscious under the rubble. One guard crawled toward a weapon, barely able to reach it, and radioed that many had been injured. Suddenly, prisoner 46204, wearing a crazy smile, grabbed the weapon, standing in front of him. Shocked, the guard asked why she was outside. She explained that the bombs Mikey hid in the fugitives had exploded, and monsters were approaching the last guard. 46204, teeth sharp like a shark, grinned widely, pointing the gun at the guard's face, filling him with terror. Prainy burned fiercely, thick smoke rising from her as chaos spread through the blocks. 2 prisoners kicked a guard, while a man with yellow hair wielded an electric stick, grinning wildly as he shocked the guard into convulsions, mockingly asking if he enjoyed being trapped. Girl appeared behind them, her presence immediately noticed by the man, who nervously recognized her. Before he could react further, her massive hand tore half of his friend's body apart, growing in size as she moved with terrifying strength. Calmly, she asked if he knew where the confiscated items from the prisoners were, and with trembling hands, he pointed toward the exit, promising to show her. Girl smiled gently, thanked him, and casually tossed her hands behind her head, her composure unshaken amidst the chaos. She out toward the spot the prisoner had indicated, muttering that she was only doing this because Mikey had ordered her. When she arrived, she held a piece of paper with inscriptions, reading aloud Cigar Mirror Han Mask, and rolled her eyes, wondering how he planned to use all this. Suddenly, shots rang out from another building as guards hid behind debris, firing at the prisoners. The prisoners stayed behind cover, waiting for the gunfire to end. One man peered out, annoyed at the guard's persistence, when a massive monster appeared behind him, commanding him to step aside so it could trample the enemies. The monster moved effortlessly through the bullets, which didn't scratch him, and swiftly destroyed the guard's defenses. A stone monster then appeared, cracking its fingers, terrifying the man and making him scream. At that moment, Hess drew her blade and unleashed a series of powerful, rapid strikes, shattering the stone creature into fragments. She then extended her hand to the frightened guard, asking the situation. He reported that nearly all the villains had been freed and pointed toward numerous energy tanks, explaining it was an energy facility they had protected. Hearing this, Hest asked about the other heroes, and the guard bowed his head sadly, saying only one remained here. Smiling warmly, Hest placed a hand on his shoulder, praising everyone's efforts, and said she would handle the rest. From behind a wall, a prisoner peeked out, calling it a rush and mentioning he needed to run, while another prisoner appeared angrily, shouting that they had to try harder, explaining there were more enemies than they realized. All the prisoners surged toward Hest in a panicked crowd. The security guard fled, leaving her alone, and she immediately turned on them, her eyes burning blue as she struck with lightning speed and precision. She cut down 7 prisoners in quick succession, and when she faced another, she struck cleanly from head to toe, showing neither pity nor hesitation. Witnessing their comrades' deaths, the remaining prisoners froze, terrified. They pressed forward again, surrounding Hest, who stood firmly with her weapon ready. One particularly fearful prisoner screamed, unaware that Hest had already crept behind him, warning him to surrender if he wanted mercy. He only laughed, mocking her and claiming he had a reason for running here. The prisoners now encircled her, shouting in unison, stretching their hands to attack, thinking she couldn't move fast in such a tight space. Hest slashed one in half with her katana, but a huge red monster appeared behind her, laughing maliciously as it grabbed her hands, freezing her. The rest of the prisoners launched every kind of attack at her, but she couldn't even draw her sword. At the last moment, Red blocked all blows, standing as her savior. Ready to retaliate, he struck the monster in the stomach with precise, powerful clawed blows, sending the prisoners flying backward. Blazing Red raised his clenched fist, shouting defiantly, turning the tide in their favor. Traces of destruction lined the corridor marked as a special surveillance zone. The doors opened to reveal a dark silhouette of a man in an orange suit entering. Against the wall, a prisoner with long blue hair sat in chains, Nemesis, who looked up as the newcomer approached. The man in orange announced he had come for him, his gaze sweeping over the piled bodies of defeated foes. Hest stood nearby, puzzled, as the woman crossed her arms, questioning his recklessness for taking on everyone alone. She mockingly recounted how they arrived so fast, her eyebrow raised, while he looked at her with concern and asked about Yen Yang's involvement. Surprised, she noted that the drawing on Lee's clipboard was the same as one in the laboratory, urging them to run there first. He grabbed her hand and insisted they head to Prepan, worried about the many prisoners there, while she admitted uncertainty about whether Lee could handle the situation. Hest asked about the other members, but the room was already in ruins, black smoke rising from the debris. The man in orange bent slightly, preparing to strike the 2 opponents, shouting that they would pay for this. Spikes erupted from his hands, forcing them to defend against the sudden assault, while a green beam of light flung the criminals back. Terrified, he clenched his teeth as spikes shot from their backs, and he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the chaos. He tossed the spike aside, scanning the room filled with bodies in orange prison uniforms. Pointing his thumb toward Chrome and Legion, he signaled that all the heroes who could have come, even Burning Blue, had nothing to worry about. Hest bristled with anger as a prisoner appeared behind her, telling Red she had asked repeatedly to be called Hest. Without even looking, she blocked his attack, insisting she hated the title, though he reminded her that the flaming nickname was a great honor among heroes. Grabbing 2 monsters by the heads, he slammed them together and told Hest she should be proud of such a name. Chrome, standing behind with her hand raised, was surprised that these 2 could fight and curse at the same time, and she realized that even with other heroes around, they could handle everything together. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind her. She spun around, frowning in confusion, and saw someone smiling broadly, saying he missed them and was glad to see them. Her frown deepened, teeth clenched, and she whispered the name Nemesis. She stepped into a fighting stance, hand raised, eyes fixed on him, wondering if he had escaped with the other villains. Recalling the strong locked door, she realized someone must have freed him. He kept his hands in his pockets, asking why no one seemed happy to see him, claiming he had missed everyone. Glancing at the figure in the helmet, he noted that both his left and right hands were here and asked where Justice had gone. Surrounded by debris, Chrome frowned, trying to piece together the scene. She remembered the blurry Nemesis, the worst villain in history, and yet imagined how easily Hest, ranked 6th among heroes, could confront such threats. She thought about the helmeted hero, Red, recognizing his strength as well. Suspiciously, she watched Red and Hest take fighting stances, sword raised, while the girl worried at their tension. Her eyes caught a man among the rubble with a girl lying next to him, Legion, and she recognized him. Someone blocked her path, and she frowned at Red, insisting they help the two. Looking down, she noticed his hand trembling under the helmet, hardly believing Red could shake, but he clenched his fist and urgently told her to bring the captain immediately. When Red blocked Chrome's path, she called out sharply, asking why he was stopping her, and Red responded, asserting her full title. It wasn't just Red, it was Burning Red. Chrome and Haste exchanged glances, reminded to follow her lead, and Red corrected them again, emphasizing Burning Red. Chrome, with no choice, agreed, though she thought something felt slightly off, deciding for now to trust these two. On the ground, the black mist began coiling like a living snake, and Visto stood silently nearby. One of the men asked Chrome if he was just going to let Red go, and Visto replied that he had missed justice too, but judging by Chrome's reaction, the newcomer clearly did not understand what had happened before. Haste and Red readied themselves for battle, but Nemesis laughed cruelly, mocking them for their persistence and dishonesty, calling them amusing. With that, Red and Haste leaped toward Nemesis. Time passed amid chaos and carnage. Piles of bodies littered the ground, Red's sword dripping with blood. Nemesis held Red by the helmet, lifting him high and teasing about the contrast between the fast and the slow, calling it cliched but admiring the fire in his eyes. Haste clutched her wound and shouted, but Nemesis laughed again, tempting her to join, mocking the obedience of the others while praising Haste's feistiness. Red gritted his teeth, clutching Mephisto's hand, shouting at the villain before declaring his identity loudly, "I am Burning Red," and striking Nemesis in the forehead. But Nemesis was relentless, grabbing Red by the neck and taunting him about being a perfect punching bag, threatening to break his neck slowly despite his damage compensation. Red's body trembled violently under the pressure, and Haste cried out, pain and frustration mixing as she clutched her sword and began advancing toward Nemesis, her vision blurred. At that critical moment, Justice, Lee, arrived, striking Nemesis squarely on the head. Haste gasped, relief and astonishment flooding her as Nemesis hit the ground. Justice quickly scooped Haste into his arms, checking her condition and then turning to assess Red. Seeing her severe wound, he knew leaving her like that would be dangerous. He channeled Red's fiery energy into his hand, murmuring that he would apologize later for the scar, and pressed his burning hand against her wound. She screamed in pain, but before more could happen, Mephisto reappeared, teasing that this was just a mild reunion. Lee spun around decisively, setting Haste safely on the ground and radiating an immense aura, declaring with unwavering resolve, "I will not disappoint you." A dark spot lingered beside the wide dark door where Nemesis stood, gazing at a painting in a white frame and rubbing his chin, murmuring that it was excellent. The doors opened and a man entered, calling for him, only to be met with a displeased scowl as he crossed his arms and asked if he had forgotten to knock. The subordinate apologized and reported urgently that a huge explosion had erupted at Praney, allowing many villains to escape. As they moved toward the door, Nemesis demanded to know how this could happen and insisted they hurry. Triumph, walking ahead, asked about the special villains like Nemesis, and the subordinate replied that Justice had gone there immediately to stop him. Another man added that Justice had easily defeated him in the past. At that, Nemesis froze, turned with a deep frown, and asked if Justice was alone. Streams of power flared around him, his eyes flashing menacingly as he declared that he would not disappoint. Pressing a hand to his chest, he laughed, urging his enemy to try harder, then squinted and grinned, saying it was just like last time. He charged forward, triggering an explosion as air currents swirled and dust clouds engulfed them. Eyes clenched his fist and smiled wickedly before letting go of his hand. Justice swayed, leaning forward to keep balance, frowning in confusion and gritting his teeth. He drove his elbow into his opponent's face, his neck snapping at an unnatural angle, cheeks swelling from the impact. But Nemesis only grinned, mocking that despite his best efforts, Justice had disappointed him, before unleashing a relentless series of blows upon his body. Justice frowned, clenching his teeth in frustration as he realized Nemesis had already healed, his body restored to normal. He tightened his fist, activating his manifestation, and a blue flash erupted before he drove a devastating blow into his enemy's stomach. Nemesis was hurled back, his body swallowed by rubble, as Justice unleashed the Magnum original technique. Breathing heavily, he stood over the fallen foe, mocking that villains like Nemesis always had to show off even though they were nothing. Turning away, he thought of checking on Red and Hest, but a flicker of purple light pulsed from the rubble. Nemesis stirred, gripping the stone with his fingers, then rose with a grin, admitting he had misjudged after not fighting Justice for so long but was now fully warmed up. Justice clenched his teeth, shocked that he could stand after such a strike, and summoned fire with a clenched fist, deciding to use Sun's ability. Another explosion followed as Nemesis charged, baring his fangs. But Justice's displeasure grew when purple flames wrapped around him. This was no ordinary fire. He screamed as his strength burned within the flame, his opponent's eyes glowing purple. Nemesis taunted that if he caught him, it would be over. A blue flash cut through, yet Justice saw only smoke rising from his own body, strange purple fire licking across his form. Nemesis mocked, asking if it felt hotter than usual. Just then, Mikey appeared, saying everything was ready and it was time to leave. Nemesis turned to him, telling Justice their touching reunion was over, and touched the wall as green cracks spread, collapsing the path. Glancing back at the fallen heroes, he sneered that Justice should care for his comrades himself before waving goodbye, promising they would meet again. Justice watched grimly as the path sealed, then lifted the bodies of his injured friends, rushing forward as rocks thundered down. Mikey turned, demanding why this had happened, staring at him with concern. Justice clenched his teeth, his face tightening as he struggled to answer. Surrounded by rubble, he raised his fist against a massive stone, striking hard before collapsing. His form began to shift, half Justice, half Lee, and horror filled him as he realized his ability was failing. Black smoke billowed above the ruined building as the freed villains walked across the rubble. Nemesis stretched, inhaling deeply, then grinned with satisfaction, saying the air outside was far fresher than the stale prison air. He commented that wasting so much time in captivity, staring at his bare back with irritation. Nick apologized, saying planning had taken time, dodging surveillance and persuading that woman to join them. He leapt onto a large stone fragment, arms folded and smiling proudly, overlooking the crowd of prisoners in orange uniforms below. Nemesis declared that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. The girl with purple ponytails clasped her hands together, greeting him warmly. The rest of the villains noticed him standing on the heap of rubble and erupted in cheers, calling his name, while he closed his eyes and smiled at their devotion. Among the broken remains, Chrome crouched, hiding behind debris with a frown. She thought bitterly that the fugitives continued their rampage and scolded herself for not realizing sooner. Sliding between the wreckage, she moved cautiously until she came across Elise slumped in front of her. Appearing behind, she asked softly if he was alright, but her eyes widened in shock as she spotted Hest and Red lying unconscious beside him. Chrome's expression hardened. After a brief silence, she suggested that they should leave this place first. She stared at him closely and urged him to move faster as sparks like electrical discharges flickered across his shoulders, then noticed his gloomy face and asked what was happening to him. From above, the ruins of Prepan prison looked like a battlefield, the recording showing heavy blasts, and the news reported that a massive explosion had broken out that morning, allowing most of the villains to escape. A reporter in a black jacket stood in front of armed forces, explaining that the heroes were still trying to understand the situation, while the others watched the report in silence, their expressions grim. Seeing the news on TV, Haste asked to Chrome about Red, and Chrome answered that he was in surgery. The red light above the door glowed as a doctor prepared his tools and leaned over his body, while Chrome admitted she doubted the success of the operation since his nerve endings had been badly damaged. Crossing her arms, she fixed her gaze on her and pressed if she was going to tell her the truth, and memories of Nemesis flashed, his sinister grin, her transformation into a dark blur, and the sight of fallen heroes behind a mountain of corpses. Narrowing her eyes, she questioned Hest about what Nemesis had lied about, demanding to know what they were hiding, but Hest, in his hospital pajamas, only looked at her with irritation until she lowered her head and admitted it was pointless to conceal things any longer. Meanwhile, Lee trained alone in a room lined with black obstacles, staring at them with a hardened look before clenching his fist and striking, shattering one into countless fragments. He pulled back and frowned as the debris crashed loudly to the floor, then crouched to count the broken stones, raising his eyes to the last standing wall. It was the 7th in a row. Stepping closer, he clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing it was not just his mood but that his strength had truly weakened, his gaze fixed on the line of black objects before him. He thought back to when he could crush 10 obstacles at once and couldn't understand what had changed. Staring at his fist, he told himself that Justice's powers should recover quickly, yet when he opened his hand, only faint flames flickered. Watching the sparks fade, he realized that Sun's abilities had vanished completely. Striking the wall again, he froze mid-punch, convinced that Nemesis was behind all of this. His mind replayed the clash of blue and red energy during the battle, and he reasoned that his power must have absorbed something from Truim, but still, Nemesis had never seemed like a true threat to justice. Stopping before a dark barrier, he suddenly heard a voice say everything was as expected. Turning, he saw Triumph standing behind the rubble, pointing out his weakness and asking what would become of his top rank among heroes. Justice scowled over his shoulder, irritated that the moment Triumph appeared, problems followed, then told him bluntly to leave if he only wanted to fight. But instead, Triumph struck, grabbing him by the throat. Gritting his teeth, Justice realized he was taking this chance to attack. Balling his fist, he vowed he wouldn't let it slide, yet Triumph still gripped his throat and pressed him on how he planned to move forward. Justice frowned, confused, and asked what he meant, only for Triumph to question when he would finally stop this act. Hess lowered her head and admitted that hiding the truth was no longer possible. Then her eyes shifted to the dark TV screen where the fierce battle between Justice and Nemesis replayed. She recalled how Justice's cloak swayed as the monsters mocked his appearance, and how he pointed at Nemesis, declaring that he would punish him under the first law between heroes and villains. At that time, Nemesis was lounging on a sofa surrounded by women, but he rose with glowing red eyes, baring his teeth in fury, demanding how Justice dared speak to him like that. His hands turned into glowing energy paws as he charged forward, shouting that his opponent should learn his place. Justice answered by summoning his strength, clenching his fist, and striking so hard that the wall collapsed, leaving Nemesis lying near the hole. Smoke rose from his battered body as he clenched his teeth, eyes burning red, baring his fangs and demanding what Justice really was. Meeting him head-on, Justice remarked that he seemed quite capable, though his own fist sparked with electricity and burned with violet flames, leaving him briefly confused. When he rushed in again, mocking what was in front of him, Justice flinched in fear at the glowing fist aimed at his face, only for another man to suddenly appear between them. He shoved Nemesis back and blocked the strike, frowning as he lifted his palm, where streams of red energy gathered before bursting into a beam that exploded against the enemy. From the rubble, a purple paw emerged, and Nemesis pressed his hand to his chest with disdain, remarking that a bunch of freaks had shown up. Triumph warned Justice to stay alert, saying such abilities could kill even him, as the purple monster rushed forward. Amid the chaos, she moved through the ruins, spotting Nemesis collapsed on the ground with Justice behind him and Triumph nearby, blood staining his torn clothes. Shocked when he called to her, she listened as he grit his teeth and asked her to deliver Nemesis to Praney. When Chrome demanded why they lied about catching Nemesis so easily, she explained that even inside prison he was still dangerous. Turning slightly, they saw a crowd of villains, and Hess said they refused to retreat despite their leader's capture. Crossing his arms, Hess admitted they had chosen to crown Justice as the strongest hero to intimidate others. She pressed further, asking if Triumph agreed, and was stunned when told it was his own idea. Her disbelief lingered as the scene shifted to a TV broadcast where news anchors cowered in fear until the camera blurred and a man appeared, smiling and greeting viewers, mocking if they were enjoying life under the heroes. Clenching her teeth, she realized they had taken over a broadcasting station, while the man waved casually, claiming he was simply freed and had done nothing wrong. Nemesis pointed at the red-haired girl sitting on the mountain of corpses, and said this place was an exception since his friends were too clumsy. He then placed a hand on the reporter's shoulder, claiming he had urgent news and asking if a reporter should die for truth. Closing his eyes briefly, he turned back to the camera and declared that Justice was not the strongest hero, as he had failed to defeat him. The terrified presenters froze while Nemesis, arms crossed, vowed to prove his words. Surrounded by villains near the cell, their leader invited Justice to come, promising to return to prison if defeated. Bowing his head, Nemesis stared into the camera, saying that a true hero would never run away and suggested they fight again like before. Pressing his hand on the leader's head, his eyes turned red as he warned that if Justice refused, everyone there would be killed. Leaning closer, he waved at the camera, gave him until noon, and ended the broadcast, leaving only colored bars on the screen. The heroes stared at the blank display in confusion until she lowered her head and asked where Lee was. At that moment, Lee stood against the wall of the training room, frowning as he admitted he knew Nemesis's ability was to burn and erase others' powers. Looking at the subordinate pinned to the wall, he said recklessly answering such a call put lives at risk. With a stern look, he asked what Justice planned to do now that a large part of his power was burned away. She frowned in displeasure, while Chrome revealed that Nemesis had taken over the broadcast station and challenged Justice directly, leaving him to cover his face in frustration. He asked how much time they had, and she replied it was until noon the next day. He then turned toward the exit, telling Justice to stay put. Watching his back, Justice asked what he planned to do, since he could not handle things alone. The man stopped, clenched his teeth in frustration, and explained that the remaining villains were calm only because they were suppressed by the image of the strongest hero. Turning his head slightly, he added that the most important thing now was not to lose that image, and told Justice not to interfere. They watched him walk away, his face hidden in shadows. She studied him closely and realized that Triumph did not know it was Sonu's powers that Nemesis had burned away, not Justice's. She remembered Lee's screams during the fight and feared that another battle could finish him, leaving him with no abilities at all. Looking at his shadowed face, she thought they had no choice. He grimaced with displeasure, which made her ask what was wrong with his expression. Lee replied that he did not like this at all, then pointed at himself and said that since they were paying Justice 2 billion won, he had to work it off. Crossing his arms, she asked with disapproval what he planned to do, reminding him that last time he had been badly injured. Lee responded that back then he simply did not know what Nemesis could do. Taking a step forward, he smiled and said that now he had a plan. They said 7 people sat at the table while someone pictured a room with rows of empty seats, and Triumph said they did not need to call anyone else because this was a delicate matter. Triumph warned they had to find out how Nemesis dared make such bold threats. Then Zeus smashed part of the floor with an armored blow and said they should hit Nemesis now, even projecting a hologram of the TV channel office and claiming they could destroy the building and stop Nemesis in 2 minutes. Hast asked what they would do about the hostages, saying there were dozens and noting Nemesis had already killed many. There were piles of corpses was shown, and Hast warned the victims now numbered not hundreds but thousands. Zeus asked if they would fight again like before, but Vival closed his eyes and warned that blowing up the TV channel would make the whole world watch, and would make them look like villains, so he asked if they really wanted that. A man then said they could propose a plan, and everyone looked at each other to decide what to do next. Pandora landed on a man's head and began pecking at his hair while a girl asked sadly if he was really going to just sit there, and a girl with murderous eyes declared this was the perfect chance to kill the weak insects trapped in prison. The man disagreed, saying it was all wrong and that if Triumph refused to cooperate, then they would have to force him, showing a projection of a destroyed building from his glowing green hand. Outside, a guy and girl guarded the ruins, and the girl wondered if Justice would ever appear, but the guy replied that the boss said he would not, and she noted with worry that less than an hour remained before noon. At that moment, a black car sped toward them, and the girl stepped out gracefully, opening the door as Triumph emerged and straightened his coat. The girl remarked that Justice seemed very different now, and a guy asked mockingly where his famous suit was. Triumph looked straight ahead and announced that he had come on behalf of all heroes to face Nemesis, but the guy rudely told him he was mistaken, saying the boss wanted Justice, not him. The man added that someone like Triumph was unnecessary, but the girl instantly slammed his head to the ground while lowering the girl. Walking beside Triumph, she listened as he adjusted his jacket, and coldly said that people like them were unworthy of touching his suit, then exhaled and moved forward. As the girl and the man entered, corpses of people appeared behind the automatic doors, and in the large room a dozen bloody bodies lay scattered. A boy guy crouched by a column, setting explosives with timers, and placed another charge on a gray pillar, while a masked girl confirmed through her radio that everything was installed as ordered. Concerned, the man asked if this was acceptable since the hostages would be killed, but Zeus, walking in the opposite direction, said he would bear full responsibility, explaining grimly that sacrificing a few lives was necessary to save many more. An image of a tall glass building in the city center appeared where unusual hunters and several warriors stood ready for battle. Triumph entered the room, walking calmly between the parting strikers, and approached the large gray double doors before stepping into a vast empty hall where Amon sat with one leg thrown over the other. Nameyes mocked him, asking what Mr. Number 2 was doing there. Triumph looked at him coldly, noticing the tied-up girl and the man in the cap, and thought they needn't worry about being dragged into the fight. He warned the enemy not to act recklessly, but Nameyes leaned on his hand in disbelief while Triumph, with his hands in his pockets, stated that killing the hostages would spark an all-out war that would not end well for him either. Rising with a smirk, Nameyes said he didn't care, and asked if Triumph thought he had come this far only to stop now. With blazing eyes, he rushed forward, launching a lightning strike at Trium's shoulder and laughing madly as he asked what would happen if he killed him. Dodging quickly, Trium questioned if he was serious, but the man accused him of pretending to be surprised, then lunged and swung his leg, declaring that there was no way he would let such an influential figure leave in peace after walking right into his hands. Trium, his face tense, blocked with his arm but took the full force of the powerful blow, gritting his teeth from the impact. Namai smirked and mocked Trium, asking why he didn't just absorb his abilities with all that supposed strength, while the boy only narrowed his eyes in silence as the two stood apart in fighting stances. A small flying robot observed the clash, and through it Zeus declared that this was the result of trying to negotiate with villains. Touching his earpiece, he called it a mistake and gave the order to detonate. Outside the building, the corpse of a guard was shown, and a dark girl in an unusual mask confirmed through her radio that the command had been received. She then approached several hunters and instructed them to retreat to a safe distance before detonation. In another corner of the empty hall, a girl noticed a gloved hand reaching toward the guy's face and instantly grabbed the mask covering his mouth, startling him. Girl turned her head at the faint sound, only to find the vast columned room empty, and asked where the guy had disappeared to. Suddenly, a muscular man who had turned toward her was struck by a powerful blow, while the girl, her robotic legs sparking with lightning, leapt aside and quickly steadied herself. A voice from behind revealed it was Condor's special squad, and approaching her, he told the shaken girl that she still needed much more training. Girl spun in shock, cloaking herself and dodging with a swift somersault, landing on her hands while glaring at the attacker, realizing he wasted no time before striking. Streams of red aura spiraled toward her, forcing her back in fear until a surge of energy blasted her several meters away. Crashing to the ground in pain, her eyes widened when a red flash of magic struck just inches from her face, shattering the floor as red lightning burst out. Slowly advancing, he declared that breaking the pact among heroes was no small offense. Turning to the voice, the girl recognized the calm man with a hand in his pocket and suspiciously asked if he was really there, then wondered who was fighting above. At that moment, Namai swung his long-nailed hand again, only for the man to block with his arm and narrowly dodge a vicious head kick. Smiling with a hint of madness, Namai thought the fight was too easy and decided there was no need to waste time. But when Trium suddenly grinned, his opponent's eyes widened in confusion just before a powerful punch coated in blue aura smashed into his stomach, the impact hurling him through the room and crashing him into a solid wall, leaving rubble everywhere. Covered in smoke and ash, the man with purple aura flickering around his body could not believe Trium held such strength. Rising from the debris, Trium calmly stated that he had been waiting for him to act so recklessly, and now his soul felt unburdened. As the enemy's form began to change, his hair turning red and his face shifting while armor twisted under a sinister aura, lightning flashed, and with a fierce smile Justice finally appeared, announcing that he had arrived before noon. An hour earlier, Trium stepped into a private car, the door opening for him as he folded his hands and closed his eyes in the back seat. From the front, girl squinted and asked if he was really planning to go, and he quietly replied yes. A muscular man then approached, drawing Trium's gaze. Folding his hands, the man said he had come to see him off, while the reincarnated Justice adjusted his glasses and added that they also needed to discuss Nemesis. The girl at the wheel turned back and called Trium's name, but he calmly said he should stay. Shifting his eyes once more, Trium told them they should listen to what he had to say. Back in the present, the man blasted into the rubble looked up to see Justice standing 10 meters away, announcing he had arrived before noon. Namai spat blood with a smirk, asking since when the hero had started cosplaying, then admitted the blow had been impressive. He cloaked himself in a raging purple aura, covering his eyes with his hand as horns sprouted from his head and his eyes turned red, asking coldly what should be done now. Justice raised his hand, thinking that once a counterattack was used, that ability couldn't be repeated, so he couldn't allow the man close. Pulling iron rods from the broken wall, he split them to either side. Namai grinned madly, mocking if this crude spear was really how the so-called best hero fought. Before his words ended, an iron spear shot past, grazing his cheek. Justice hurled it with deadly force, staring coldly as the attack forced his opponent to retreat. The man slammed a wall and seized more iron bars, crushing them in his hands as he muttered even a few centimeters of reinforcement weighed over 100 kilos. Gritting his teeth, the furious man dashed aside, only to halt as Justice swung with all his strength and unleashed another strike. The rods pierced into his body, for in total, knocking him to his knees as pain twisted his face. But glaring downward, he quickly wrapped himself in fresh aura, forcing the bars out with a burst of energy. Raising his head with a confident sneer, he mocked if justice meant to make him laugh with such tricks. The hero's eyes widened at the rushing streams of power. Twisting his arm high, he hurled another iron bar wrapped in dense aura, watching as the man charged forward, smirking as the weapon split apart and began fusing with his own energy. Namai seized Justice by the collar with a crazed grin and slammed a brutal punch into his face, distorting his features and forcing him back. Streams of purple energy spiraled as the floor cracked beneath the man's pressure, but Justice leapt away, wiping sweat from his cheek and admitting to himself that the fight was just as tough as he expected. Slipping a hand into his back pocket, he pulled out a small brown pouch and revealed a capsule filled with glowing green liquid. He thought grimly there was no other choice. Pressing his palms together, Justice declared with steady confidence that he had prepared for everything and was about to use an ability enhancement ampoule. At that, Chrome threw her arms out in alarm, demanding if he had forgotten about the heroes who ended up hospitalized after taking those. Folding his hands, Justice calmly answered that was the reason he would use it, stressing that no one had actually died. Covering her eyes with her fingers, the girl asked if he was being serious, but he half smiled and said he was only joking. A man narrowed his gaze, pausing as a vision appeared of a girl cloaked in shadow under a monstrous presence with gaping jaws. Looking toward the girl, Justice insisted this was better than letting someone lose their life. Gripping the capsule firmly, he snapped off its top with his fingers. Lee raised the capsule to his lips, but Namai's froze, startled by his intent. Suddenly the floor shook violently, stones tearing upward as if ripped by unseen force. Justice looked around in confusion, at first thinking it was an explosion. A projection of a destroyed building appeared before Zeus and Pandora, making him suspect Zeus had triggered it. Then the ground beneath him gave way. He stretched his arms out as he plummeted, clinging to massive chunks of falling debris while the towering high-rise erupted in a thunderous blast. At the last second, Justice launched himself clear, hitting the ground hard but alive. Panting, he rose and scanned the devastation. Hunters lay scattered near the wreckage. His eyes widened when he spotted a fragment of debris smeared in green liquid. Dread hit him as he turned back to the collapsing structure, wondering what would happen if the entire building gave way. Behind him, Namai appeared with glowing red eyes, mockingly asking if this chaos was part of his plan. Explosions tore through every floor as the tower crumbled. Below, Girl dragged herself up from the rubble, wiping blood from her mouth, only to be seized by Triumph, who lifted her by her clothes and glared into her eyes. He demanded if she realized what they had just done. Narrowing her gaze, she retorted coldly that none of it mattered if Nemesis wasn't stopped. Teeth gritted, he shouted back that Nemesis had threatened to kill citizens, and asked how their actions made them any better. She looked away, troubled, as he bit out that they were worse, since Nemesis hadn't actually killed anyone in the end. The ceiling groaned under the destruction, chunks raining down. Still clutching her, Triumph said they needed to escape before the collapse buried them alive. She tried to break free, insisting no, but his blazing eyes fixed on her as he ordered her to call Zeus unless she wanted to die here with the rest. Meanwhile, the green beast and another man lay broken on the stone floor as Namai strode into the ruin. Raising his arms, he sneered that this reeked of Condor's work. No true heroes would ever resort to this. Then his gaze fell on shattered glass glinting in the rubble, green liquid staining the stones. He studied it with sharp interest before glancing calmly at Lee, asking what this substance was and whether the mess before them had been his plan. Namai stared forward with a faint smile, and when no answer came, he covered his face with his hand and burst into loud laughter. Spreading his fingers wide, he mocked that Justice had even brought strange substances to win against him, calling it the work of their so-called unearthly hero. Justice stayed silent with his hands on his belt, but the laughter only grew louder until Namai narrowed his eyes and asked if it would be better for him to just die. In an instant, a fast punch swept toward Justice's face, but he blocked it with purple magic, gritting his teeth as he looked at his damaged hand. Veins bulged across Namai's arm as he gathered energy and struck, the impact sending a wave of pain through Justice, who staggered back only to take another kick to the side that knocked blood from his mouth. Dragged by the hair, his head was smashed against the wall, blood staining the tiles as he collapsed. Steam rose faintly from his battered body as Namai put his hands in his pockets, and said it disgusted him to see Justice flaunt strength when he and his allies had barely managed to stand against him. Leaning down with a twisted grin, he explained that he had been waiting for the right moment to take revenge and now had found a fitting way. Picking up a piece of metal, he asked why Justice looked so calm, even wondering aloud if he planned to film himself losing. With madness in his eyes, Nameyes switched on a camera and ordered him to run away so he could record his humiliation. Through his pain, Justice forced himself upright, while his enemy taunted him again, saying he would capture him fleeing with his tail between his legs. Images of fallen allies flashed in Justice's mind, Nameyes clutching his stomach, a weeping girl lying under a monster, boy lying broken on the floor, and countless crippled hunters scattered around. Gritting his teeth, he told himself that escape was impossible, that he had no powers left to burn like before, but still his red eyes widened with resolve as he rose once more. With confidence, Nameyes declared he could never be defeated, but lowering his gaze, Justice admitted that he was weaker and could not win. Amused, his enemy aimed the camera and urged him to keep talking. Placing his hand on the back of a fallen hunter, Justice gathered energy and said that if he truly carried the name Justice, then he had no choice. Shock flickered across Nameyes' face as streams of energy surged, and he angrily demanded to know what it was. He lunged with a fist wrapped in magic, warning him not to act recklessly, but Justice met him head-on, his body cloaked in a green mask while purple aura cracked along its side. With a sudden turn, he struck with all his might, sending Nameyes flying under the crushing power of his fist, and through gritted teeth, he roared that he was not Justice. Nameyes' face twists from the impact while Lee watches him with a stern gaze. The ground cracks beneath the man's feet as he lunges forward, teeth clenched in rage, and slams his fist with full force. The strike hits hard enough to crack the green armor, breaking off its lower part and forcing him to shield his face from the fragments. Seizing the moment, Lee rushes in, grabs his face, and squeezes tightly with a purple aura coating his hand, drawing a scream. Slipping away from the counterattack, he stumbles, but Nameyes seizes his leg and spins him violently before hurling him against the wall, sending stones flying everywhere. Breathing heavily, Nameyes watches, only for lightning to spark from the rubble. Lee, eyes glowing and aura blazing red, crawls free, his presence intensifying. Shock fills Nameyes' face as a dense stream of aura surges across the gap, melting parts of his body. Lee steps forward with a mad grin, his furious march making the man mutter in dread that something is terribly wrong. Nameyes asked if he truly wasn't Justice, and Lee confirmed it. A nearby camera caught his approach, but he smashed it instantly with a punch, smiling as he admitted he had broken his promise again, because he was neither Triumph nor Justice. Turning toward him, the Nameyes spoke of his powers, duplication and transformation, and claimed he was far more interesting than any strongman. Nearby, a man in a dark robe crawled over, begging to be saved, but Nemesis raised his palm with a grin and declared that he would still lose, blasting the man with magic until he screamed and died. Lee stared in surprise at his cruelty, as the floor cracked and stone fragments scattered under a surge of energy. Shielding his eyes from the blinding flash, he clenched his teeth, thinking he had killed everyone to stop him from stealing their powers. But the figure of Nemesis dissolved into purple magic, reappearing with a grin as he urged him to continue. Red lightning burst from Lee's eye, but the Nameyes dodged the beam and, while smiling, admitted he didn't know what happened to Justice. The burned bodies littered the floor as another light attack was fired, dodged again with ease. Extending his hand, Nemesis set a girl's body ablaze, running while swerving from the attacks. Lee realized the new ability lacked accuracy, his eyes burning as he pressed forward, knowing close combat was his only chance. Destroying another hunter, Nemesis formed a purple sphere in his hand, grinning wildly that nothing could stop him from forcing the fight. Blood dripped to the floor as the Nameyes shoved his hand into Lee's body. Coughing blood, he smiled faintly and admitted he didn't know what he had become, noticing part of the severed hand glowing with light. He muttered that even he looked the same now, bracing for another strike as the ground erupted beneath them. A crushing blow sent him flying, but he snarled that he didn't care. Seizing his chance, Nemesis grabbed him by the neck, smiling with twisted joy, and taunted that he could always attach a new arm. Lee struggled, eyes narrowed in pain, as his body was lifted higher into the air. Clenching his fist, Nemesis warned that if Lee used his ability, he would burn it, and if he didn't, he would be strangled, demanding to know what he would choose. Smirking with eyes glowing purple, Lee said the answer was obvious, seizing the man's purple hand as a fierce aura surged around him with crushing pressure. The Nameyes narrowed his eyes in confusion, glancing at his severed hand now glowing with blue energy drawn from Lee. A vision of a girl tearing off her own arm flashed through his mind, and with burning eyes Lee attacked, declaring she was someone very important. Aura exploded through the area as Nemesis, his face twisting, screamed in pain. Looking up dazed, he realized his ability had vanished with his hand, but still tried to squeeze Lee's neck. Lowering his weakening grip, Lee smiled in victory, telling him he was too far away to steal such a power, and that nothing could be done. Fear filled the Nemesi's eyes as Lee raised his hand, wrapping it in yellow lightning. Grabbing his opponent's arm, he proclaimed that under the first law governing heroes and villains, judgment must be enforced. A brilliant flash from his concentrated strike lit the battlefield, and Nemesis collapsed, coughing up blood. Standing over him, Lee smiled and declared that punishment had been delivered. Heavy rescue vehicles arrived, and the team shouted for everyone to move as the building threatened to collapse. With the help of a massive iron ball, they demolished the structure themselves. A reporter announced that the building where the fierce battle between Justice and Nemesis had taken place was now being torn down, as it had endangered hundreds of hostages. Her report cut off as the scene shifted to the crumbling ruins, where Zeus stood holding up a massive pillar. A girl lifted another panel with her candy sticks, saying it was done, though the upper floors were still shaking apart. Zeus replied calmly that it was not a problem. Meanwhile, terrified civilians cried out as the wreckage threatened to crush them, squeezing their eyes shut as if awaiting death. Just then, Arcadia arrived, levitating the falling stones and assuring them they could relax now. He even hurled a car marked with Union Entertainment, declaring that the Union had come to their rescue. The newscaster then reported that thanks to the combined efforts of Zeus and Arcadia, disaster was avoided. Watching this, Lee stopped the broadcast, and Chrome teased him about being unusually talkative. Lee admitted that without Zeus, he wouldn't even have the copying ability, so he had to let it slide. Curious, he asked when she had learned those skills, noticing her hair had been cut so neatly. Chrome laughed, saying she only did it for fun but ended up getting hired. He asked if she only transformed, and she shot back that he wasn't one to talk. A knock came at the door, and someone called him in as Justice. Rising, Lee said it was time to go, but Chrome reminded him this was the perfect chance to retire, especially with Nemesis gone. He looked back, asking why he should, then transformed into Justice, declaring he still hadn't wrapped up his hero recruitment investigation and didn't want to return to freelancing. If they forced him out, he threatened to expose everything. Amused, she said she should probably let Hess know, lifting her phone with a smile. Before leaving, Justice peeked through the door, pointing a finger at her and reminding her to keep some time free for the date he had mentioned. She blushed, laughing at the ridiculousness, as he walked into the flashing cameras. Reporters crowded him with questions, one asking what he meant when he had said Justice was not the strongest hero. Covering the mic, he explained that Nemesis had provoked him, but in truth there had never been any chance in a direct war, for he was indeed the strongest hero. The scene shifted to a quiet street where a man suddenly screamed as long, sharp projections dragged him away. It was the venomous prisoner girl, piercing through his body. Inside a restaurant, several others met the same fate as she struck them down. She entered, where a red-masked man commented it was no issue if Nemesis ended up like that. Another girl applying lipstick said it was his own fault for being reckless and dying, since he strayed from the plan. Whether Nemesis lived or not no longer mattered, their true goal was the t-shirt. A man puffing a cigar revealed he had deliberately gotten himself imprisoned, and though the heroes remained unaware, everything was going smoothly. Around the table, they feasted and laughed with venomous delight. The security supervisor shouted that the villains were surrounded, there was no way out, and surrender was their only option. One man lazily put a book over his face and muttered that it was boring. Around him floated countless sharp nails, hovering dangerously close to the terrified captives, their bodies trembling in fear as his broom-like face twisted in annoyance. He mocked the scene as if it were nothing more than a lame comic, then casually returned to reading. Meanwhile, in front of the massive circular vault, another man focused his laser-sharp power against the steel, slowly melting through the edges. Complaining, he said they were doing all the hard work outside, while a muscular man smirked and told him that holding them off was part of the plan. Ever since the rise of superpowers, greedy criminal groups had appeared, thriving on selfish ambition, leaving ordinary citizens defenseless against their strength, and many civilians had already suffered severe damage. At the control center, a figure walked toward a subordinate and demanded a briefing. The subordinate reported that it was a bank robbery, with hostages taken and the vault being targeted. When asked about the villains' identities, he explained that there were three. One was the criminal who had escaped during the Persephone bombing, while the one in the middle was classified as a high-risk inmate. After a moment of silence, she replied confidently that there was no need to worry, this would be finished in a flash. Back inside the bank, the vault door finally melted through, and the muscular man ripped it off completely, exposing piles of cash stacked inside. Excited, one of them asked how much money it was and teased the rookie, asking what he planned to do with his share. The muscular one answered that he would save it, but his partner laughed, calling it nonsense since he had been talking all day about fleeing the country. Suddenly, Justice appeared behind them, and everyone froze in shock. Alarmed, the man grabbed his microphone, asking what the commotion was, realizing an intruder had entered. The nail user immediately manipulated his deadly weapons, preparing to strike, but a calm voice echoed through the mist. Justice declared it was pointless, that he already knew their plan from the beginning. The villain, agitated, warned him not to come any closer and tried to press a nail against one of the terrified hostages, while Justice thought in disgust that this bastard didn't even care about their lives. The man growls, then tells him to just die, driving countless nails toward the hostage, but as the mist clears, the hostage is gone, and only nails remain scattered on the ground. Shocked, he yells what is going on, but it is revealed as Rapley Guardian Hero ability, Clone Generation. Rapley appears, exhausted, muttering how tiring it was to stay still for so long and joking that he almost cramped up. He laughs that the makeup team did an amazing job disguising all the clones, and it is shown that the supposed hostages were actually his own duplicates. Once more, the man manipulates his nails and launches them at Rapley, but he dodges every strike while his clones rush in to grab him. Two of them seize his arms, holding him down, as the real Rapley powers up with bright yellow energy and leaps above, driving a powerful kick into his abdomen that slams him to the ground. Breathing hard, Rapley comments that something just happened, when suddenly the man, though fainted, twitches a finger and countless nails rise behind him, all aimed at Rapley. Fear flashes across Rapley's face since this is his real body, not a clone, but right then Justice appears, blocking the deadly strike with his cloak. Later, both sit on a rooftop eating together while Rapley gushes that he is deeply moved at being saved in such a stylish way. Justice brushes it off, telling him to calm down, it was nothing, but Rapley insists it was cool, recalling how he even said he would protect a hero's life. Justice corrects him, saying he never said that, then stands, advising him to keep doing good work and reminding him to keep the captured villain's identity secret. As Justice turns to leave, Rapley gives a thumbs up, promising to handle it, though he quietly mutters afterward that Justice even cares about criminals' rights, which really defines his beliefs. Meanwhile, Justice thinks to himself that he will need to copy his appearance again. He heads to a wall and opens it using his biometric book, entering to meet a girl who lowers her book and greets him, saying she wondered when he would appear, noting that he visits more often lately even though this is where his only family is confined. Revealing his true self as Lee, he asks if she is troubled, but she replies she is not, and actually lives better than she deserves. After all, a criminal tied to the Persephone bonding and the hero drug rampage being kept in such a luxurious prison feels like a dream. Lee tells her he could never throw his sister into a normal prison, especially when everyone believes Justice is dead, because he must be cautious. She reminds him they already replicated Nemesis, so she is unsure why he remains curious. He answers that this is exactly the problem, because Nemesis expected Justice to show up, yet never realized he was already dead, the same with other villains like Squall and Mikey. None of them knew, which means only she knew the truth of Justice's death. His sister insists she already explained it came from the side effects of the drug experiments, but he replies that something still feels missing, demanding to know, why Justice? She takes a deep breath and admits that he is right, saying someone had set her up. Justice had come to her for treatment, but at that very moment she received an untraceable email saying they knew Justice was under her care. The email contained a list of demands she was forced to follow. Lee snaps, asking if she is saying she foolishly obeyed some anonymous email, and that's why she killed Justice. She firmly denies it, explaining the drug was not fatal. Everyone who took it lost control but no one died. The email only ordered her to create the drug, and she had no choice because she had to protect their little sister. Lee demands what kind of nonsense that is, shouting that Shaun died right in front of him. She replies she would not have believed it either if she had not received the item that came with the email, a small piece of cloth that was unmistakably from Shaun's t-shirt that day. Lee protests that it does not prove she is alive, but she reminds him that Shaun had been swallowed whole, and yet the t-shirt from that day still existed, with DNA tests confirming a match. No matter how slim the chance, she had to cling to it. Lee is left speechless. Meanwhile, inside a crowded club, the party rages on with people drinking and dancing under flashing lights. A man wearing a hat hands a blue pill to someone, who then gives him money. The man with the cash comments how affordable it is and asks if he should head to the next neighborhood. The dealer waits until a hesitant girl approaches. Smiling, he says he does not bite and invites her closer, thinking she is a new customer. She nervously asks if this is the stuff. He hands her a blue pill, telling her it is on the house for a pretty lady and she can have it free. She looks confused, repeating free, while he grins inwardly, thinking once she starts she will not be able to live without it, and from then on she will be his customer for life. He has caught a total sucker. Lee stepped in front of the drug seller, and the seller ran out of the club into the alley, where Yan was already filming and shouting into her stream that she was doing an instant mukbang and would catch a bad guy live. She kept joking and even pushed a quick sponsor plug for Vamathana jelly while baiting the seller. Then the seller's veins bulged and he lunged at her like a monster. But she shoved his face so hard it slammed into the street, and she kept advertising the jelly's protein as if nothing happened. Then Lee appeared and muttered that ads were all dopamine now, and when Yan almost called him Justice, Lee put a hand on her mouth and corrected her. It's Lee. They talked briefly. She teased him about being a guardian filling in for Justice, and he said he didn't care who he worked for as long as he did the hero work. Admitting he'd heard a rumor his sister might be alive because someone had smuggled Shaun's t-shirt out of the scene and the DNA matched, which made him uneasy. Yan suggested he talk to Chrome, but Lee said he'd been avoiding Chrome, told her to mind her business, then explained that the man they just caught was a drug dealer and a lead he chased for a long time and that he wanted the dealer moved to Guardian Costume custody so he could dig into the network from the inside. Later, the scene shifts to a dimly lit room where a man wearing a red mask splashes blood across the walls as though creating a twisted painting. From behind, a woman steps in, remarking how dreadful it looks and teasing him about being lost in his own world again. He responds that she is an obstruction to order and questions why she entered this noisy world. She points out that a sample was leaked and insists he retrieve it. The man replies that there are no targets to hunt, implying that's why she came to him, and asks about Bloodfield. She smirks, reminding him she still has her own assignment. He glances at his sword, adds more blood to the wall, and says that to be a true master, even the lowest canvas must be sublimated into beautiful art. She turns away, admitting she doesn't understand him, but expects him to carry out the task, noting she's not exactly normal herself, but he is hopeless. The camera lingers on a mural of a tree formed from the scattered human blood on the floor. He laughs, noting how the fresh blood cools and lies still on the brush, and asks what his next canvas will be. After Nemesis was defeated, the villain forces were shattered and forced underground into scattered independent groups, or at least that's what should have happened. In a den filled with creepy-looking people, Lee, disguised as a drug dealer, wondered why so many of them were gathered. His mind drifted back to the past, remembering lying bruised in the grass, hearing Shaun's voice call out to him before a monster swallowed her whole. He remembered a man lunging forward and punching the beast, and how he saw his sister's broken body, the hero who came behind him closing his eyes as he screamed in grief. He remembered standing with his family at Shaun's funeral, the brutality of that moment etched deep. Later, at home, he had packed his things while the TV played headlines accusing the hero absolute of negligence, blaming him for the tragedy. That memory haunted him, making him wonder how Shaun could possibly be alive. If anyone would know, it was Absolute, but he had disappeared right after the incident, and all his records had been wiped, supposedly for protection. Finding him now would be impossible, and besides, the thought of Shaun being alive was probably nonsense. While walking, Lee overheard men in hoodies mocking a child, telling him to cry for his mother. The kid, however, pulled out a picture of the same hero who once saved Lee and asked if they had seen him. Lee's eyes widened as he stepped closer, while the bullies snatched a token from the boy's bag, mocking that an admission token was worth plenty, and he should hand it over as payment for his life. Lee realized it was the same token he had seen among the drug dealer's belongings, glad he had brought it along. The child then pointed a gun at the bullies, demanding the token back, and though they grew scared, Lee calmly sipped his drink, thinking it served them right. But when the boy fired, he missed the bullies completely, and the bullet smacked into Lee's head, leaving him shocked as the boy exclaimed in panic. The boy shouted that his shot was just a mistake and next time he would not miss, so the bullies had better give his token back. One of the bullies cursed, realizing the boy had really tried to hit him, and lunged forward, but a guard stepped in, punching the man down and yelling that combat was forbidden until the entrance test began. Later on the train, a guard returned the admission token to the kid, instructing all participants to wear their badges and board. The bullies sneered that the boy had just been lucky, then muttered that his face seemed familiar, maybe one of the drug dealer's old companions. Lee, listening quietly, thought about how strange this was, knowing the entrance test would take place in an abandoned subway house. Suddenly, one of the men grabbed him by the collar, demanding why he was acting so clumsy and warning him to serve as nothing more than a stepping stone again. Soon an announcement echoed through the train, thanking them for their interest and explaining the test rules. Each participant must collect 10 badges to pass, and since everyone already had one, they would need to gather 9 more from others. The boy gasped, asking how they were supposed to do that, and the announcement clarified that the only way was by taking them from each other. The train would reach the next stop in 15 minutes. Someone quickly calculated that with 448 people aboard, this meant the group would be cut down to just over 40. Panic erupted as people began fighting. A man pulled a gun on another, demanding his badge or he would shoot. The second man tried to calm him, saying there was no need for violence, just listen for a second, but the gunman shouted back in rage. The calm man insisted again, and then revealed some sort of strange hand clock. Elsewhere in the chaos, the thug still clutching Lee's collar smirked that since everyone was already brawling, he would make good use of the badge Lee was destined to lose anyway. He raised a fist, but Lee struck first, landing a sharp punch to his chin and knocking him back. His companions froze in confusion, only to be floored as Lee swiftly dropped them one by one, snatching their badges and remarking that the rules really were as simple as that. As the others yelled to take him down, he dispatched them easily and muttered that with all these badges in hand, he could move on to the next car to collect more, since nothing in the rules forbade it. Sliding the door open, he was shocked to find the next car filled with people sitting perfectly still in eerie silence, all wearing masks and showing no signs of fighting. Uneasy, he wondered why they weren't even moving, as if trapped in a trance. A figure appeared behind him, mocking that those badges were supposed to be shared among everyone, so what a waste it was to toss them aside. Lee demanded to know what he had just done, and the man calmly replied that he hadn't done anything at all, everyone had simply been persuaded, and it was then revealed that the entire silent crowd was completely under his control. Lee stared at the man in disbelief, asking what he even meant by persuaded. The man smirked and explained that there were 40 people in this car, more than enough badges for them to pass the test, and it would be easier to collect them once everyone else had exhausted themselves fighting elsewhere. Lee demanded to know why the people were all wearing masks, and the man casually replied that it was just a little encouragement. Pulling out a silver pocket watch, he twisted it back and forth. Lee frowned, wondering why he was showing off the watch, but then the masked people suddenly turned feral, lunging at him from every direction. He couldn't understand what was happening but instinctively began dodging and striking back, weaving between bullets and fists. Muttering to himself that he'd hold back a bit this time, he knocked several attackers aside, but more hands grabbed at him from every angle, left, right, center, even above and below. The man chuckled, remarking on how sharp their movements were, because all of them had been persuaded. He flicked the pocket watch open again and said people had untapped potential. Lee, momentarily frozen, realized his head was ringing from looking at the watch and thought it was too dangerous to keep his eyes on it. He smashed one attacker's head to the floor, but still he saw the pocket watch flashing everywhere, left, right, center, until another spasm of paralysis hit him. From behind, a man slammed a hammer into his back, and the pocket watch wielder sneered that the problem didn't go away just because you stopped looking. Gritting his teeth, Lee forced himself to move, delivering a hard kick into one man's abdomen, muttering under his breath about what he should do. He leapt upward, catching the train's railing, and launched himself toward the pocket watch man for a flying kick. But the man swung the watch's string, saying, "Or so you thought," and wrapped it tightly around Lee's arm, binding him to the railing. Wire after wire snaked around him, and the man warned that if Lee moved, the razor-thin strands would slice him to pieces. Thinking fast, Lee wrenched the pipe loose from the ceiling with brute force and swung it like a club, smashing it straight into the man's face. The hypnotist was hurled to the ground, defeated, and at once the control over the masked passengers broke. Breathing hard, Lee muttered that this was some seriously creepy hypnosis, and that the guy really did make the perfect villain. Lee began moving toward the next carriage when the mirror reflected a figure behind him holding the same pocket watch. His body froze instantly as the man placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that not wearing a mask didn't mean someone was genuine. The man revealed his own mask and explained he too had been persuaded, adding that now paralysis had started from Lee's head and would soon spread to his legs. He slipped a badge from Lee's pocket, mocking that since he couldn't even lift a finger, he should just be a good little boy and hand it over. But Lee slowly raised his leg. The man scoffed, thinking he was trying to land a pathetic kick with only his lower body active, and laughed at the attempt. Lee retorted that he never said he was trying to hit, then tightened his muscles and drove his foot straight through the train floor, halting the entire carriage with a violent jolt that threw everyone to the ground. He smirked, saying he was just stretching his leg, before unleashing a flurry of strikes that knocked out each attacker, even the hypnotist who somehow still managed to move. Realizing the man was tougher than expected, Lee collected all the badges from the defeated group, thinking his own persuasion might not have been strong enough. Suddenly, a young boy appeared, tripped, and spilled his gathered badges all over the ground, crying that he had worked so hard to collect them. Seeing this, Lee softened, tossing all his badges toward the kid. The boy looked suspicious, but Lee reassured him, saying he was planning to return them anyway. The kid, half joking, asked if Lee had even washed his hands, which left Lee visibly annoyed. Soon after, the announcement echoed through the train, declaring the test over and asking all participants with badges to step forward. Everyone was left wondering how this frail-looking boy had managed to secure 10 badges when he seemed so weak.